Woke up today, smile on my face. May not go my way, still got my face, so I'll be okay. I'll be okay.
Before JobNimbus, we were a contractor that used paper files for everything.
We were trying to work in Excel. We had things handwritten on scraps of paper, napkins, text messages. It was all over the place.
You would not believe this, but my desk used to be piled in papers left and right.
Now that we have JobNimbus implemented into the company, it's day and night difference in our processes.
So now our guys are able to sign contracts right there with the customer on their phone, automatically uploads into JobNimbus.
And I can take pictures in the field if I need to. I can keep track of all my contact information. I can successfully and succinctly move somebody through the whole process without being lost and without being confused.
I feel like it gives us the tools to grow. Like before it was like we want to grow, but we don't even have a process to teach anybody. So now we actually have a path with it.
I would be completely lost if we hadn't found JobNimbus.
My problems look like giants, I'ma slay them all. Every single beef, I had to let it be. Spend a lot of time wasting energy. That ain't made sense to me logically. But I feel way better when I walk in peace. Please don't bring the gossip to me. I mean, no offense, I'm finding out jealousy. Only a lack of confidence. Focused on me more, focused on you less. Everybody.
Here's how I use AI to write Xactimates for me. I start off by uploading an insurance scope to the system. The system reads that insurance scope, determines what's on it, and all the details about the job. I then verify the job details. It also pulls the claim information over, and I verify that. Then I upload my measurements. Once the measurements are uploaded into the system, it's going to read that measurement report, tell me everything on it. Then I choose how I want to upload photos, or if I don't want to. Then it asks me about the actual trades that are on the scope. All I got to do is tell it about the trades and what's going on with it, give it some details if it's needed. I can also choose to keep them as is, so essentially it's going to copy and paste those line items over to my new scope. Once I have everything in my cart, I select what kind of report I want. It's going to send it back to me in a matter of a few hours, completely done, exactly the way I would want it written, including an Xactimate, all the measurements, fully labeled photo report. Also is going to include code documentation as well as a weather report. Ready to go.
I'll be okay. I'll be okay. I'll be okay.
Yeah. Let's go. We just gotta go hard. I go the hardest. I bring the pain. Not what you used to. It's all part of the game. Yeah, I just gotta go hard. I just gotta go hard. Go hard. Yeah. Oh yeah, the beast back. Adrenaline pumping through my veins, can't relax. Original, I am not the same as the...
Hi everyone, I'm Sherry Holmes, contractor, TV host, and the daughter of TV personality Mike Holmes. Over the years, I've worked alongside my dad and my brother Michael on lots of job sites. Many of these projects included roofing jobs with Atlas shingles. If you're watching this video, you're probably eager to learn more about why Atlas shingles are a great fit for your upcoming roof replacement. An Atlas roofing system provides superior protection and beautiful curb appeal thanks to Scotchgard Protector by 3M, which prevents ugly black streaks caused by algae. Having a solid roof over your head is important, and there's no better way to protect your family than with Atlas shingles. Let me show you why over 1.5 million homeowners have chosen Atlas for lasting protection.
All black dress code, pay me my respect, collecting every debt. I go the hardest. I bring the pain. Not what you used to. It's all part of the game. Yeah, I just gotta go hard. I just gotta go hard. Go hard. Go hard. Go hard.
All right, everyone, welcome to the American Contractor Summit. It is back. and it hasn't been back in a long time. And now it is back, and we're super excited because it's been a while, and we get to hang out with you guys. And we're doing an event today that is all about how to build a business, and a lot of back-end office, a lot of structure, a lot of scaling things that can help your business become better, faster, and more efficient. And what was really cool was when we scheduled this event, it was very obvious that we scheduled it on April 23rd, which is widely known within the United States as the National Office Administrators Day. And I wish I could say that that was totally on purpose, but it was actually not. But it actually worked out great for us that we were able to do that. And so today is all about how to build a business. We're going to bring you guys some of the best business builders in the nation, some people that have amazing resumes, that have done amazing things and have grown amazing organizations and been a part of really great things that can help contractors. And you guys are going to get to hear from them live from this stage throughout the day today. And we're going to talk about all kinds of stuff. We're going to talk about culture. We're going to talk about scaling. We're going to talk about cash flow. We're going to talk about automations. I heard a little bit about AI out there. We got recruiting coming up. We've got financing, how to give more options to your customers, all these things that can help your business become better and more efficient. That's what this is about today. So I'm really excited to bring up the first speaker of this event. And this first speaker that we're going to have today is going to start the day off talking about culture and leadership and how to build a winning culture for their business. And this is a great friend of mine, someone that I've known for a really long time. And I've watched him in his career as he has grown several different businesses, been a part of a lot of different startups. And then, but these businesses have sold for hundreds of millions of dollars. And currently is in our space, in the construction space, and has grown a company and is doing a lot of cool stuff and taking a business here locally in Indianapolis to a whole new level, and is providing real leadership and structure within that business. And it's so cool to see construction companies getting talent like this, and that we're able to grow these companies and build some really amazing stuff. So without further ado, I'm really excited to welcome the very first speaker of the American Contractor Summit Built to Last, Mr. Adam Kaminski. Adam, thank you so much for being here.
Thanks so much, Don. Really appreciate it.
Yeah,
so
dude.
Excited to get started with our event here today.
This is it. Take it away, bro.
So awesome. Let's go ahead and get started. And again, I just want to say thank you to John and the team here at the American Contractor Summit. What a cool event just in general, but to be able to do this live broadcast across the country is just really fun. And looking forward to our time here together. So for those of you that aren't in studio, you might not know this, but we have a live studio audience that's packed. I think it seats 350 people. We've got a kombucha truck out front. So if you couldn't make it on the in-person, no, I'm just kidding. I'm in an empty studio right now. I just want you guys to have to know that this is all about you, all online. And we couldn't be more excited and more thrilled to be here to get to talk about what I think is the most important thing in any business, and that is our people. And that is the culture of our business as well. And so we're going to specifically spend some time together and hone in on what it means to attract top talent and how you retain top talent as well. And so we're going to have a fun time. I'm going to talk about 6 key points as it pertains to these topics. So without any further ado, something that I also wanted to do is just share with you guys something that I do every single day. I'm a firm believer in the concept that focus equals growth. And I didn't even give this to the team to share, but this is my gratitude journal. I don't know if they can zoom in on this or not here. Something that was created and handed to me many, many years ago that I love to do. And I want to just kind of give this as a freebie to you, because I know that as a business owner, many times the day can swirl. You can start with plans to do something, and by the time the day is over, you're completely away from what you had set aside that you wanted to accomplish. That's just real life. That's what happens in business sometimes. And that can get frustrating if that happens day after day after day. And so what I want to share this with you, this gratitude journal, there's 2 sections of it. The first section is 5 areas, 5 things that you can write down of things that you're grateful for. And so actually, I'll just share a few things over the last few days that I've written down that I was thankful for. On Sunday, the first thing that I wrote down, it being Easter, that I was very, very thankful for a risen Savior. I was very thankful for some family time that I got to have, including dinner with my parents. And then let's just fast forward to today. things that I'm thankful for. I want to encourage you to do this every single morning. Write down 3 to 5 things that you're thankful for. Today I wrote down, I got to have some quiet time last night cutting the grass. It's something that I do, or my me time. I hop on my tractor, I put some music in, or I'll listen to a podcast or whatever the case is. But I had a great time doing that last night. And of course, I'm really thankful for the opportunity to be here talking and speaking with all of you about, again, what I think is the most important thing that we could ever talk about. It's our team and the culture of our businesses. So I want to encourage you to do that. Write down 3 to 5 things, because what that does is it really puts in reference for us what's most important in our lives. And it's really easy to get to the end of a week and think, it was a tough week. It was really challenging and things aren't going the way that I want it to be. But when you can go back at the end of the week and you can look at a number of things that you've already written down that you're thankful for, how impactful could that be to the beginning of tomorrow for you? So I want to encourage you to do that. Then the next thing that I write down almost every single day are the things that I have accomplished that day. And again, this is something that protects that inner confidence of ourselves to make sure that we are, number one, holding ourselves accountable to task attainment. And number two, excuse me, and number two also helps to make sure that we are focused on the right things in our day. So that was just a little bit of a freebie that I wanted to share with you, and excited to do that. But today, really what we're going to talk about is, again, how to attract and retain top talent. That's something that every business talks about, and it's something that every business wants to do. And sometimes it can be challenging to do that. Now, what I'm not going to talk about is the technology in recruiting. I'm not going to talk about the best tools to go out and to help you find new people. I'm going to talk about our businesses and how we set them up and how we look to our employees and our prospective employees. And so really what we're going to do is I'm going to ask you a series of questions that you'll be able to find the answer to, either directly or maybe spend some time thinking about it, but questions that you should be asking yourself, and then why those things are important. And so the first question that I want to ask is, as a business leader, when you're thinking about bringing somebody in, the first thing that you should have is, what is your story? What is the story for you as a business founder? What is your story for your company? How did it start? This is so important for you to be able to have dialogue with those individuals that you're thinking about bringing into your business about who you are and how you started. And I'll give you an example of this. My business partner, Aaron Christie, founded Indy Roof and Restoration back in 2018. He did not come from a home restoration background or anything along those lines. And he's got a great story, and it's really attractive to a lot of people. As a matter of fact, it was one of the things that attracted me so quickly to going and work at Indy Roof and Restoration as well. And I'll share a little bit of his story so you can see how this kind of can get played out. But he actually worked for a family business for many, many years. He started off when he was a youngster. He self-selected out of going to school. He wanted to get right into business and right into selling. So he convinced his dad and his brother at the family business to let him start working there, and quickly became very, very successful at selling the products that they were selling in the educational publishing arena. And through the years, as a young man, this job was great for him because he got to travel a lot. He was basically home a week and gone a week. Every other week, bouncing back and forth. And as a young man, not married, no kids, that was awesome. Got to tour and see the country. But then he got married, and then he had kids. And all of a sudden, the thing that was so exciting to him about being able to travel the country, see lots of different people, now became a little bit taxing on the family life, as you can imagine. And again, I want to point out that this is a story that we share because it's important to the fabric of who we are at Indy Roof and Restoration. So what he decided to do was to branch out, because it was just getting too hard on a Sunday night, the kids surrounding his legs and holding on to him. No, Daddy, don't leave, because they wanted Dad to be around. And so he decided to branch out and do something different. And ultimately, that's when he decided to found Indy Roof and Restoration. And in that founding, he realized some things. He was making great money working at the family business, but it took a lot of time. So a part of our story is our business was founded to become a place where people could come and work and make a great living, but not have to sacrifice some of the things that are most important to many of us, and that's our family. So that's just an example for you of part of how we tell our story. Now, I would encourage you to think for your business, again, what is your story? Why did you start your company? This is something that is intriguing to many, many people. And I'll tell you that just because you're not out in the field selling your product and now you're trying to hire people to go out and sell your product, or maybe be on the production side or in the office or whatever the position is, the marketing team, you are still in sales. And this is something that's hugely important, whether you're an owner or you're a leader within the business, you are still in sales. And really what you have to do is you have to sell the product of why it's important to join the team that you're asking this individual to join. If we don't have a good story, that'd almost be like, I'll equate it to our industry in the roofing. I'm sure in your community and in your area, there's lots of different restoration companies that a customer can choose to go with. And if we were to just show up and the customer's asking the question, well, why should I go with you when everybody sells the same shingles, you all do the same work, and you all have about the same price? Why should I go with you? If we don't have a convincing story of why they should go with us, it'd be like saying, well, you should pick us because the sky's blue. Well, yeah, that's just a fact, but does that really have anything to do with who we are? So again, it's the story that becomes so critically important for us. Also, sharing, even at that time in the interview process, what your vision for the business is, what the company's vision is. What about today? So you've gotten, and I'll use Indy Roof and Restoration just as an example because it's what I know to talk about. Founded in 2018, I can tell you that our goals today in 2025 are vastly different than our goals back in 2018. Vastly different. We've gone from a startup company where Aaron was really the marketing, he was the CEO, he was the chief everything officer, he was the marketing department, he was the salesperson, he was the project manager, did about everything except for install the shingles. But when you grow past that, your goals have to change and you commit at a different and higher level. Share what those new visions, what those new goals are with those people that you're trying to attract, because it's important to them. They want to know how they can connect to that vision. The next question that I want to ask you is, why is your story important to others? And we touched on that here just a little bit, but connecting to or seeing how they can connect to your story is immensely important. And again, it goes back to you're in sales. You're trying to attract that person. And so having the convincing story, but also understanding why the story is important. It would be real easy just to begin to usher people in and through an interview process and talk about all the hard skills and can you sell, how much have you sold in the past, how much revenue have you generated in your last position and all that. And those things are important. I'm not putting that down. Those things are important. But also getting them to see, like, if they're the best salesperson in the world or the best marketer in the world and you're really trying to attract them, what's the story that they're going to connect to? The next thing that I want to challenge you to ask yourself is, who do you want to hire? Are you really honed in on the type of individual that you need in the position that you're hiring for? It's really easy to get wrapped up and just begin to think that, well, I need to hire a salesperson, so as long as I check the boxes to make sure that they've sold in the past, or maybe they're in the industry, or maybe you don't want to hire somebody from the industry, you want some fresh blood into the business, all those things are good. Again, check those things out. But what type of person are you looking for in the role? And I mean on the soft side of things. What type of personality? What type of behavioral traits are you looking for to bring into that role? It's immensely important, because if you're just hiring off of well, this guy can sell the most, or this girl can be the best marketer, or this individual can be the best person in the operations team, again, those things are good. But how many of us have made a hire where they're really good and proficient at the task we hired them for, but oh my gosh, they're so tough to be around. You almost grit your teeth when you go to open the office door in the morning because you know you're going to be greeted by so-and-so. And that's tough to do. So you want to make sure that you're also looking for those individuals that are the personality fits that you want to have within your business. I've heard, I'm sure you've heard the phrase that people buy, so let's relate back to selling again, that people buy from people they like. I've always challenged that, because I think that people buy from people like them. And if that's true, if people buy from people like them, then what I would also say is people want to work with people like them. So this might be an area that we need to challenge ourselves as business leaders to say, how do I show up either in an interview or just day to day in my business? So for example, if you are needing to hire somebody that's super organized, maybe they are the accountant or the back office admin person, you need them to be really diligent and really organized in everything that they do. Be careful to not show them that you live your own life in disorder, because that's very challenging and that's very scary, frankly, to that individual that is an organized person. And so sometimes we have to kind of change who we are to attract the people that we want. Again, if you need somebody that's organized, be as organized as you possibly can be, especially through the interviewing process. If you need to hire somebody that is an extrovert, for example, maybe you're looking for somebody in a role that is really, really important to you, that they're very, very outgoing. Maybe they're in that relationship developer role or something along those lines, and they need to be able to never know a stranger and all that kind of stuff. Don't be an introvert and never come out of your office and talk to your team. It's really, really important that you model the behavior of the person that you're looking to, again, attract into your business. Super important for us to do that. And so I think another thing that I would put into this category here is, does everything that you're about in your business reflect who you're trying to attract? And when we think about this, this can kind of be challenging, right? Because what I'll also say, what's also important as a business leader is, I don't want to just hire people like me. I already know what my thoughts and views and opinions are. I want to hire people that are different than me. However, I don't want to scare those individuals off because of how I approach my day as well. I want them to feel comfortable. I want them to feel welcome. And so we have to make sure that, so for example, when it comes to organization, I'll just pick on that one again as an example. If they're organized and you're not an organized person, that's fine. I'm not saying that you need to go take Franklin Covey classes or whatever the case is, and maybe you should think about it, but you don't have to necessarily change who you are. But just know that it can be taxing and draining on that individual when we show up in chaos. And when we thrive sometimes as business and entrepreneurs, when we thrive in chaos, that can be very, very scary to that individual. That's that S-type personality that's super organized. And so how could you show up just slightly different to make sure that you're attracting those types of individuals to us? Very, very important. Something I also wanted to throw out that I forgot to mention at the beginning here is they're working with us. If you have any questions, feel free to put those in the comments. They're going to bring those in. I'm going to try to answer as many questions in real time as I possibly can. So feel free, if you want to tap into anything we're talking about, if you have any questions, put it in the chats, and they'll make sure to get it out to me, and we'll try to answer, like I said, as many questions as we possibly can. So how does our business look? What are the walls of our business look like? Again, if we're trying to be, seems like the latest and greatest rage right now is to be kind of a premier contractor. So there's tons of contractors out there, and there's many Chucks in the truck and all of that kind of stuff. And we all know that's the case, and God love them, but we want to stand out. We want to be different. We want to do quality type roofing projects and siding and all of that kind of thing. So how do we stand out? Now, is our office a mess? Is there stains all over the carpet and all of that kind of stuff? Or are we actually showing up and showing the individuals that come in for interviews that, hey, we are a quality company, and you can see it by the presentation of our office? One of the things that I was actually really impressed by coming down here to the American Contractor Show studio for the first time is how neat and tidy everything is. I can tell that they want to be a brand that is recognized for professionalism, that is recognized for organization, and that is recognized for really just being prepared by all the preparation that we got in the emails and everything else in preparation for this very event. It's how they showed up, and it's on display for people to see. I didn't have to do a reverse interview to find out, is this a place that has their stuff together or anything along those lines? I could see through the process. And through the interview process, it's going to be the same thing with the people that you're trying to attract as well. So just make sure that that's present and visible to people as they walk into your office, as you have that video call, as you have that phone conversation or text conversation. Show up as the company you want to be. Maybe not even the company that you are today. And that can be kind of challenging. Well, what do you mean by that? Don't show up as the company we are today. Sometimes the as-if principle is a really good principle to live and work by. And while you might be a startup company, while you might be a $30 million organization, where you are today, I'm sure, is not where you want to be in 2028. And so begin to think about, what does that 2028 version of you, what does that 2028 version of your company look like? Because quite honestly, that's the person you need to hire. I know that you're trying to fill a role for right now, but what about in 2028? Because I can tell you, one of the hardest things in the world to do is to hire somebody just to fill a role, and then your business grows, and what happens, what I call it, is the business passes that individual by. And then you have to have tough conversations about, hey, your performance was good 2 years ago, but you're not keeping up. And it's really, really important that we think about what we're doing there. And I want to introduce you to a phrase that we use every single day almost in our organization, and really in any organization that I'm a part of. And it's the belief that businesses don't grow, people do. And throughout this entire journey, how do you invest into the team that you have so that you can live that out, that understanding that, again, businesses don't grow, people do. And when you invest in your people, your business will grow because of it. And that's the great thing about that concept and that thought of again, businesses don't grow, people do. If you haven't written that down, I'd encourage you to do so. Okay, so we've just talked about 3 key components of what it's like, or the thoughts that we need to ask, questions we need to ask ourselves as it pertains to, who am I trying to attract? Number 1, what is our story? And for us, understanding why our story is so important to that individual that's thinking about joining our organization. And then also thinking about who we want to hire, not just the job we need to fill. There's a big difference there. It's not about checking a box to say, yes, I hired the role. It's about finding the best person possible, as you can imagine and as you know. Now, the next side of things that I want to talk about, that was kind of on the attraction side of employment. And the next little while, what I'd like to talk about is more so on the retention side. And once you hire that great person, that perfect fit in the marketing department or in your admin office or wherever it is that you're fulfilling that role, how do you make sure that you retain that person? Because here's what I can tell you guys right now, is the job market is super interesting all across the country. There's areas that it's booming where there's employer shortages, and there's other areas where it's booming and there's employee shortages. But notice, first and foremost, it's booming one way or the other. It's just depending on which side of the table that you're sitting on. So really interesting stuff coming up. But the next question that I would ask on the retention side of things is, who are you? Who are you as a business? And I'm not talking in this phase necessarily about who you want to become. I think you can have a little bit of that. But realistically, who are you and how do you show up to your team members? How do you show up to those individuals that are currently on the team? What I'm going to introduce to you guys here is a format that I've used for many, many years. I'm going to try to use this. I feel like the guys on those political shows where I'm walking up over here, I need to take my jacket off, and when they go through the polls and the elections and all that kind of stuff, it's crazy. Let's not talk about politics though, so let's move on. And I want to introduce this document to you. I reference it as an organizational clarity document. And really what this is to do for us is to make sure that we can have clarity of who we are as a business. And this isn't, I want to be clear in this point, because this isn't, again, something necessarily about who we want to become only. This is also about who we are as an organization. And I'll use Indy Roof and Restoration as an example here. But in this document, it holds everything that is important to us as a business. First and foremost, our mission, that we are dedicated to adding value in the lives of people we interact with. Knowing our influence extends beyond our 4 walls, we intentionally prioritize our families, our team, our customers, and our community. And if I pause right there, I want to let you know that when we're making decisions on our business, we refer back to this many, many times on key decisions at different points of what this structure is. Because it's important to us, it's who we are, and it is also that who we want to become. But in this mission for us, this is not necessarily a customer-facing document. This isn't something that we wanted to come up with that sounded cool to put on our website that can maybe trick some people into going with us instead of one of our competitors in the market. This isn't who we are. This is all about for our team members and how we have to show up and how we do show up every single day. And so even if we break down what this mission statement is for us, it took a long time to come up with all this. As a matter of fact, we didn't even have this for the first 3 years of our organization because we needed to really figure out who we were and what was most important to us. But when we break down what our mission is to us, I'll just go to the second, for the sake of time, I'll go to the second part of the phrase here. Our influence extends beyond our four walls. We intentionally prioritize our family, our team, our customers, and our community. That is on order for us. So I told you at the beginning, a part of our story and the fabric of who we are at Indy Roof and Restoration was what was important was that we can prioritize time with our families. Many times I'll be asked a question from a team member, hey, I've got a soccer game with the little kids. If I come in real early, can I leave a little bit early tomorrow? I'll tell you what, you can't come in early tomorrow. And I still want you to leave early tomorrow because I want you to spend time with your family. Why is that important? Because it's living out the mission of who we are. And beyond the work and beyond the customers and beyond everything else, families are first for us. And so when it's within reason, now, of course, you've got to, everything that I say, please understand, is within balance. Does that mean that everybody can carte blanche come and go as they please? Absolutely not. But people know and respect that we've got a mission to be family focused. And in that family focus, they know that they're going to get some leeway on their position. And of course, we expect there to still be production and to get your job done for the day, if you will. But after families, we prioritize our team. This is something that I learned as John mentioned when he was going through the introduction. I've had the opportunity to be a part of some very, very large teams, very, very large businesses in the hundreds of millions of dollars. And what a great experience. Now, what I can tell you is I've also been a part of Fortune 500 companies that look at things different. And that's okay. Every business can do what they want to do. That's no problem. For me, it's a little challenging, though. When there's only a customer-first mentality in a business, that tells me, or that shows to me as a team member, that your customer-first mentality means that you care about customers more than you care about me. And I'm just a believer in what Richard Branson said many, many years ago, that if I take care of my team members will take care of my customers. And that's something that we focus on as well. So that's why we put our team before our customers, even in our mission statement. Are customers important? Of course. Every business exists to make money, and we do too. So we can't say that it's not important to us. It's exceptionally important to us. But what I will tell you is, when it comes down to a situation of where I've got to lend because I wasn't in a one-on-one interaction with a situation that might have arisen between a customer and an employee or something along those lines, I'm going to err on the side of my team member every single time. And we're going to come out to a good conclusion with the customer as well, but I'm going to be there for my team member. Because you know what? At the end of the day, when that project's complete next week or whenever it's going to be complete, I'm going to be working with my team member long after this transaction is complete with my customer. So that's just why we prioritize that. But then we're also dedicated and committed to be involved in our community. It's just a part of who we are. That's what we do financially. It's what we do from a time, talent, and treasure perspective. And everybody on our team knows this because we have this organizational clarity document. And we show this off and we work from this. Again, this isn't really about Indy Roof and Restoration for this. I'm not trying to showcase that. What I am trying to showcase is the importance of making sure that your team knows and understands what the mission is for the business. And also, what's the vision? Where do you want to go? So this mission is who we are right now, and the vision is where do we want to go? And for us, we want to be the benchmark of restoration companies in the state of Indiana. We want to be recognized for the professionalism of our team members, the effectiveness of our systems, and the quality of our services. So when we think about adding a new product line, when we think about maybe getting into a different vertical, we check those things against this document and say, can this help us accomplish our mission? Can this help us accomplish our vision? And if it doesn't very clearly check that box, then we don't do it. And it's that type of decision-making that I feel our team members really, really value, because we're not being frivolous with our time. We're not being frivolous with our resources. We're being dedicated and committed to always being constant. And I think what's so important about this, again, is making sure that your team knows and understands how they impact what this is. This is a part of retaining top talent. So Adam, I thought we were talking about retaining. This is retaining top talent. When they see clearly how they connect to your business, they will live it on many times far beyond what you could even hope or dream. But if we're just a paycheck, if we're just a job, if we're just that rah-rah company that can have a great sales presentation on a sales meeting morning and pat their little fannies on the way out the door, that fizzles out. Getting them connected to something bigger is what's hugely important. Now, the most important thing that I can tell you as it pertains to hiring and retaining top talent, and this is really where I wanted to showcase this document, is making sure that you know and understand how significant, how important it is to have documented core values. And I want to challenge the thinking that many of us have had or maybe even have right now. Because this has been an area where I've seen lots of businesses, again, kind of trick their way into customer acquisition, really is what it becomes. And so they think that if I can throw a few buzzwords out there, if I can have some like really cool sayings or something like that, that'll make people want to pick me instead of my competitors. For us, that's just not the way that we look at it. That's not the way that I've looked at it in any of our businesses or any of my businesses that I've been involved in. Because again, our core values, it's about who we are. This is, again, employee facing, not necessarily customer facing. And so you don't see all over our website like our core values are X, Y, and Z, because that we'll show you. We're going to show you. Talk is cheap. We're going to show you what our core values are. But for us, our core values are approachable, coachable, competitive, overachievers, and relationship developers. I'll tell you what it's not, and I don't mean to offend anybody if these are your core values. I'd encourage you to take a look, though. Our core values are not honesty and integrity. You see that all over the place and in every business. And why I get so conflicted about this, those are important words and those are important things, don't get me wrong. But I can't help but think of 1999 Enron, the biggest financial scam I think ever in American history, where their core values, number one was honesty and number two was integrity. Yet they were the very company that all the movies, when you see, for you younger folks, when you see the movies where like there's a financial issue that happens and they're throwing boxes of papers out the windows and there's like office trash cans on fire, that was from Enron. That really happened in 1999. And again, their core values were honesty and integrity. It's kind of interesting. I go back to that blue sky reference. If this is sales and we're trying to show our current team members and the people that we're trying to attract who we really are, if we have to say that our core values are honesty and integrity, that's kind of like saying, again, well, the sky is blue, pick us. Well, that's just a fact. That's just a moment of today here in Indiana where we're at. The weather's perfect. I think it's going to be like 75 degrees. The skies are not a cloud in sight. And that's just a fact. That's a point of what the day is. Honesty and integrity should just be a fact of your business. It shouldn't necessarily be something that needs to be called out. Now, I'll tell you how we came up with these core values. It's pretty interesting. So we said we want our core values to be about who we are, not necessarily what we aspire to be. There can be a mix of that, but it's more so about who we are and how we show up every day. And so back a few years ago, we actually had an offsite leadership meeting, and we went through an exercise where we wrote down the names of all the people within our business over the previous years and that current year of the people that were wildly successful in different departments. And we tried to get somebody from every single department, if not multiple people from every single department. And we came up with a list of names, and it was awesome. We all had smiles on our face and everything. Well, yeah, this Paul Sopke, he's a great guy because, man, that guy's never met a stranger. He's just somebody that always stands out. He's always willing to help, and we would go on this list. And then we actually begin to write down those behavioral attributes of what made a Paul Sopke, for example, so successful at Indy Roof and Restoration. And so we went through this exercise, and next thing you know, we had those stick-on Post-it notes, the big one, and we had a name, bunch of behavioral attributes, then another big Post-it note with a name, and then another behavioral attribute, and so on and so forth. And we got really excited, and we said, okay, what do all these people have in common? What's really making them successful? And what was interesting was we begin to see the traits that all of the people that we said were extremely successful shared. And so we took note of those things, but then we said, we need to cross-reference this. I'm a data guy, so I like to cross-reference and check the math this way and that way just to make sure that we're right. So we said, let's write down the names of the individuals that haven't been successful. And maybe we thought we got the perfect hire, but they just fizzled out or whatever the case was. And sure enough, we did the same thing. We wrote their name down. We wrote down a list of things of why they weren't successful or what they were missing, why they weren't great, why they weren't a good fit. And they might have even been a good person, but they just weren't a fit for our business. And what we came back to was, again, these 5 things right here. And so for us, it became abundantly clear that a part of who we are and what our core values are to be successful at Indy Roof and Restoration, you have to have not just 1, not 2, not 3, not 4. You have to have all 5 of these core values to be successful in our business. And that was the model that we used to come up with our core values, because I can tell you folks that we actually hire and fire. If I'm sitting across the table from somebody, a director of marketing, something along those lines, we'll get into some technical components. Of course, I want to hear about their background, what they've been able to accomplish at other positions and things along those lines. But I can tell you that I'm spending way more time in that interview process going through, how can I identify if this person is approachable? How can I identify if they're coachable? And on it goes. And that's where I spend most of my time when I sit across the table from somebody in an interview process, because I know if I can nail these 5 things and make sure that those 5 things are already shown up in their lives, we could teach them how to do the job they got hired for. That's the easy stuff. Hopefully they're going to bring some stuff to the table too, but that's kind of the more easy stuff. I can't necessarily teach somebody how to be coachable. I've had all kinds of people that will sit across from my table and they'll nod along, and you try to give them coaching. You say, well, you could do it this way, you could do it that way, and they're nodding along and everything, and then they don't listen to anything that they say. That's not really being coachable. And so we identify those out. But having that stated and making sure, again, that that's present in the office. We've got placards and even definitions behind what our core values are in multiple places within our offices. And I can tell you, actually, this week we had a conversation as a team, and the entire business was in the same room, and we had a conversation about a subject, and we said, okay, we need to be better at the topic that we were discussing. And we said, when we're not, how does this compare against our core values? And we relate many things back to our core values. Again, we hire on that. We fire on that. I don't know that we've fired anybody for performance in the recent past, but I can tell you that we have definitely terminated people because they didn't align with what our core values were and what it takes to be successful on our team. And then on you go, and I won't spend a lot of time on the rest of it, but you guys can kind of see it. Again, just who we are as an organization. And having that clear and present is so important and so key. So that actually, I kind of got speedy there, but that actually lends into the last point here, and that is, who do you want to keep on the team? This is an important question that as a business leader, you need to be asking yourself on a regular basis. A mentor of mine told me one time to hire slowly and fire quickly. Now, doing terminations is one of the things that I hate more than anything, but that's why I have to spend more time in the hiring phase to make sure that I don't have to spend a lot of time in the termination phase. And with that, I want to make sure that you keep in mind that nothing will derail a top performer like tolerating a cancer in your organization or tolerating a low performer. And you might be thinking, well, that low performer, at least they get me a deal once a month, and I'd rather have one deal than no deals from somebody else on the team. I challenge you on that type of thinking. That's being addicted to one sales. And I want to encourage you, I want to release you to think much bigger than that, because again, let's just say your top guy or top person can get 15 deals a month, and then your bottom guy is getting 1 or 2 deals a month. What's going to happen in that top guy or top gal's mindset is, I don't need to push myself any harder because that guy's on the team and he only has to get 1 or 2 deals. And so I want to encourage you again to release yourself from that type of thinking and to think about, who do you want to keep on your team? Because that is one of the biggest keys to making sure that you retain the top talent on your team. I hope all this makes sense. I didn't see any questions come through on the chat, but I wanted you to feel free to reach out to me. They'll give you my contact information and all of that. It's been a pleasure to be here with you for a couple of minutes. And again, just a couple thought-provoking questions is really what we wanted to accomplish here. Looking forward to meeting with many of you at the next event. Thank you so much for being a part of this program. John?
Adam Kaminski, the man himself. Guys, this guy knows what he's talking about. And by the way, all the speakers that we're going to be showcasing today, they will be listed on our website. You'll be able to contact them, get a hold of them, and be able to get some more information. And also, this entire event will still also live forever on the internet. Awesome. So so we're going to have this content. I hope you guys took notes because that was incredible.
Yeah. And by all means, happy to share any of my notes with anybody as well.
Guys, this was great. And thank you so much, Adam, for opening it up, setting the bar high for all of our speakers today that are sitting in this green room behind this wall. And they're probably like, no, they're going to be great. They're going to be great. They're awesome. We're going to have some great speakers today. And you guys are going to get to hear all kinds of different conversations just like this one. But this has been amazing. Adam, thank you so much for being here. And you guys, stay tuned. We'll be right back right after this. And Michael Gogan, the man himself, from HireBus, is going to teach us all about recruiting and how to get the best people in today's day and age. And this is the smartest recruiting I've ever seen. So this system is incredible, and this is going to attract a lot of great talent to your business. So stay tuned. We'll be right back.
Woke up today, smile on my face. May not go.
Do you want to enhance the way your business runs? JobNimbus has you covered. Manage your whole business right from your fingertips using the JobNimbus mobile app. You can see everything from your schedule, tasks, leads, and more. Stay organized and get full visibility over your workflow using boards, which gives you a bird's eye view of all your projects and where they're at in the production process. Impress your customers with our professional-looking invoices and estimates. You can build an estimate, invoice, and have it signed all on the job site. Keep your business running without having to do any work. Our automations tool allows you to set up automatic processes, such as sending customer emails or changing job status once a task is completed. Increase your efficiency by taking photos right on the job site. You can even write or draw on each photo to point out specific features, and the photos will save with the corresponding job. Boost your profitability by knowing your numbers. JobNimbus offers reporting so you're always involved in your business metrics and know where to focus. Take your business to the next level with JobNimbus. Start a free trial today.
That ain't make sense to me logically, but I feel way better when I walk in peace. Please don't bring the gossip to me. I mean, no offense, I'm finding out jealousy, only a lack of confidence. Focused on me more, focused on you less. Everybody.
Here's how I use AI to write Xactimates for me. I start off by uploading an insurance scope to the system. The system reads that insurance scope, determines what's on it, and all the details about the job. I then verify the job details. It also pulls the claim information over, and I verify that. Then I upload my measurements. Once the measurements are uploaded into the system, it's going to read that measurement report, tell me everything on it. Then I choose how I want to upload photos, or if I don't want to, then it asks me about the actual trades that are on the scope. All I got to do is tell it about the trades and what's going on with it, give it some details if it's needed. I can also choose to keep them as is, so essentially it's going to copy and paste those line items over to my new scope. Once I have everything in my cart, I select what kind of report I want. It's going to send it back to me in a matter of a few hours, completely done, exactly the way I would want it written, including an Xactimate, all the measurements, fully labeled photo report. Also is going to include code documentation as well as a weather report. Ready to go.
I'll be okay. I'll be okay. I'll be okay.
Yeah. Let's go. We just gotta go hard. I go the hardest. I bring the pain. Not what you used to. It's all part of the game. Yeah, I just gotta go
hard. Here are 5 reasons you should choose Pinnacle Sun Shingles from Atlas. Number 1, 3M Cool Roofing Technology. Reflective granules bounce back solar energy, saving homeowners 7 to 15% on cooling costs, according to the Cool Roof Rating Council. Number 2, Scotch Card Protector by 3M. Prevents the ugly black streaks caused by algae, ensuring a clean roof. Number 3, 3M Smog Reducing Granules. Helps improve air quality with the smog fighting capacity of 2 to 3 trees. Number 4, Class 3 Impact Resistant Shingle. Provides superior protection against damaging hail, which is a leading cause of unwanted roof replacement. Number 5, 6 beautiful designer colors, complementing a wide range of exterior home color palettes. Pinnacle Sun shingles are one of the most innovative shingles on the market today. For more information, visit atlasroofing.com.
Not what you used to. It's all part of the game. Yeah, I just gotta go home. I just gotta go hard. Go hard. Go hard. Go hard.
All right, we're back. American Contractor Summit continues, and we have an amazing speaker coming up. One of my best friends in this industry. I've known this guy for a really, really long time, and it's actually kind of shocking that I haven't had him at one of these events yet. So I probably should apologize for that first off. But really, this guy knows roofing, understands construction, understands the trades better than probably any vendor I've ever met in my entire career here at since I've been in this space. We've traveled all over the country together. We've hung out with a lot of contractors. We have the same connections. I've been to his office. He's been here. We go way back, but I'm really excited that Michael Gogan is here. This dude is a legend in the space, and he's going to talk all about smart hiring. And I love this topic because one of the most challenging things that contractors have is, where do we find good people? How do we get them into the system? How do we align with their cultures? Like some of the things that we just heard about. And Gogan's system is incredible, and this is going to revolutionize the way that you attract people and bring them into your business. So without further ado, Michael Gogan, thank you so much, my man.
How's it going?
It's going great.
Awesome. I think I got it. I'm ready to roll, John. So huge shout out to John, the AC team. Excited to be here. A few things for me. I'm just going to set the table. I'm a former educator. So by nature, I like to move around. I'm going to try to stay in my little box here, try to look at the cameras. I also, with that, love questions. I don't know that we'll get questions answered live. I don't know how much time I'm going to have, what that's going to look like, but ask them. We will make sure that even if I have to message you after the fact, I will get any and all questions answered. So those two things. Last thing is, I'm with HireBus. Amazing, amazing software. I get into it a little bit at the end. I will dabble in it throughout. John was kind of hyping it up, which I really appreciate, but I'm not going to, come and sell you guys HireBus in this presentation. But what we are going to talk about is the people engine. And when you talk to contractors, so often they get stuck thinking that revenue is what I have to have in my business. And I'm not going to lie to you, it's extremely important. You do have to have revenue. And you have to have revenue to be able to afford the most important thing in your business, the people. The people are the most important thing in your business. I had a little story I was going to tell before I started. I'm going to pivot that. Monday night, it's Wednesday now for those of you obviously watching on rerun. It's Wednesday morning. I got a call from a client of ours, and they just use our DIY hiring. So they use our software to plug into their current hiring process. He said, Michael, I got a problem, or I got to get your opinion on something. I said, what's that? He said, I just interviewed a guy, 57. Resume is flawless. I was like, okay, keep going. Said he needs a job soon. He's in financial trouble. I was like, oh, okay. I was like, what else did he tell you? He's like, well, he said how much he sells every year, how much he makes every year. And my gut says no. And I asked him, I said, hey, did you have them take the HireBus assessment? No, his resume was so good, I just brought him in. He skipped about 4 steps in his hiring process, jumped right into an interview, and his gut said no. And I said, if your gut says no, the answer is no. He's like, yeah, but what if I'm passing on something great? And I said, you might be. But what if you're keeping something terrible out of your culture? And, you know, what Adam just talked about, you know, building that culture that is so paramount with hiring. You've got to make sure you keep the right people in, keep the bad people out. So I'm going to jump in here. What do we know? When we think about hiring in the trades, we know some things. We know there's a labor shortage. We know that there's not a ton of skilled trades workers. There's not a ton of people in the sales world that want to come and sell in the home service space, the roofing, the contracting space. It's tough. Okay. There are 440,000 home service contractor jobs open right now today. Obviously, that might have changed a little bit, but it's a huge number. And what they anticipate is 165,000 more open jobs added to that 440 year over year through 2030. You've got an extremely, extremely competitive space. You've got to dial in your hiring. You've got to get intelligent with it. And you've got to get to a point where you're able to attract, hire, and retain the top talent out there. Oops. We'll get better at this. This slide comes in weird. I'll apologize in advance. The rest of the slides all come in normal. When surveyed, this is what comes up. This is, you know, a bunch of home service contractors were surveyed talking about hiring. 70% said we have an extremely difficult time hiring. I would say they're probably pretty honest. 25% said we're just not hiring currently. You know, maybe it's a company where they're looking to retire soon and they said we don't need to bring anyone in. Maybe it's, you know, a young company that says, hey, I've got myself to sell, I've got myself to run production, I've got a crew that I can sub out to. I don't need to hire right now. 5% said they have no issues hiring. Staggering number, in my opinion. Only 5% of companies in the home service that were, you know, surveyed with this said, I don't have any issue hiring. So it's a big problem. Let's dive into it. What is the cost when it comes to hiring? And I want to specifically have you think, what does a bad hire cost your business? I wish this was live and a bunch of people in the room and I could call on people, what's a bad hire cost? Here are the three that usually come up. Michael, it costs us money. We had to spend money on Indeed or ZipRecruiter to get those candidates in. We had to spend time interviewing them. We paid them 2 weeks of training before they left. It costs us money. It costs us that hiring time. It costs, you know, your team that's going through, sifting through resumes. It costs your team that's doing the phone screens. It costs you booking final interviews. I talked to one of our clients the other day. They did 96 interviews, hired 6 sales reps. This was before they were our client. 96 interviews, hired 6 sales reps. If your ratio is that high, you're not doing enough in the vetting process. We'll talk about that in a little bit, but you should never have a 96-to-6 hire ratio. It should be about 2 to 4 interviews per hire if you're doing your process well. But 96-to-6, and he said, Michael, I was chasing down people just to get them to show up to interviews more than I was actually doing the interview. I was like, well, that's not good. So hiring time, training time. No, am I investing in training my team? If it's a sales rep, am I, you know, getting them up to speed? Am I just sending them out? Or maybe worse, am I just sending them on a ride along? Yeah, go run 3 appointments with John. John's our best guy here. Go run 3 appointments with John, and then tomorrow we'll send you out in a truck yourself to run appointments. You know, those are the things that come up generally, but they're not the most important things. These are the most important things when you think about what does a bad hire cost me? A bad hire costs you wasted time hiring and then training the replacement, for sure. That's, you know, kind of their lost productivity. So I have a bad hire, or like I often refer to them as a warm body hire. I need appointments run. I have all these appointments here. I need them run. I don't want to tell our potential client no, so I'm going to get a warm body in to run those. what does that, when they run them and they're not a good hire and they're not a good fit and they don't fit your brand and they don't sell, what does that cost you in terms of opportunity that you missed because you put the wrong person there? Or maybe it's production manager, maybe it's something like that, and you put them in the wrong seat and you're having to go back out and you're having to redo things or fix things. Those all stack up and add up. You have the additional recruiting and training costs. So if John didn't work out, I got to go hire Steve. Now I've got the exact same set of expenses. Okay, but these bottom two are what, in my opinion, are the most important. There's a negative impact on every opportunity, house, business, whatever it is that you send a bad hire out to. What does that negative impact end up costing you? We can't really put a dollar figure to it. Okay, and we'll talk about it here in a second in more in depth, but that impact is huge. And then finally, the most important thing, I said at the very beginning, your people are your most important thing in your business. It doesn't matter how much revenue you have. If you don't have a good culture and you don't have great people that love working there and want to stay, that revenue is just always going to feel like it potentially could fall away at any point in time. Great people will give you that security. And the wrong hire will lower your team morale. The wrong hire is going to take it to where you're not able to keep your best people because you brought the wrong person in. So I created 4 personas just for this presentation. Okay, these 4 personas, and we won't go super in depth with them, but you've probably all made these hires before. I've got Stick Around Steve. He's that warm body hire that, you know, nothing wrong with the person. You bring them in and they just kind of stick around. They don't do anything wrong to get fired. They don't quit. They're just there. You've got Culture Killer Carl. He's that expert. He's kind of the guy that I was talking about in that first story, that they know everything. They come in and they know how to do everything better than you're currently doing it. They kill the culture. You've got Job Hopper Jake. You know, you're his 7th roofing company that he sold for in the last 4 years. And then you got Rep Wrecker Rob, the person that doesn't fit your brand, that doesn't represent your brand well. What do those cost you? Well, I made a quick little graph here for Stick Around Steve. Remember, Stick Around Steve, he's a great guy. He's a warm body hire. There's nothing wrong with him. You're not going to fire him. He's fine. But the problem is every appointment that he runs, he's not running it up to even average or best. So you've got those numbers in your business. If you have multiple sales reps, you've got your best rep, you've got the ability to create an average. When you're hiring, you need to bring them in and be able to have them at average or above average right away or very quickly. Stick Around Steve here. He's selling half of average and a quarter of what your best reps. I'm going to bet if you go look at your numbers right now, you've got a Stick Around Steve on staff. And I'm not saying go fire Stick Around Steve. Level Stick Around Steve up. Get him trained. Okay. Average ticket. We're not talking about crazy numbers here. These are probably, you know, a little low for some spaces, a little high for some trades. I just grabbed random numbers. But, you know, average tickets there, they're not like, I'm not throwing crazy differences in. It's just, do they have the ability to upsell at that end of the job? And then it breaks down to a weekly revenue, which you can see there's some staggering numbers in the weekly revenue. But let's throw that into monthly, annual, and then what that looks like. Stick Around Steve, just compared to average, and remember, we're only talking 1.5 sales per week at a $12,500 average ticket. Stick Around Steve's costing you almost $600,000 a year in lost sales opportunity, costing you almost $2 million in terms of the best. So costing you a ton. How about Culture Killer Carl? Culture Killer Carl is super dangerous to have come into your business because you're not going to know right away that they're killing the culture. And you might not know until they drive one of your top reps to start looking elsewhere. And then in an exit interview, you say, well, what happened? You're our best rep. Man, Carl here. I couldn't deal with it. Culture Killer Carl is going to be the first one to kind of rally a subculture, which subcultures are obviously super dangerous in your business. Adam talked about culture. Not going to go too deep there. And and they just create poor relationships internally, oftentimes from sales to production, or maybe culture killer came in on the production side of things and drives for poor relationships with your sales reps. So you've got to be aware of that. Not having a good process is going to get you a culture killer, Carl. I think this one's probably about as common in roofing as anything. Job hopper Jake. You know, when you look at their resume and you see that they've done all these jobs, you got to stop and ask yourself, I wonder why. They're going to have all the excuses in the book. Last guy didn't pay me commission. Person before that didn't have any leads. Person before that. They're going to have all the reasons why, but they've still jumped job to job to job. Like we talked about, that costs you when you have to replace them. It's going to cost you all that ad spend, all that time, all that interview time, all that training time. It also can lead some of your reps that are solid, maybe that average set of reps, to think, well, if Jake's leaving, maybe the grass is greener over there. Maybe I should leave too. You know, so it's a different field than the culture killer, Carl, but it can lead your reps to start questioning, am I at the place that I should be at? And it makes creating cohesion in your culture really tough, because if they're not sticking around, it's hard for them to get in and, you know, get a part of the team. And the last one is Rep Wrecker Rob. And I just threw 5 images up here. Nextdoor, Facebook, Better Business, Google, you know, different things. But the bad hires, whether that be sales who are very customer centric, or even production managers, people that are dealing with your clients, running appointments, going out to try to close sales. Well, the bad hires, they may miss more frequently than your good sales reps. Okay, and that's costing you money right there. But if they're not representing your brand and you just didn't send them through a good process, didn't put them through the onboarding like Adam was talking about, the training, you send them out and they run 5 appointments in a day. They run 3 appointments in a day, 10 in a week, whatever it is. And at every one of those appointments, they're not representing your brand the way you would want it to be represented. It's killing your reputation, all because you didn't have a smart hiring process. So all that to be said, smart hiring is kind of important. And that's really the only reason for those slides were to hopefully draw your attention to that there's more to bad hires than just the lost time in terms of interviewing, the lost, you know, money in terms of wages. There's far more to it than just that. The reputation, the culture, the kind of the things you maybe don't think about, especially in the moment. We've all been there. I've got so many leads coming in. I don't have enough people to run those leads. I may have to tell people no, or not until next week, or we're 2 weeks out, or we're 3 weeks out. And that, as a business owner, that's a really hard thing to tell someone. It's really hard to swallow that. Like, man, that's revenue I could be having coming in today, potentially. And that's why you do have to have a process for smart hiring. But I also want to make sure, here I am talking about hiring, I want to make sure that I hit this, and I'm going to say this again. No hire is better than a bad hire. Not hiring anyone is better than a bad hire. You've got to stay away from the warm body hires. You've got to stay away from those question marks. I don't think this one's going to work out, but it'll at least get us by for 2 weeks, because getting you by for 2 weeks is costing you way more than you might think. So let's dive in. 6 steps to smart hiring. Step 1 is define the role and the ideal candidate persona. So I'm going to use ICP quite a bit. Ideal customer persona is what a lot of you would know that as. Ideal candidate persona. And right here is where I'm going to start with, you need to treat your hiring the same way you do sales. We all care a ton about sales. And I'm not saying you don't care about hiring, but we all care a ton about sales. We invest a ton of time. We invest a ton of energy. We invest in training. We invest in software and tools to make our sales process better. We care a ton. We have to have that same mindset when it comes to hiring. I am selling somebody on why they need to come and work for our company over someone else. And the people you want to hire are the ones that you're going to have to do a little bit of selling on. So keep that in mind, but define the role and the ICP. Write a detailed job description. I'm just going to say out loud my email address. It's just michael@hirebus.com. If you shoot me an email, I can send you a whole bunch of different canned job descriptions that we have tried and we have tested and we've used AI to get analytics on. I'm happy to send that to you, michael@hirebus.com. Just shoot me an email, say job descriptions, please. I'll have somebody on my team get those sent over. But you need to have a detailed job description. If you don't have one, shoot me that email. We can help you get one. You can, go use AI to, help you write some. But you really need to get a detailed job description. You need to then define the ideal candidate. So I have my detailed job description. What does the ideal candidate look like? Who is that ideal candidate? How do I get one like my top performer? What does that look like? Again, I won't talk too much HireBus throughout this, but at HireBus, we allow you to use our right seat assessment tool, and I'll talk more about that in some of these other steps, but you can actually create a benchmark in HireBus that is your ideal candidate. Now I know what they look like. I know the traits of my best sales rep, and I want to go and find other candidates that mirror that. But you need to define what is my ideal candidate. Once I do, now I'm in a good spot. I know what the role is. I know what my ideal candidate is. Set my non-negotiables now. You have to set it now, or you're going to battle with yourself in a final interview if you say, man, I really didn't want to hire someone that fill in the blank. But if you don't have it set, and before you even start the interview or hiring process, it's going to be really hard when you get that candidate to final interview and you love everything about them except for that one thing. But that one thing, that one red flag or that one non-negotiable at final interview, sometimes you just, we can look past it, versus setting that up front and saying, hey, we can't look past this. These are the non-negotiables. And then finally, benchmark compensation and career pathing. And we can also help you with this as well. We can kind of give you some data. We can kind of show you how to lay out the career pathing. But that's super important, because when you're trying to bring someone in, maybe it's sales, maybe it's labor, maybe it's a production role, show them how much can they make today, show them clearly how that works, but then show them what career progression looks like. What does the next level look like here at our company? And if you don't know that answer, like if you don't have, junior sales reps, senior sales reps, go and create that. Well, we bring everyone in at a junior sales rep. This is how that works. At this point, or at this milestone, you will then transition into a senior sales rep. What does that look like? That's what this looks like. Show them that they have something to look forward to. That will help some of those job hopper jakes stick around. Why does this matter? I think the biggest thing, and I'm going to say warm body hire probably another 5 times, but the biggest thing is a clear role definition, a clear ICP is going to help you avoid the warm body hires. If I know exactly what I need in this hire, I'm not going to hire a warm body because they don't fit exactly what I need. There was a study I found that 38% of bad hires were just hires made out of necessity. If any of you have heard me speak before, you may know I used to own a donut company in Lincoln, Nebraska. I'm guilty of it. So this isn't something that's just in home services. This isn't something where I'm saying like, hey, I haven't made these mistakes. I made so many warm body hires. There was one time I vividly remember I didn't have anyone to flip the donuts. They're going to be going from 9 p.m. through the night. I wanted to be home with my family. I made a warm body hire. I knew it was a warm body hire. It wasn't good for my business. It wasn't good for the culture. I knew they weren't going to stick around, but I didn't have smart hiring. I didn't know the role definition. I didn't have my ICP. I wasn't proactive, made a bad hire. 38% of the bad hires you make are warm body. They're just made out of necessity. And clarity in your job description is going to make your ad more effective. If you're just saying, hey, I'm hiring sales, that's a lot. Having that clarity in there, making sure that you don't get to final interview if you're a commission only role and have them find out, hey, this is a commission only role. Making sure there's clarity throughout. The tech tip, leverage technology to help you define the role, build the job description, create the ICP page. HireBus, we create all of our clients an ideal candidate persona page. Helps them get people off of job boards, helps get people off of Facebook, wherever you're running your marketing to try to hire. We create you that page that is branded for your company, but it gets people there. They fill out what the non-negotiable questions would be. Can you do these things? Can you pass background check? Can you pass a drug screening? Do you have a valid driver's license? Whatever your non-negotiables are, they go through that before they even enter any part of your hiring process. Number 2, proactive sourcing. When you think about hiring, if you say, hey, I need to hire, and I need to hire soon, you're probably too late. You want to be proactively hiring. We encourage our clients to be hiring in some capacity year-round. If it's a role that you have frequent turnover, which unfortunately in the trades there's lots of turnover. If it's a role where you're continually growing and adding more, you need to be proactively hiring year-round. You need to leverage multiple channels. You need to be building stuff on Facebook so that you can talk about your brand. I've got some content that we did with a few partners talking about your hiring brand versus your sales brand. Everybody's on Facebook talking about come get a roof inspection, come get an internal painting quote, come get your first yard free, whatever. We're marketing to sell. You need to also be thinking about sourcing. Being aware of that employer brand. Do you have an employer brand? The people you want to hire are going to see your ad. They're going to come to your site. And if there's nothing on your site about, what it's like working there, if they don't see anything on Facebook about, what you're doing in the community and all the fun stuff you do with your team, probably a good chance they're going to look elsewhere. Adam, who just spoke with Indy Roof, they do an amazing job of this. I'm not even from Indiana, and I see stuff that they're doing with their team. Aaron Christie, the owner there, I know he was looking for a chef one time. They were doing an offsite, and just little things like that. But that goes a long way when people are trying to decide, is that where I want to go and work? We call it a talent bench. But you need to be thinking, how do I build a bench of talent so that when I have a job hopper Jake, or I have a culture killer Carl that I've got to get rid of, how do I get them replaced? Well, I've got a bench of talent. You need to be building that. It's okay to say, hey, unfortunately, we filled this position. We do hire for this position frequently as we are a growing company. Is it okay if I put you on our list and give you a call back the next time we have this job open? We really enjoyed your interview. Build that bench of talent so that you can call on those people. And then finally, speed to candidate. Speed to lead, speed to lead, speed to lead. You hear it all the time. You guys preach it. I'm guessing most of you talk about that. Man, we need to be hitting our potential clients, almost instantly. When they fill out a form for a quote, we need to be getting in their inbox, shooting them a text, shooting them a call almost instantly. You have to hire in that same way. You're wanting the best of the best. And if you don't have a process that is going to take care of them, they're going to go find somebody that does. Just like in sales. You say, hey, we need to get in front of the lead really fast because we don't want someone else to get in front of that lead. They're probably not just applying with your business. They're probably going out and applying to multiple businesses. You need to be the one that's first in their inbox, first on the phone, first in their text. And then all these other things we're going to talk about, but you got to be speed to candidate. Why does this matter? The candidates you want to hire, and I kind of alluded to this, the candidates you want to hire, everyone wants to hire. They're going to have plenty of opportunities. So when you think about this and hey, the people I want representing my brand, the people that have the most talent, they can go work almost anywhere. And so you need to make sure that you're proactively sourcing. Make sure that anytime you run in and cross somebody, maybe you're going through Chick-fil-A, maybe you're at a sporting event, and you talk to somebody and you're like, man, what do you do? Oh, I'm this or I'm that. talk to them if you ever, and don't hard sell them, but if you're ever interested in a career change, would love to, send you through our process. Get creative with it, those kind of things. Proactive sourcing keeps you from warm bodies or fingers crossed hires. Again, like I said, 40% or 38% of bad hires are because you felt pressure to run appointments. I don't have somebody in my office to run these appointments right now. I just need a warm body or a fingers crossed hire. You've got to get warm body or finger crossed hires out of the equation. Proactive sourcing will do that. I threw this together. We take all of our HireBus clients through this, but you have reactive hiring and you have this hiring engine. Reactive hiring oftentimes gets you to one, and that's the warm body or the fingers crossed hire. And you say, well, I had 3 interviews today. Only one of you showed up. I guess you got the job. Versus, this hiring engine where you have that ideal candidate persona and blueprint, and your ads are on point, and you're getting a ton of, resumes in. You build out that top talent, talent bench, so that when the time comes for a sales rep or a production manager or whatever it is, you've got multiple people sitting there that you can reach out to. So just an illustration of that. The tech tip: use technology to always have hiring funnels running. I'll talk about how HireBus can help you with that towards the end. But even if you're not using HireBus, you need to just always be hiring or posting for jobs that have frequent turnover or that you usually have high demand for. Start with your sales rep ads year round. Start building that bench of talent. Teachers, they don't work in the summer. If you're a roofing contractor, I would be reaching out to local schools, showing them a 4-month program where they can come in and they can sell for 4 months for you. Maybe some stay for the long term and get out of the profession, but maybe it's just that quick, time fill for, hey, our busy season happens to coincide with your downtime. Let me bring you in. You can sell after school in May, and you can sell after school in August, and you can hit the ground running full time in June and July and help us run appointments. Get creative with that, but always be sourcing, and make sure you have automations in place, speed to lead. Make sure that when they come and they fill out your form on your website, make sure you're hitting them with an email response. Make sure you hit them with a text message. It doesn't have to be anything more than an automation, but that way they know, hey, they got this. I have a chance here with this particular company. That's what your hiring pipeline should look like. That's just a screen grab out of one of our accounts at HireBus, but that's what it should look like. Number 3, rigorous screening. You have to put them through a very rigorous process, especially before you get to final interview. That's what I was talking about on my call Monday when they called. He didn't do any rigorous screening. He looked at the resume. He got wound by a piece of paper, brought them in for an interview. He knew he messed up, and he just wanted me to tell him that. But rigorous screening. Resume and application screening, you've got to go through it, and you've got to go through it in depth. Is there anything that doesn't make sense? Is there anything that would be a red flag right away? If there is, they're just out. They're just out. And I know that in the immediate, hey, I need somebody today, it's really hard to just say they're out. I got their resume in. It's hard for me to push them off. That's why you've got to be hiring year round, because they just have to be out. Red flag. They've had 7 jobs in the last 5 years. I don't need to be number 8. Those kind of things. Phone screening, making sure that you're nailing the phone screening, making sure that you're on top of that before you bring them in for final interviews. Skills or knowledge assessments. Maybe you have them send you a video for sales. Maybe you do some of those things. Having a way to test, are they able to do this? Background checks and screenings, obviously that's up to you, state, those kind of things. And then culture fit and value screenings. Those are all things you can build into that ideal candidate persona, build into that careers page. Why this matters. Prevents you from investing in unsuitable candidates. If you do this rigorous screening, okay, it's going to prevent you from investing in candidates that just aren't going to be a good fit for your business. Proper screening reduces the load on your team. You bring in somebody to run production or to do production and they're not a good fit, everyone else is going to feel that on your current team. You bring in a bad sales rep that doesn't tee up production well, everyone's going to feel that. You bring in a bad repair tech and they don't do a good job. Well, now you're back out and your sales rep feels it because they're going to get the call because they sold the job. And then you're going to have to send someone else out. So you just all feel that. And then finally, in the home service space, trust is a must. You have to have trust with your clients. You have to be able to show a level of competence with your clients, especially if you want repeat business, if you want referral business. And if you don't have the right people through that rigorous screening, that's not going to show through in your business. Remember, having to book out several weeks to run an appointment is still better than having the wrong person run the appointment. Told you I would say that probably multiple times, but just let that sink in. Having to book out several weeks is still far better than having the wrong person run the appointment now. 10 times out of 10, it's going to be better. It might not seem better in the short term, but in the big picture, that is going to be the win. The tech tip when it comes to rigorous screening, assessment tools to score candidates. I talked about the right seat assessment that we have at HireBus. You have someone take the assessment, takes about 10 minutes, spits out a score. It scores them on inside sales, outside sales, production manager, office manager, CEO, COO, spits out roles that you have in your business. It doesn't have to be the HireBus assessment if you use DISC or some of those others. What I would encourage is that you just make sure you understand what those scores mean. What's great about the HireBus one is we spit it out right there in front of you for you. Inside, outside sales, they can go and run appointments. They can do all of the sales. Production manager, they're going to have the traits that you're looking for in a production manager. If you're a large enough company, we can build out custom benchmarks specifically to your business. And then leverage AI to analyze resumes. Generally, when I talk to one of our clients and they're on the DIY, so they just plug that assessment into their process, I always say, do you like and have a good process for screening your resumes? Do you have the ability to get through resumes? And oftentimes the answer is no. You can leverage AI to analyze those. HireBus will do that for you as well. This isn't actually John Dye, just had to put a number up there. John is going to take the assessment, but this is what it spits out. So this is for outside sales. You can see where they fit. Couple things, if you, at the end, you're going to be able to sign up and take the assessment as a business owner. Entrepreneurs score really, really poorly on a lot of these because they have traits down the middle here where they have to flex in and flex out of dominant traits and not dominant traits. But if I'm hiring an outside sales rep, they don't need to be flexing in and out. They need to be in that range all the time. And that's what it's going to spit out for you. Number 4, structured interviews. This is as important for you as the interviewer as it is for the interviewee and getting them to say yes. But you have to have a structured interview process. You can't go off the rails. Again, like I said, there's oftentimes you probably get to the interview part and you say, man, everything's great about this person except. And if that's one of your non-negotiables, A, they shouldn't have been in the interview. But maybe you find that out in the final interview. Still has to be a no. Consistent framework. Have that structured. Like I said, I was a former teacher. Parts of the education system I love, parts that I don't love. One thing the education system does really well is they do interviews very well, and they're very structured and consistent. You need to do the same thing in yours. You need to make sure you're pressing on the same, types of questions, those kind of things, so that you're getting a good feel for all the candidates. Involve the right people. If it's a sales role, obviously you need to have your sales manager there, but maybe you need to have your production manager there. Sales and production They go hand in hand, So be thinking about that. Evaluate for culture fit and soft skills. You just got to get good at that. It's something you just got to be practicing, but you got to be thinking about it. Will this person represent our brand the way that I want it to be represented? As a business owner, that's paramount. Don't rush or skip steps. Come back to my buddy that called me Monday night, and I appreciate that he called me. If you're one of our clients, you can call me at any time. I'll talk through those things, but he rushed and skipped steps. He knew the answer, but he wanted to be potentially talked into saying yes, but he had rushed and skipped steps, and then finally used realistic job previews. Some roles it's not a big deal, but I've worked with a lot of concrete coating companies. Make sure they go out and see what the job's like. If they've never done it before and you're fine hiring that, which let me tell you, there's no issue at all hiring people that are outside of the industry. In fact, I would highly encourage that frequently. But make sure they go see a job site. Make sure they get on some of the machines. Maybe they get on a roof. Are you afraid of heights? No, I love roller coasters. Yeah, go climb that 30-foot ladder for the first time, okay? I didn't think I was afraid of heights until I climbed my first 30-foot ladder. I was with Paul Reed down in Arizona, and it was pretty easy going up and getting on the roof. And then when I had to swing my leg around, that wasn't the most comfortable thing I'd ever done. So I don't know that roofing sales is for me. But make sure you use those realistic job previews. Why does this matter? Again, all of this, I can have the 6 steps, and I can get you a copy of this. But the why this matters is really the most important thing. The structure helps surface bad traits so that you can kind of bubble those things up to the top and get rid of people throughout the process. I need to make sure that I have the right people in the right seat. And then it helps you avoid the traps of being wowed by the resume. It helps you avoid that, I don't know for sure, but I want to give this person a chance. Hey, your business is too valuable to be in I want to give this person a chance. I don't think I should hire them, but let me give them a chance. Now, if everything they do throughout is great, they don't have experience, that's where you give a chance. It's the guy that's been with 7 roofing companies and, you buy all of their stories and you're like, yeah, let me give you the chance. Now, go find that green bean that's never done sales, that's maybe 24, hits all of the other boxes except for roofing experience. That's where you want to give your chances, So you got to be thinking about that instead of getting wowed by resumes. Tech tip, obviously, as easy as you can make this on the candidate, the better. Leverage technology to be scheduling your interviews for you. Make sure that, you have follow-up, those kind of things. Use technology for AI interview questions. HireBus has that built in. We're going to give you 10 AI interview questions on every job. Make sure you're using technology to do those things. Thoughtful selection. Let's see where I'm at for time here. I think I got to speed a little bit. Thoughtful selection. Gather team input. Check key requirements. Avoid hiring out of pure urgency. Don't make the warm body hires. Make sure you have competitive job offers and document the process. Why this matters, it ensures you don't make decisions out of urgency and drives confidence in top performing pros. I'll get to that in a second. Onboarding and training. I'm not going to go too deep into this because that is what Adam had. But make sure you have a great onboarding plan. Make sure you have great training in place. Why that matters, you can leverage tech. What's at stake? Well, your business is at stake here. You didn't invest in smart hiring, you're in a bad spot. The big 3, so if you have 3 takeaways from this presentation, stop rolling the dice on hires. Okay, get a process built to where you don't have to roll the dice. Have a clear plan throughout the entire process and be consistent and leverage technology. So HireBus, we have 3 tiers. DIY is our core. We fractionally recruit, that is software, and we have guaranteed hires, which is also software. Core, guaranteed hire, fractional recruiter. If you want to check out HireBus, we're launching full throttle. which is just amazing. HireBus.com/free trial. So go to HireBus.com/free trial. You can get signed up. We're gonna, give you 14 days free. You can do $499 for the first 4 months. Or if you want to do a demo, you can go right there, scan that QR code. That went fast.
Guys, this is Michael Gogan in HireBus. When you first came to me and said, "Hey, dude, I'm going to work for HireBus," and we're told me a little bit about the concept. I think we were both going through transitions at the time.
Yep.
And so we were talking about it, and I was blown away. I was like, we need to sign up for this right away, first off. And second off, like, this is revolutionary. And this is I think where a lot of people are just not understanding where technology is going. But I'm just going to tell the audience speaking while we're on this subject, and we'll be talking a lot more about AI as we move on. But the industry's shifting, and especially the technology side of things. There's so many changes that are occurring behind the scenes right now that are going to change the way the entire landscape of tech looks, which is going to affect the industry in so many ways. And we've had a lot of conversations about this over the last few months on American Contractor Show, because I think it's really important that, first off, I think it's awesome because a tool like this eliminates so much time. And that's the whole goal, is like, the more time that we can give back to you to actually work on your business, produce quality things, and become contractors is what this is all about. That's what technology is able to do. It's able to allow us to actually become tradespeople again and like build cool things and be creative and increase the quality and reduce the time that it takes to get to a project and speed up cash flow and do all these things that are really important for the health of a business, but just for an entire industry in general. The opportunities that are going to come over the next few years for the next generation are going to be amazing, because they're going to have all these tools to help them run really efficient, really well-run businesses, where all you got to focus on is people, culture, building cool stuff, and making customers happy. And that's incredible. And I love tools like this. And that's why we're really excited to showcase some of these with you guys, because this is how you build a business to last, is you leverage technology like this, and it's able to completely change in the way your business operates and build sustainable businesses. So thank you so much,
Absolutely.
Michael, for being here.
Yeah,
and
thank you.
Thank you guys for being a part of this today. And hey, we're going to take a quick break. In a couple minutes, we get to talk to Kaili Smith from JobNimbus, which JobNimbus obviously powered this event. We're big technology. We're forward thinkers, and I always stand firmly behind JobNimbus. In fact, I'm wearing my JobNimbus hat today. And I wear this hat a lot, so it's kind of wore out, but I have a lot of affinity for companies like JobNimbus, specifically JobNimbus, and for what they're doing in the space. And I'm really excited that you guys get to hear from Kaili Smith, because she's one of the leaders at JobNimbus, and they're doing incredible things, and they're leveraging tools like this onto their platform to make it better for you guys. So stay tuned. We'll be right back right after this.
Woke up today, smile on my face. May not go my way, still got my face, so I'll be okay. I'll be okay.
Before JobNimbus, we were a contractor that used paper files for everything.
We were trying to work in Excel. We had things handwritten on scraps of paper, napkins, text messages. It was all over the place.
You would not believe this, but my desk used to be piled in papers left and right.
Now that we have JobNimbus implemented into the company, it's day and night difference in our processes.
So now our guys are able to sign contracts right there with the customer on their phone, automatically uploads into JobNimbus.
And I can take pictures in the field if I need to. I can keep track of all my contact information. I can successfully and succinctly move somebody through the whole process without being lost and without being confused.
I feel like it gives us the tools to grow. Like before it was like we want to grow, but we don't even have a process to teach anybody. So now we actually have a path with it.
I would be completely lost if we hadn't found JobNimbus.
My problems look like giants, I'ma slay them all. Every single beef, I had to let it be. Spend a lot of time wasting energy. That ain't made sense to me logically. But I feel way better when I walk in peace. Please to bring the gossip to me. I mean, no offense, I'm finding out jealousy, only a lack of confidence. Focused on me more, focused on you less. Everybody.
Here's how I use AI to write Xactimates for me. I start off by uploading an insurance scope to the system. The system reads that insurance scope, determines what's on it, and all the details about the job. I then verify the job details. It also pulls the claim information over, and I verify that. Then I upload my measurements. Once the measurements are uploaded into the system, it's going to read that measurement report, tell me everything on it. Then I choose how I want to upload photos, or if I don't want to, then it asks me about the actual trades that are on the scope. All I got to do is tell it about the trades and what's going on with it, give it some details if it's needed. I can also choose to keep them as is, so essentially it's going to copy and paste those line items over to my new scope. Once I have everything in my cart, I select what kind of report I want. It's going to send it back to me in a matter of a few hours, completely done, exactly the way I would want it written, including an Xactimate, all the measurements, fully labeled photo report. Also is going to include code documentation as well as a weather report. Ready to go.
I'll be okay. I'll be okay. I'll be okay.
Yeah. Let's go. We just gotta go hard. I go the hardest. I bring the pain. Not what you used to. It's all part of the game. Yeah, I just gotta go hard. I just gotta go hard. Go hard. Go hard. Yeah. Oh yeah, the beat's back. Adrenaline pumping through my veins, can't relax. Original, I am not the same as the...
Hi everyone, I'm Sherry Holmes, contractor, TV host, and the daughter of TV personality Mike Holmes. Over the years, I've worked alongside my dad and my brother Michael on lots of job sites. Many of these projects included roofing jobs with Atlas shingles. If you're watching this video, you're probably eager to learn more about why Atlas shingles are a great fit for your upcoming roof replacement. An Atlas roofing system provides superior protection and beautiful curb appeal thanks to Scotchgard Protector by 3M, which prevents ugly black streaks caused by algae. Having a solid roof over your head is important, and there's no better way to protect your family than with Atlas shingles. Let me show you why over 1.5 million homeowners have chosen Atlas for lasting protection.
All black dress code, pay me my respect, collecting every debt.
Oh, the hardest. I bring the pain. Not what you used to. It's all part of the game. Yeah, I just gotta go hard. I just gotta go hard. Go hard. Go hard. Go hard.
And we're back. American Contractor Summit, built to last. This has been an incredible day so far. We're helping you guys build your businesses the smart way and giving you guys all of the tools you need to hopefully build a more sustainable, long-lasting business. And first off, happy Office Administrator Days to anyone that's out there that is an office administrator. You guys don't understand, like, we appreciate you so much and all the contributions that you make to make these businesses move forward. And there's so many big things you guys are crucial to this space and really the backbone of these businesses. So thank you so much for everything that you do. And I hope you guys are being treated well today. It's kind of a big deal. So, but thank you guys. And this next speaker I'm about to bring up to this incredible broadcast studio here is Kaili Smith, and she's with JobNimbus. And if you guys know anything about JobNimbus, we talk about it a lot. We've had Ben on the show. We just did an amazing webinar with JobNimbus last week. I've been to their headquarters a lot. I think I have a desk there now. Just saying. But I love hanging out with those folks. They're amazing people, and it really truly has become my favorite CRM in the space. And one of the biggest reasons is because it works so well with so many different tools and so many different technologies, and it can be custom built for your business. And so with that being said, I'm really excited that Kaili Smith is here because she is one of the real visionaries at that company that is bringing things to the table and helping people understand things. And she's going to speak a lot about AI today and how to automate your business in better ways. And so without further ado, Miss Kaili Smith. Thank you for being here.
Thanks, John. I'm excited to come geek out about AI. Obviously, I'll talk about JobNimbus a little bit, but honestly, the main focus is about all the different opportunities you guys have to use AI in your office. And we've talked about XBuild, which is fantastic. I know we're going to talk about more, especially on the estimating side. Where I'm really wanting to go is just kind of ways, and especially because it's Office Administrator Day, I want to make sure that we're hitting on the pain points that you guys are dealing with and ways that AI can solve some problems for you. It's really cool and it's really fun because you kind of have these two camps right now, the people who really love AI and are using it a ton and testing out all these things. They're like, I want to use it, I'm not sure how to use it. And I'm hopefully going to give you a lot of different tools. Most of them are free that I'm referring. Like if you see like in the corner of my presentation, I kept a watermark on purpose. So you can see what tool I use to make my presentation with AI, and it's Gamma, and we'll get to that list later. But I'm really hoping this is super useful. And we're gonna top hitting the pain points. But the whole point of this presentation is this is how we're gonna help you save time and streamline operations, specifically with AI. I'm gonna give you a few different options of tools that are gonna be really easy. And I'm keeping this specific to office managers, but keep an open mind. There should be something for everyone in here. So I'm really excited to show you guys and just dive into it. But I want to know if any of these pain points sound familiar. And I know you're like, get to the tools, cool. But the way to use AI effectively is to really understand the problem that you're trying to solve first. And so I want to know if any of this sounds familiar. I'm expected to do everything with unrealistic deadlines and very little support. I handle critical tasks, but I'm not paid or recognized accordingly. I was thrown into the role without enough training or clear expectations. I spend more time fixing chaos than doing my actual job. And I'm stuck between poor communication or a toxic work culture, which is really hard. And sometimes it's not even the toxicity, it's just about a lot of disorganization, lack of progress, and clear expectations, right? Once we all know what the expectations are for what we're trying to do, it makes life a lot easier, for sure. The one that hit me more specifically was I was thrown into a role with like no training or expectations. I think we've all had a job like that. And as a boss, I've been guilty of designing jobs like that. And as we've scaled specifically at JobNimbus, because we're growing so incredibly fast, especially with our round of funding that we had a few months ago, one of the key things that we've had to work on is being very, very intentional on how we're scaling and who we're hiring and what their scorecards are. So it's been nice to get a template set up and run it through AI for all our new jobs and tie it into here's our goals, here's what we're doing, how is the role attached to this? So in marketing, for example, we're attached to revenue, we're attached to leads, and each role is being designated for different stuff. So when you start with a problem, like kind of listed here, some of these problems you're dealing with, and get a template for what you're trying to solve, especially when you're trying to determine what's the process, AI can help you design that, but then design the template. So now any future stuff come down the pipeline. And I love what Mike talked about with HireBus and getting the right people in the right seat. When you have your like template and they have the right seat assessment, which is fantastic, when that template's there, being able to scale that with each role. We had like a job posting for a social media person that I was writing up. And because I had all these templates set up already, it was really easy to plop it in and say, here's the job description, here's the outcome we're hoping for the role, let's fill this out. So I'll walk through a little bit of that, but it's really cool to see. And when you're looking at this and you're overwhelmed by all the different stuff that you've had to deal with, keep these in mind because that's how we're going to help you find the right tool to try out first. Okay, but yeah, daily grind, especially with an office manager, is their communication overload, their scheduling chaos, you're missing a lot of opportunities. I know like one of the biggest problems that we've seen, we'll talk about this a little more later when talking to contractors, is a homeowner will call because they saw the listing on Google or a website or a referral. And if no one answers, they'll just call the next company, right? And that's really frustrating because that's money on the table. If someone's there, pick up the phone, they have that. And sometimes they call after hours. So it's really frustrating when you have someone who's trying to take care of customers and also prospects, right? There's only so many hands and so many people you can talk to. And then there's a huge burnout risk. And I think we've all felt that where we've just been working super hard on our businesses and we're exhausted. It's like we're working a ton and we're not making any progress. And that's super frustrating and hard to deal with on a constant basis. So the nice part about this though, is These are all solvable. These are all things that we can do. And the thing I love the most about AI is it helps me get a second and take a deep breath and have something else kind of write up the initial problem and tackle how to solve it. One of the biggest issues I've seen is that sometimes we get really overwhelmed about the elephant. And you know the saying, you got to eat the elephant one bite at a time. Sometimes you're not sure even where to start. So being able to dump everything that you need in one place, like ChatGPT, and say, where on earth do I even start, is a great place to go. So we're going to get into tools and some of my stuff, and this is where I'm going to geek out the most and go really in depth on some things. But these are some of the questions that I have for you as we're going into this, because I don't want you to just write down everything on the list and say, I'm going to try all of them. I want you to really focus on the pain point that you're having the most problems with right now. So I do show you the list of all the different tools and options. You know where to focus first. So what's one task that you do that always makes you think there has to be a better way? What could go smoother if I didn't have to do it manually? And we'll get a little bit into automations and kind of automations you should be looking at. How do I even decide where to start? If I had 2 more hours in the day, what would I use it for? What would happen if I took a week off? That one really stressed me out when I became a manager of, I think I was at my 5 employee mark and I was panicking about taking any time off. So that was a lot. What task do I have a physical response to? When I say that, like you have that mental block of, I really don't want to deal with this right now. We all have a few of those. I'm like, oh my gosh. Like honestly, booking flights, I hate it so much because you're dealing with all the back and forth and if something gets canceled. But there's other stuff too. Like I have to pull this report or whatever it is. And the last one, do you actually have a process? And if you have a process, is it documented? It's crazy to me at companies at so many scales and so many spaces. They're doing really well and very successfully where there's still not a process in place or documented. It's usually in someone's head. But the problem is if that person goes or something, or they have to take time off, that process no longer exists. So that causes a lot of issues. So think about the one that kind of resonates most with you. And if it's a different one, no problem. We're going to dive into a lot of different tools and resources here. And I'm excited to, and if you have specific questions, if like something's not addressed in the next list, please call it out. I would love to be able to dive into a lot of different things. So what's the point of AI? Because I literally just met with someone that was a little overwhelmed by the concept. We sat down, walked him through, and he's super excited about it now, which is fantastic. That's what we want to see. But the point of AI is to improved results. There's an average of 40% reduction in administrative time. Just the day-to-day tasks that you have to do to keep the ship moving, the AI actually helps take care of a huge chunk of that. Better communication, so faster response times to customers and coworkers. A big part of that is sometimes we get in our heads about how to say something, especially if you're dealing with employee issues and you want to make sure you're saying it the right way and want to make sure you have everything documented really well. It can be overwhelming to know how to address it. AI can help you write the emails and give you a good, in your voice, how to do this and just get out of your head and get some stuff done and respond to customers, respond to reviews. And we'll go through some hacks to make it feel real and not like a bot, because I think that's one of the other problems. You go, please respond to this review with no other context. It is going to sound like a bot responded. But if you go, respond to this review, but here's our brand voice, and I want it to feel like a person, and please show some empathy and make sure that they know that we've called them and give them the number. It'll do all of that for you. We gotta get specific. But yeah, there's this AI virtual assistant component. We can't replace office managers. There's a whole thing about talking to a human for sure. But having an assistant or AI system set up for the office manager is going to make their life so much easier. Be able to give them the opportunity to go succeed and crush another problem that's happening in the business. But the person who's connected to all the pieces of your business should be the one with the most free time to be able to tackle the specific issues that they're seeing crop up every day. And then honestly, it's backup. It's helping. We talked a little bit earlier about kind of that training and being dumped into a role without fully understanding what to do yet. And it is really, really critical to feel like you have something to refer to. We did this with our peak performance report because I wanted to test it out. And I'll get into this a little bit later. But we've had 3 years of a peak performance report where we survey the industry and go into the best practices and highest reviews and high revenue and what the stats are for every piece of your business, from prospecting and marketing all the way to like team and culture, cash flow, future outlook. And I was curious if there was a way that we could use it, that we could scale it. And one of the overwhelming things, because this year's it's 158 pages, like our own employees weren't even reading all the pages in it. We were, because we made it, obviously, but it's overwhelming. You don't even know where to start. So we actually put all 3 peak performance reports in a peak performance custom GPT. And now our team can go in and ask specific questions about the roofing space, only fed with that. And it'll pop up with the data from the last 3 years, pull out any trends, pull out what's interesting. And it's really cool to watch. So it kind of digests all the information that you give it and makes it way more consumable. And it's nice to be able to even like put in a bunch of documents or articles and like best practices for how to do this role. And it will generate that for you and put it together in a way that's easy for you to consume, because it's easy to get overwhelmed. We'll go a little bit into that. But the other part of the backup is, and what it has helped a lot, because I have a goal in our marketing team where every single role needs to be tied to revenue. As we, people get really worried, especially in marketing and sales, when the talk of recession happens at all, even if it's a little rumor, because who's the first people cut? Let's be real. This is true across all the spaces. So I'm really passionate about making sure whatever role we come out with in marketing or sales can be directly tied to revenue and be able to have like a historical record, because it's a lot harder to let someone go when you see the revenue attached to your business than it is if there's nothing there, right? And AI is a big piece of that. So being able to like understand your worth and what you do in the business, being able to go into a source that's plugged into the whole internet or sources that you like are incredibly helpful about tying to whatever job posting you have or role you have, especially one that kind of consumes everything, like an office manager. It can help you tie specific results either to revenue or retention, whatever it is you want. AI can actually walk you through and help you do that and pull best practices from multiple spaces to help you get a really good idea of what you're doing and what you're accomplishing. Because that's hard when expectations aren't set and the key results aren't set. It can be really overwhelming. You're not sure what the impact actually is. That can help tie you to that. And as you're talking to your boss, as you're looking at different opportunities, it'll help you spell it out in a way that makes you feel a lot more confident about moving forward with your own career and what you want to tackle in the business. And honestly, as part of the backup too, sometimes it's really overwhelming just to tackle a different problem, and you need someone to bounce back and forth with without being worried about this person's going to think I'm an idiot, or is this actually a real problem, or am I overcomplicating it? Having something like an AI bot to work through that problem can be really helpful just mentally. And it just gives you more confidence in what you're trying to do, because it can give you some backups before you take it any further. So we're going to go over some of the top AI tools, because I went through. So before I did this whole presentation, John and I talked about we wanted more office manager specific. So I went to ChatGPT and did deep research mode. If you haven't used it, it's freaking awesome. And I said, what are some of the biggest concerns that office managers and roofing companies have with their job and with their environment? And asked, like, what will happen in deep research mode is I'll ask a couple specific questions. So like, are you focused globally or US industry? Are you wanting to scrape public forums, or you want to go off industry papers? So I had it scrape like job sites and reviews and all that stuff. And these are the things that came up with. And it feels really applicable, not just to office managers, but really anyone who's having to deal with the day-to-day stuff of being in a business. So we're going to tackle that. So email drafting and rewriting. I try to give a couple options for each category. Obviously, I love ChatGPT. I use it a lot, but there are a lot of really cool tools out there. And with the open APIs coming out and Zapier, you can really do some really fun stuff. And so for email drafting and rewriting, because we're emailing constantly or in Slack or whatever, especially when you're talking to customers and partners and all that different stuff, this is a big one. ChatGPT is always really helpful. But again, please give it more parameters than write me this email, send. That's not going to work very well. You have to be very specific. And one thing that's helped us on the JobNimbus side, because obviously a lot of us are using AI just to kind of save some time and try to be more eloquent than we tend to be sometimes. You have to be very specific about what you're trying to accomplish. And think of it like you're hiring a contractor and be like, please make this for me. You have to be as specific as that. Like if someone just threw something over you at the fence and said, do this roof, you would need so many more details to even get started. I mean, sure, you could do it, but it's not necessarily what they'd be asking for. So have that mentality as well. Like, hey, I am sending an email to a customer that gave us a 3-star review. I want to make it a 5-star review. Or, hey, this customer, I need them to do this or move their car. Help me write this in a really good way. Obviously, once you have templates, it makes it easier. This kind of takes the headache out of it because you can ask for best practices. There's so many resources online that it's really nice for it to pull all the data together and make it cohesive for you to use. And do the tone that you want to do. Please, please, please read it before you send it. As much as I love AI, you need that human element to make sure it works, and give it feedback a couple times. We've practiced this over and over again on our team. Just here's our brand voice. Here's what we want to say. Okay, this worked, but this word doesn't work. And the more you use it, especially with some of the memory updates, it will get smarter each time, and you'll have to do less and less edits. We'll show you something that we worked on our team, but we made like a JobNimbus brand bot for content creation because we have so many people who are reaching out to customers, and we wanted to give them a tool because one of the biggest requests for our marketing team was, please write the email for me. So we made this content assistant, and one of our sales reps, one of our new SDRs, was really excited about it. She wanted to rewrite a whole sequence, and we had a rule. Yes, use the bot, but you have to just check it with us, quality check it with us real quick. And we didn't need to do any edits. And she felt super confident, empowered. It saved her so much time. And that's what the mentality we want, right? We want to make sure we're giving the tools to our people, no matter what role they are, to be incredibly successful and proactive. And AI helps you do that. I went on a rant, sorry, but the context for all of that. And Maestro Labs is also a good one. It was called Flow.io originally, but they got acquired. And a lot of these tools do multiple things. I'm just highlighting where kind of their bread and butter is. But yeah, your ChatGPT and Maestro Labs, document summarization. So if you're just trying to have a big document and you're wanting to truly understand what you're dealing with on that, or wanting to summarize it, anything like that, and please don't just put legal documents in here and take it as law, but it'll at least make it less overwhelming. You can really put a document in and just like, please summarize this or highlight these pieces for me. Chat PDF is designed to do that. You could do it in Chat GPT and a bunch of others, but Chat PDF is specifically designed to do that, and that's to summarize and analyze documents. And then Claude.ai. Claude's really interesting, and I'm curious to see what ends up happening with that one in particular. They showcased this demo months ago where you can give Claude AI permission to access your computer essentially, and it will walk through an entire product for you. So you can sit back, it will take control of your mouse and your computer and click through all this stuff and walk through everything it's doing. It was crazy. So I'm like, okay, that's cool to me, because if all I had to do was give permission for product setup on my desktop and it went through and built the settings and all that, that's really cool and convenient. But yeah, it's also kind of intense in that way. But that's kind of fun. But Claude's really good at document summarization. But as you go check these out, there's some new features that a bunch of them are testing, which I'm really interested to see how they change. AI has changed so much in the last 6 months. It can change even more. But that was one thing about Claude I thought was super interesting. Calendar management, because none of us have had a problem with our calendars before. Reclaim.ai was really good and super highly rated. And I went and checked, and they have a Zapier connection with lots of CRMs. They do have one with JobNimbus. But the whole concept of Reclaim is that it'll hook up to your Google Calendar or JobNimbus calendar, and it hooks up to a lot of CRMs. So go check it out. You can actually do this. And whatever you do in the Reclaim site, it'll pull everyone's calendar in, it'll organize everything, give you an approval to see if it works. And you can basically create a task for Reclaim to put in the calendars and vice versa. So it'll feed off each other and organize it, and we'll call it out if there's something that's missing or needs to be adjusted, and can automatically move stuff for you in the allotted time frame. I've gone and checked it out a few times. It's really cool. We basically give it baselines of when you're available or not by default and can go change it, and it will alter stuff for you to make sure you can actually hit all the appointments and schedulings that you need. And it's hooked up to the calendar systems you're already using, which I thought was really, really cool. Motion's similar. I haven't got to play with that one as much, but had good reviews. So if you're having a problem with calendar management, there's already a couple tools for you to go check out. I mean, it will make your life a lot easier, which is awesome. The last thing I called out was like this image to text. So when you have when you have to scan a document or PDF, or you're taking a screenshot, whatever, or you're taking a photo. This was a use case I thought was really interesting, and I'm curious to kind of test it a little more. But you can scan your document or scan a photo, and you can get insights and input on that one. But one of the use cases I saw was a welder, where he would weld something, take a picture, put it into ChatGPT and go, what happened with this weld? What was off with it? And it gave it feedback of what was off with it, pulling in other pictures and resources from other welders online. And same with cookies and same with plants. I was like, that's fascinating to me. So the ability to and I like Glean because it did something similar, but more dialed in approach of, okay, what could I be doing better here, was really cool. And especially we're in such a physical space, like we're building, like there's contracting, right? You're dealing with people's homes and all that stuff. As someone's learning and trying to like figure out what they could do about a situation, the fact that there's a tool you could take a photo and put it in and get all the feedback from online, helpful or unhelpful. I've seen your comments on our ads if something's off with the roofing and the tools. It's really incredible. Like if someone's overwhelmed and stuck, even if the answers aren't necessarily spot on, but to get your brain moving into problem solving and figure out what the options are is incredible. Like to have that option in real time, it's super exciting. But here are the other, so ChatGPT was the one a lot of people were using on a basic level. Glean was also another one, which I thought was really neat. Okay, so we talked a lot about AI, and one of the things I'm seeing AI do a lot more is automations. But I want to kind of get a baseline, because one of the things we get the most when we do like our JobNimbus Solution Summit and our crew customer event is we get a lot of asks about our workflows and our automation specifically. Like, what are the best ones to use? What are the ones we should absolutely have no matter what? And I wanted to bring this up because once you have the automations you want to do, especially with how fast AI is going and the stuff that even we're working on the JobNimbus side are happening, it's good to know. It's good to know what I should be looking at. What are the options? So some of the top ones that we get the most of and requests is tasks. So, and look, whatever CRM you have or system you have, there should be a basic automation component. This is absolutely something to check out. We have task creation, email notifications, status updates, and workflow progression. And I gave some more specific examples that, but I won't read it all to you. But time-based automations, automated text messaging, these like things and day-to-day stuff that you normally have to do very manually, you can automate. And especially as AI gets better and progresses more, it should be able to automate this for you. That's where we're hoping to go, where you can say, this is what I need, and here are the ways to automate it. I wanted to spotlight this because this is something that we're in beta right now. We haven't broadcasted this in marketing at all. But one of the other things that we got was what I mentioned earlier, and that's answering phone calls, and that's making sure we don't miss any phone calls from our customers or our prospects to our offices. So what's in beta right now for us is our JobNimbus AI answering service, and it answers every call, it gathers information, it will schedule the follow-up if you want it to. We'll go into that, and it improves a lot of results. So the people in our beta, they have like a 2x increase in lead contact rates, and the business growth has accelerated a lot. It's really nice. It's cool to have a beta where you're seeing actual revenue come out really quickly from using a service, and making sure you answer the phone is a big deal. I just want to highlight a couple things. We'll make it super quick, but you come in, it's really easy setup. You can get started now. You can choose if you book an appointment or you just want to take a message. Most of the people just want to do message taking, which makes total sense and makes it easy to follow up later. What information do you want to collect from the caller? This is where we get into the process and what you're actually wanting to accomplish with something you give AI. You can give AI the basic information that you need, and it can generate a lot. And the more detailed and nuanced you get, the better. But this is just kind of a basic idea of, these are the kind of questions you should be asking yourself too. What information am I actually wanting from someone who calls? And then is there any information you'd like the agent to know? So, and I like the clarification. So any information about your business not already covered on your website. This is something you should keep in mind, this kind of cultural context. We're working on this on the JobNimbus side because we have so much documentation stuff about our features, but we want to make sure we're giving the underlying context of, this is our brand voice, this is our tone, this is how we want people to feel when they get off the phone with us. Like, think of the more nuanced emotional pulls and explain that to the AI, and whatever tool you're using, you'll get a lot farther with what you're asking for. You can enable transfers, web messenger instructions to give the scholar after they schedule. And then you can actually connect it directly to the JobNimbus calendar and contacts in JobNimbus. So you don't lose any of the phone calls, which is a really, really big deal. And even if you have the message taking, they're in your system, which is really nice. Okay. We went through a lot. Thank you for bearing with me on that one. But the whole point of getting started is make sure you identify your pain points, analyze your current workflow challenges, where you're starting and stopping, where are the manual processes that you have that you could automate, or hope you can automate and want to find out if you can. Choose very targeted solutions. I do this same tip when I talk to people who are wanting to get into marketing. Pick one channel to start with. Pick one thing to dive into. Don't pick 5 to 10. It's very overwhelming. If you've been using AI in a few different ways for a while, sure, that's when you can bump it up to 3 or 4. But pick one thing to start and dive into deeply and understand it and see where it works. Then introduce 1 or 2 more. And then implement gradually. Begin with a trial period. Everything I listed had a free trial period, and a lot of them were also free or had a very robust free version. So you start with a trial period and just track and measure results. And you can adjust and optimize in real time very quickly. Give yourself some time to test it out in a few different ways. You'd be surprised what clicks and what works. Okay, and if you're still overwhelmed by all this, I just want to show you my favorite thing that I've ever done with AI personally. And just to be clear, I've messed with a lot of stuff on content creation mainly, but I wanted to highlight custom chat GPT bots. And this is why I love them. I'm going to use my sister as an example because this is Kelsey. This is my sister. She's awesome. But one of the things that she's overwhelmed by is just life in general, right? She has 4 kids. They just moved to Japan. He was stationed as a Marine deck officer in the Army. So, you know, there's a lot of stuff going on. And she was just really overwhelmed by what to prioritize and need to go bounce back and forth to things that she could do, especially when her husband was on a ship. And so I made her the Kelsey personal assistant. And I put in, this is what she needs. These are the main priorities that she has in these categories of her life. This is how she prefers to be talked to. Like, make sure you give at most 5 steps that you can do. So give very detailed information on how to help her tackle her everyday problems. And it's been really fun. And she was very skeptical. She was not a fan of the AI concept. It was really creepy. But she's been using it a lot, and it's been a big, big help. And we've done that in a couple other ways. I mentioned the JobNimbus Content Assistant. This is something that we're building and teaching. And we found some gaps in what we didn't know about our brand to make sure that we could cover everyone's base, because the whole point was give people the tools to go be successful and not get them stuck because they have to wait on someone else to make something for them. And it's been incredibly helpful. It's really heartwarming to go and send it out and see 300 chats coming in to help make sure that they're doing stuff and can move faster, which is really, really cool. And it's nice because it's only built by our marketing team and me, so I know it's all in brand voice, which is a huge, huge weight. It's not people going and twisting it, and not even because they're doing something bad, just they want to figure it out and get it out quick. Now they can do it with some good parameters. And then the fun that the other one that I did for my team when I was gone for a week, I made the Kaili bot just to mess with them. And unfortunately they used it and they keep using it. I can see they're using it, but I don't know what they're chatting. And so I just get random Slack messages. But it's really fun and really cool. And that's a cool, engaging way to and it's really easy to do. But something specific for a use case you really want to just build and work through yourself, it's super, super easy. You do My GPTs, create a new GPT, and you literally just type in what you need and upload any files. So if there are templates you need your team to use, or if you want, please do not say this in any content, or make sure to share this story, or whatever it is, you can actually design it just to pull from the information you give it. And that way you can kind of set some parameters for yourself and for your team as you're trying to scale content specifically, and also just help problem solve. We put in our stuff what we're about and what our core messaging is and our hero's journey and wanting to be a mentor and a thought leader in the space. So everything we do is pivoted on that. So it's really fun. It's really exciting. I love this stuff. I'm excited to see it change even more. You literally can email me anytime. Here's my email, Kaili@JobNimbus. Especially if you want to try out the beta, definitely reach out to me. We could try to get you on early and before we go to launch. And also go ahead and add me on LinkedIn or Facebook. I try to share AI stuff a lot. And as we're growing and learning in the space, it's just so cool to see how this develops. Thank you so much, guys. I think John's coming up.
No, this is incredible. And Gogan and I were talking about this a little bit when he was wrapping up too, about just the future of AI in business and what that really means for contractors specifically. And I think there's a lot of nuance and a lot of questions around that. And I think you're bringing a lot of value to that. So back to like JobNimbus for a second, though. You guys are utilizing a lot of AI in the future too.
Yeah.
I know we talked about this a little bit at the crew event last week, but do you want to share some of that stuff?
Yeah. So the end all goal for us, as we're looking for it, is to make your life as easy as possible. Like, and that's kind of the biggest hurdle that I've seen even internally. Like, I don't know if I want to use AI. The whole point is to get rid of your monotonous tasks, right?
Right.
The whole point is to take care of the headache that it goes with setting something up. Like, look at the most boring pieces of your job. Let's automate those.
Right.
And so what JobNimbus is trying to do as we're looking forward, and like the AI answering service and other things we're trying to develop, we want to get to the point where we can fully automate your business. And AI makes that possible.
Right.
Before it would take, I don't even know if it would be possible now.
No, it wouldn't have been like that.
Yeah.
I mean, just because every business is so different. And that's one of the things I love about JobNimbus in general, is that it's not like a cut and dry business in a box. It's how do we use this tool to operate our business specifically? Not everybody's business can't be the same, because everyone has their own operations, everyone has their own things.
Oh yeah.
And so by utilizing this AI, like, you guys can literally further customize.
Yeah.
And you guys already have. I mean, I used JobNimbus last summer quite a bit. My favorite tool was the automations.
100%.
Automations to me was everything. The fact that I can sell a deal, put it into the system, that homeowner is now getting text automations no matter, as the job moves through stages. You basically build out all these automations that give them text if they haven't done certain things, or if they are doing certain things, or you want to inform them on something, and I don't have to touch it.
Yeah.
Which automatically increased my capacity drastically, rather than me having to sit there and send all these separate text messages. It was just automatic.
Yeah,
I was responding to the responses as they came in, which is a lot easier to do than necessarily having to send out that, remember, I got to send this text, I got to do this, I got to do this, and set all these reminders, all this other stuff. It was already done for me based on where they were within the stages. AI is going to take that a step further and make it to where it's like, okay, how quickly will it be before AI decides it wants to text back instead of me having to respond? Because half the time, if you email me, I'm just going to go into ChatGPT and be like, hey, respond to this email for me, right? And it's going to draft this perfect response that would have taken me 5 to 8 minutes to do. Now it's done. I can move on to the next task. It is probably better written than the way I would have written it anyways.
Yeah.
So it's amazing to see how fast it's moving. And you talked about Kaili bot. Like, I have trained my ChatGPT to like talk like me.
Yeah.
So it knows, it's kind of scary how much ChatGPT knows about me, but it knows a lot. And it's able to just basically speak in my voice better than sometimes I would do myself. And I'm like, that's literally what I would have said. And it knows what words to put inappropriately within that message in that context, where I probably would have done the exact same thing.
No, it's nuts. And like, the more you like train it, and it's really funny. I don't know if you've tried this prompt. If you guys have been using it, I'll ask this. Like, what kind of person do you think I am based on our conversations?
That's scary.
It's enlightening. Like, you should absolutely try it out. I was like, I'm flattered and feel creeped out because I feel kind of seen and called out on a couple things. You need to try it.
I'm scared to even try that prompt, honestly, because it sounds like it would just terrify me so bad to understand what ChatGPT thinks about me. But it's just, there's so much that goes into it. And, we're kind of, with what we're doing with XBuild and some of the things which I'm not even doing a session on XBuild today, but I know. But I didn't want to make this an XBuild promo day. But understanding AI at the level that we're getting to, and like trying to peek behind the curtain a little bit into AI, there's just it's all about managing agents.
Yeah.
So, which is a whole different skill set than most people understand.
Yeah.
When I look at we got a presentation last week when I was in San Francisco with our founders, and we were going through it, and our CTO was there, and he showed me kind of the brain behind the AI that actually runs that system. And just to write an estimate, the amount of agents involved, it's like 20 some agents that are doing different tasks within that, and it's QC in itself,
Yeah.
which is absurd. because it's like it's catching its own mistakes and fixing them in real time.
Yeah.
And like the sky's the limit. And with construction specifically, we're focused on estimation and moving into other verticals and building more products for more contractors and trying to make everyone's life easier. But ultimately, my favorite thing about it is humans can be so subjective. And there's sometimes where a human subjective mind is really, really important. There's other times where it's subjective to the point where it's kind of, which I think everyone should have some level of greed within their life, especially if you're in business.
Yeah.
But it becomes manipulative from a human standpoint. And it's like going to add certain things to estimates and do different things that maybe are kind of not truly there. And I think what AI is really doing is it's taking things down to a source of truth that is, this is actual, this is facts.
Yeah.
Based on these facts, based on this input, this is what's occurring. This is what has to be done. And it's pretty amazing when you start to think about it. It's also kind of scary, but it really is going to change so many pieces of construction, and really create this situation where contractors can now be better contractors.
100%.
And that's the beautiful thing about it is you're able to like the guy that we rent from here at the studio in this office area. When we first started talking about when I'd gone to work for XBuild, he said, he's like, Johnny goes, humans weren't meant to sit behind a desk for 8 hours a day. No. You really think about that. That's a pretty, within the last 70, 80 years, that's become the norm.
Yeah.
And now it's becoming like, well, what does that mean for humanity in general? And AI is going to change things to where humans can do human stuff again.
Well, you've seen Wall-E. It could go either way.
It could go either way. I'd rather be friends with the AI, I guess, at this point, right? But I mean, it's just kind of cool to think about, what that really means for just general humanity and everything else. And we're getting into a tangent because I could talk about AI
but and the comforting part about it is this is across the board. Like this is a huge equalizer. It's not just, ironically, like roofing and contracting is actually buffered more than a lot of other industries because it's like it's really surreal as a marketing person. Go, I could probably, if I gave it enough time and effort, potentially replace myself with AI in some ways.
I think the biggest nuance with construction, and this is back to what we're seeing, is most of the knowledge is here.
Yeah.
And it's not written out. It's not, it's very subjective, and it's all based on what you know about building things, which is very difficult for AI to extract that knowledge. Whereas other industries that are more standardized, it's a lot easier to get to that knowledge and teach an AI how to do certain things. But construction is a little different. It's a little more challenging. The runway there's a little bit longer. So if you're worried about it, you have a little bit of time still. But it's still something you should keep on your radar.
Yeah, the people who are going to utilize AI in their business are the ones who are going to put the ones that don't out of business.
Yeah.
And it's going to happen. Like we're seeing that across everything.
And the speed is absurd. We were writing estimates in our early models. It was taking full AI an hour. Then we cut that down to like 40 minutes. Ran one the other day. It did it in 20. We tested a new model just recently, did it in 12. So in the course of 4 months, we've cut the time down to like 12 minutes essentially, which is from an hour. That's a massive amount of time, and it's going to keep getting faster. We want to get to as close to instant as possible.
Yeah.
But that's just the amount of computing power is insane, which by the way, I thought was kind of funny. I read an article, OpenAI's CEO, Sam Altman. He said the amount that is costing them millions of dollars for AI to respond to please and thank you. Yeah, because humans are just too polite.
Well, I saw a comment on that one actually. He's like, sorry, you're gonna have to suck it up because I'm always gonna say please and thank you to my future overlords. Like, gosh dang, this is gonna be so unhinged.
Yeah, the amount of computing power it takes for them to respond to the thank yous is absurd. But this is a whole new world, and we can get so deep into this, I'm sure, and we probably should have an entire AI tech summit coming up here soon, maybe in June. I don't know what I'm saying. There's words coming out of my mouth that are interesting, but
it's fine.
well, it's being worked on. But anyways, thank you guys for being a part of this session. This has been great. Kaili, thank you so much for being out here. Thank you, JobNimbus. Tell everyone over there that appreciate the support behind this 100%. Event. And you guys, this is possible because of JobNimbus, because they believe in you guys and they want to bring you guys the best possible content that helps your business become better and build a business that's built to last. So I'm excited. In a few minutes, we're going to take a break real quick, and then we're going to reset here, and we've got someone really, really special. The amount of knowledge that the person that's coming to this stage is going to bring is absurd. He is well known. He's a legend in the space. One of my great friends. He lives close by, and so I see him every now and again. He'll pop into the office, and we try to grab lunch as often as we can, because every time I'm around this person, I just learn so much. And so I'm excited to introduce him here in a couple minutes, but stay tuned because you do not want to miss the next session. So we'll be right back.
Woke up today, smile on my face. May not go my way, still got my face, so I'll be okay. I'll be okay.
Before JobNimbus, we were a contractor that used paper files for everything.
We were trying to work in Excel. We had things handwritten on scraps of paper, napkins, text messages. It was all over the place.
You would not believe this, but my desk used to be piled in papers left and right.
Now that we have JobNimbus implemented into the company, it's day and night difference in our processes.
So now our guys are able to sign contracts right there with the customer on their phone, automatically uploads into JobNimbus.
And I can take pictures in the field if I need to. I can keep track of all my contact information. I can successfully and succinctly move somebody through the whole process without being lost and without being confused.
I feel like it gives us the tools to grow. Like before it was like we want to grow, but we don't even have a process to teach anybody. So now we actually have a path with it.
I would be completely lost if we hadn't found JobNimbus.
Problems look like giants, I'ma slay them all. Every single beef, I had to let it be. Spend a lot of time wasting energy. That ain't make sense to me logically. But I feel way better when I walk in peace. Please don't bring the gossip to me. I mean, no offense, I'm finding out jealousy. Only a lack of confidence. Focused on me more, focused on you less. Everybody.
Here's how I use AI to write Xactimates for me. I start off by uploading an insurance scope to the system. The system reads that insurance scope, determines what's on it, and all the details about the job. I then verify the job details. It also pulls the claim information over, and I verify that. Then I upload my measurements. Once the measurements are uploaded into the system, it's going to read that measurement report, tell me everything on it. Then I choose how I want to upload photos, or if I don't want to, then it asks me about the actual trades that are on the scope. All I got to do is tell it about the trades and what's going on with it, give it some details if it's needed. I can also choose to keep them as is, so essentially it's going to copy and paste those line items over to my new scope. Once I have everything in my cart, I select what kind of report I want. It's going to send it back to me in a matter of a few hours, completely done, exactly the way I would want it written, including an Xactimate, all the measurements, fully labeled photo report. Also is going to include code documentation as well as a weather report. Ready to go.
I'll be okay. I'll be okay. I'll be okay.
Yeah. Let's go. We just gotta go hard. I go the hardest. I bring the pain. Not what you used to. It's all part of the game. Yeah, I just gotta go hard. I just gotta go hard. Go hard. Go hard. Yeah. Oh yeah, the beast back. Adrenaline pumping through my veins, can't relax. Original, I am not the same as the...
Hi everyone, I'm Sherry Holmes, contractor, TV host, and the daughter of TV personality Mike Holmes. Over the years, I've worked alongside my dad and my brother Michael on lots of job sites. Many of these projects included roofing jobs with Atlas shingles. If you're watching this video, you're probably eager to learn more about why Atlas shingles are a great fit for your upcoming roof replacement. An Atlas roofing system provides superior protection and beautiful curb appeal thanks to Scotchgard Protector by 3M, which prevents ugly black streaks caused by algae. Having a solid roof over your head is important, and there's no better way to protect your family than with Atlas shingles. Let me show you why over 1.5 million homeowners have chosen Atlas for lasting protection.
Facts, all black dress code. Pay me my respect, collecting every debt. Oh, the hardest. I bring the pain. Not what you used to. It's all part of the game. Yeah, I just gotta go hard. I just gotta go hard. Go hard. Go hard. Go hard.
And we're back. American Contractor Summit, built to last. Today has been amazing, and it's going to just get better. The day keeps getting better, and every presentation has been amazing. It's all about teaching you guys how to build businesses that are built to last. And if you walk away here with 2 or 3 things that can help your business become better, then we've done our job today, and I hope that that's the case. We've had some great speakers so far. You guys heard from Adam Kaminski earlier. Michael Gogan was here. We've had Kaili Smith so far with us, and we're going to have more speakers. But by the way, if you missed any of those sessions, that's okay. These are being recorded, obviously. They're going to be on the YouTube channel, on the Facebook pages. Pretty much anywhere where our content lives, you'll be able to catch these sessions again. So hopefully you've been taking notes, but if not, it's okay. We can go back and watch them. Maybe you'll get it to AI and let AI take notes for you. I heard that's a thing. So anyways, I am excited about this next speaker, though. This is one of my best friends in this industry and someone that I truly look up to and have a lot of admiration for. Mr. Butch Lockhart. He came, I don't know when we met Butch, but it's been a while. And he's been an amazing, amazing influence on my life, but in so many ways, personally, professionally. But I really admire where he comes from in this space. I'll let him introduce himself a little bit, but I'll tell you real high-level cliff notes here. Butch is the man when it comes to flat roofs. He basically helped invent flat roof systems as we know them today. A lot of things that you guys use today. If you're a GAF contractor, you probably have heard of the Master Elite program. Butch was a major part of developing that. And he understands what you guys are really trying to do and where you're trying to go. And he's going to speak today on production and how to really build an amazing production team, a production system within your business. But you're going to want to catch this one because this is going to be amazing. So I'm going to stop taking up time here and introduce my good friend, Butch Lockhart. Thank you so much, Butch. It's so great to have you here. And take your liberty, man. This is your stage, so I appreciate it. Yeah. Yes, sir. Well, I appreciate it, John. I admire what you
we're all about is trying to learn.
Hopefully that's working. Oh, you're good. You're good. You're good.
It's all about learning, because sometimes you've heard the phrase, well, we don't know what we don't know. Well, that's true. But once we know, what do we do with it? Because we can learn lots of information today. You can learn from your job sites. But if we don't take that knowledge and build on it, then it's as if we didn't know it. So I appreciate the opportunity. Education is a big part of what I have been a part of, particularly the last few years as we've built schools here in Indianapolis. We teach a steep slope roofing school where we'll have sales people that were in the automobile industry or another industry. Over 1,400 people have come through that school in the last 2 years. So we continue to look forward to bringing other speakers in. I've met some amazing people today at this show that I hope to be bringing into Indianapolis as we continue to grow the knowledge base within the industry. So I love the title of this, Built to Last. I remember in my 20s, I thought I was built to last. The older I get, I still want to be built to last longer, and that's our goal, is to continually improve in every way. So, you know, when John asked me to speak on production management for roofing contractors, my first question was, I'm not a contractor now. So I got to thinking about it, and I was a contractor, obviously, when I started in 1978. for some of you that might remember that year. And I didn't know what I didn't know at the time. And we developed a low slope single ply system that ended up eventually morphing into the introduction of Firestone building products, now Elevate. So I had an amazing run as I transitioned from the contracting industry later into the manufacturing side. Spent 14 amazing years at Firestone, spent a couple of years, as John mentioned, at GAF, but then the last 25 years as an independent rep for Malarkey Roofing Products, a few other complementary products and systems. It's really been, for me, a great opportunity to give back, to educate others that are coming into the industry. So if you look back at the fact that I am today not a roofing contractor, but I will reflect back to where I was. And we had 3 really valuable tools when I started. One we still have today, which is a notepad. The other valuable tool we had was a box camera. Probably can't find those anymore. That's when we go to job sites and take photos. And then we need to communicate with the owner or our team back at the office. We looked for the nearest phone booth. So we have those phones now, but we carry them in our pockets and they do lots of other things. So if we look at all the tools that contractors have now, it is incredible, the resources available. I continue to learn them as much as an hour ago and spending some time with Kaili. I figured that I could have probably saved about 12 hours of my life preparing for what I'm going to show you, had I taken some time to slow down and learn what I didn't know. So now that I do, though, it's going to make me more valuable to my customer segment. So if you look at some things I want to share today, production management is really project management. I know that may be an overused term, but most all contractors have someone that manages the project. We have a sales team, we have an operations team, we got bean counters, and all of those have to kind of work together. So today, just know that I don't have a magic wand that you're going to go, oh, that is brilliant. But what you are going to hear is not the brilliant, oh, wow, but some common sense concepts and ideas of some things that I've observed from countless contractors and probably 40 years of working with both residential and commercial contractors. And they all operate at a variety levels of efficiency. And we'll talk about effectiveness here in a little bit. So we're going to talk about challenges to stay on schedule and on budget, some tips and resources available, habits. And what are our habits today? What were they in the past? And what can we do to improve those habits as we go forward? And then some quotations that I ran across that I wanted to share with you. And then finally, we're going to go back to school and talk about a report card. So the most important topic of all is this one. And whether you have salespeople on residential or commercial, certainly operations people, everybody is going to get on a ladder at some point. Maybe it's up to the roof edge if it's a steep walker, but you don't want to be the hero. So look at safety being first in everything that you do, because guess what? You don't want to be the guy that has those famous last words where they're stacking ladders, or you've got rescuing the cat from the tree and doing something stupid. So we all find that sometimes in our industry that guys get a little overboard with kind of how they approach safety. And I know people go, oh yeah, we know about safety, but invariably it's usually the person that has the most experience that is the most susceptible to have a problem or an issue. You can have, as this slide says, the best production management, customer satisfaction, and profitability, but it doesn't matter if your employees and your teammates don't go back to work the next day and they get badly hurt, injured, or worse yet, a catastrophe and a loss of life. I ran across this article yesterday, April 22nd, from the National Roofing Contractor Association. It was a report that highlighted what has happened just recently as we look at a study that was done to where 3 out of 4 companies had injuries in the last year. Half of those could have been prevented. Almost 60% had to do with falls, slips, or trips. And it usually has to do with the lack of proper equipment. OSHA has continued to take a hard stance, because if you look at the penalty increases for 2025, a single incident can cost your company $16,550. When you get into repeated violations, as much as $165,000. And I also read about a company in Pennsylvania yesterday that had a series of violations, and it was a $465,000 fine. 3 guys roofing in Pennsylvania. So just know that forget the monetary value. It's more about safety and taking care of our teammates. You've heard from other speakers. If you look at the topics on culture and leadership, my friend Adam, and good customer of mine this morning, spoke on that. You heard from Mike on hiring practices. Kaili was teaching me in the green room a little bit ago about how to use AI more effectively. Thanks to her, you're going to hear from some other specialists coming up this afternoon. So why does project management matter? You're going to talk about a lot of things, and you'll see a lot of things today. I'm going to share some things, but why does it really matter? Well, the reality is it has to do with your team, the teamwork, the cooperation, the chemistry that you have within your company, your chemistry with your customers. And because guess what? We're all in business to feed our families and to grow our business. And it's all about eventually profitability. So what have we learned in the past? And when we learned, what do we do with that knowledge? Because if we don't change our behavior and our habits based on where we've been, it's as if we never had those experiences. I ran across some of these things as I had listened to contractors, and this even reflecting back in my 6 years as a roofing contractor, conversations that I remember having way back then in the 70s and 80s that I'm still hearing today. Things like, well, sales did not give operations the right information. That's why we were short of materials, or that's why we had the wrong materials. The distributor screwed it up. You know, he should have known we needed this particular flashing. The owner had unfair expectations, and we're just so busy, we're spread too thin, we don't have enough resources to get the job. I can't help what the weather's doing, and so why didn't you explain to me better? So we get into this blame game, and my crew just won't listen to me. And then the one that really gripes me is, well, other companies that I work for didn't have this expectation. So if I look at all of those things that are on this board that I just read to you, that is a management problem. It's not an employee problem, it's a leadership issue. So what are we doing to build systems that can help our team better succeed? Nobody wants to join your company and say, I want to do a bad job. What they do join your company for is to see, how can we grow and how can we help you grow? And we have to provide the right tools to do that. So many of you are in the commercial low slope space or the steep slope only, and many of you are in both. So whether you're involved in low or steep, or if you own your own crews and equipment as employees, and that knowledge base is particularly strategic when you get into the larger commercial jobs, or you have subcontractor crews in both types of those industries, it is really, really important to look at what you can do to learn from what good, solid project management can do for you. Because guess what? We know what poor project management does. It's very, very expensive. And down at the bottom, you've heard this before. You get what you inspect, not what you expect. Those that have children, I have grandchildren now. I can just expect them. I can expect the right things, but unless I'm checking to be sure that we're on track, and then get involved in the teaching moment, then guess what? Problems can happen, and guess what? In the business world, bad decisions make for expensive lessons. So we all know what happens when there is a problem. We see it as a problem. It's not a good day. You go home with a headache. But what steps are we going to take the next day to improve upon that? There's an expression that the Japanese use called Kaizen. Some of you may be familiar with it. It was actually born out of the 80s in a Toyota plant, and it was about 10 specific steps. Feel free to Google it. Those are 10 steps that are strategic regardless of what business that you're in. And you can boil it all down, and it's all about continuous improvement. We need to do that as individuals and as people to be better members of our family and of society. We certainly need to do that as we look to conduct ourselves and our business the right way. So what is your process for improvement? Because guess what? I took an example here on this chart that shows a lot of things happen in a steep slope shingle transaction. And, there's a lot of check marks here with what happens kind of from A to Z, but the reality is 80% of all of these things that happen have to do with project management, the operational, the production side of the business. So what system do you have in place to make sure that your operations run at the best level to satisfy your customer and do so in a profitable way for you as you build your company the right way? A lot of resources in this industry that we didn't have many years ago. Each year, I'm learning today about some things with some new friends, about some tools, whether it's financing or certainly AI and some other hiring practices and cultural things that I know that you got some ideas from earlier from my friend Adam. So if you look at this list of things that Acculinks as one company that offers, some of you use them, I know, others may not, but it's a great resource, and there's a list of things here, but I wanted to highlight a couple of things. This shared calendar idea is a fabulous tool. I was in a meeting yesterday morning, 22 people in the company, and they were talking about a particular initiative they needed to implement, and they wanted to be sure that all of their teammates were on track with that. So they actually trained a couple of the new folks on how to use the shared calendar. So now everybody knows what everybody is doing, where their appointments are, whether it's a sales or an operational issue. So to me, that one just jumped out that is extremely valuable. Paperless, yeah, I showed you a notepad. I still use it. Trying to get more and more away from it because sometimes I can't find the notepad. I might not remember, but if I put it in my phone or I have another CRM system, when I put my notes in there, pull it up any time of the day or night, I've got it. So you guys know about that. I'm a big checklist guy because when I ran roofing crews many years ago, I'd come up there, I'd come up the ladder, I'd have my notepad, and what did I do? I was going around and looking for all of the problems and all the things that needed to be done. So sometimes that paper is okay, but guess what? Better yet, if you get up there with a tablet and you already have a checklist of things you're looking for, now you can take a snapshot of that to explain that to others back in the office. So obviously now we're talking about a whole different translation of a language, whether it is Hispanic or whether it could be other languages depending on where you are in the country. So manufacturers now have gotten better and better about providing those kinds of resources and installation instructions, hot weather tips, cold weather tips. So Acculinks would be one resource. Pitch gauge is something I have on my phone when I'm going up to find a particular slope of a roof. And I did not realize until I was doing some research that they provide some additional tools I wasn't aware of. Thorough project assessment planning, skilled team selection, duh. Mr. Obvious, right? A lot of these things you're going to see, oh, of course that's important. but how are you evaluating your team? How skilled are they? And then what can you do to raise them all up to a higher level? We all know and want detailed budgeting and cost management. Some of you have developed good systems for that. Others could use some help in that. I talk to contractors regularly who are looking for additional resources of how they can raise their level of professionalism and their knowledge to be sure they're building their company to last. Realistic scheduling. How many times had the owner have a higher expectation and somebody has overpromised and ended up being a situation where you underdeliver? So that all has to do with internal communication and realistic scheduling. There's a resource to help that. We all know about quality control and inspections. Ultimately, it's about customer satisfaction. JobNimbus. You heard from Kaili today. In addition to her expertise, the company that she represents has a lot of resources, and I pulled this off their website, just a CRM. So you got all your contacts information. I know that many of you have a variety of options there, but it's about tracking leads and proposals, tracking job progress. So if you look at all of these things, they're all built to give you tools that can take your company to the next level. This morning, an hour before I got here, I stopped by a distributor. I didn't get Greg's permission, but a good friend of mine and a loyal Malarkey contractor is Greg Odell. And so I was outside the distributor on my way here. He goes, Butch, I got to show you this tool. He goes, you ought to rep this. I said, I got enough things going on, I'm not too busy, but what do you have? And I thought it was going to be a handle to pull a cart. So I thought I was sharing something unique because I've seen the little nail catchers. I've got one at home that you can roll and it's hard on the ground. And so he was so enamored, somebody had showed him this, and it's a Power Stick Pro Elite tool. So we all need to look for tools. And I thought I was going to be wonderful to share this. I said, John, have you seen this? He goes, yeah, I got one in the back. I asked Kaili, oh yeah, we've seen that. So, but a lot of folks haven't, obviously, because he just ran across it yesterday. So just know that as a contractor, if you start networking with other folks through platforms and podcasts that I continue to learn are available out there, you're going to pick up more and more education to help build your company. So again, Mr. Obvious, good project management is about communication and planning and time management, risk mitigation, problem solving, team efficiency, quality control. Most importantly, it's developing good habits. Yes, I'm going to spend a few minutes talking about habits, because are we continually improving at the rate we need to be highly effective people, highly effective companies, being a highly effective father, grandfather, highly effective husband or wife. I come back to a book that many of you have maybe read. Some of you have heard about it, and it's one of my all-time best. And I've purchased quite a few of the 40 million because I buy them and give them away to folks. We teach this class in a local prison to help those folks become more highly effective. I take every opportunity I can to find a way to use this as I am communicating, whether it's sales or operational issues, because it stood the test of time. This book is built to last. So, powerful lessons in personal change. So what does that mean? What are the 7 habits? Some of you might have read it and you might remember one of them. You probably remember the first one, which is the best one. And we're going to talk about them in a little more detail. But we can control the first 3 habits here of being proactive. Begin with the end in mind. Putting first things first. And we're going to touch on those here in just a little bit. And those are what we call private victories that are within our circle. We can influence those things. Public victories will affect our relationship with other people. And because we can't control other people, they're our circle of concern. It's kind of like the weather. That's a circle of concern. I can't control it. But if I can do some things within my own circle of influence in terms of being proactive with the weather, and in terms of having a plan when the weather affects me, and also prioritize what I'm going to do when the weather prevents me from doing what I had planned to do. So those next 4 habits, so think win-win, seek first to understand, then to be understood, synergize, and the last one, sharpen the saw. Those are things that can make each of you and me, each time that I go through this, it helps me be more highly effective that afternoon and the next day. So I am continual work in progress on all of these 7 habits. So how can they relate to production management? We're going to talk about that. So the concern. Those are some things that I can't control, but I can influence certain things. And when we get to relationships, there are some things you can't control, like the economy, the weather, war, stock market, politicians. We can control things that we do, what we eat, what you work on, how you spend your time, who you marry, who your relationships are, what hobbies you pick up. But the more we can control things that are positive to make us more effective, those things that we can't control, we can find that we're able to influence them. So, talk about habits. We kind of all know what a habit is. A habit is something that we do repeatedly, that we do on a regular basis, that we've been doing all of our lives. And some of us have developed some habits that aren't particularly great for us, but it's the intersection of knowledge, skill, and desire. And so we can change those habits too as we learn more and more things as we progress in our life continuum. So it's what we do without hesitation. We don't even think about it. So if you look at an example that I like to use in the prison a lot is I ask everybody, and do this with me, those of you that are listening to this podcast, just fold your arms. John, I see you back there. I want you to fold your arms for me, okay? Now, I would ask John, how long you been folding your arms? And he's going to say, all my life, I folded them that way. Well, I can see you don't fold yours exactly like the way I fold mine, so you must be wrong and I must be right. Now I'm going to ask you to do this, John, and those of you that are doing this with me right now, I want you to fold your arms in the opposite way. Go ahead. You're having trouble there, and it's kind of hard, isn't it? It's hard to break a habit of something as simple as folding our arms. But I'll guarantee you that if you could make a deal with someone and they would say, if you learn to fold your arms in the opposite way of how you've done it all your life, every time you fold your arms that way, you're going to get a $100 bill, $100 into your checking account, on your Venmo card, into your bank account. We'd probably be learning to change our habit, wouldn't we? Well, guess what? Look at those habits that aren't particularly productive, whether it's personally or in your business, and look to change those habits, because it's uncomfortable at first to change a habit, isn't it? But once we do, we can find it can be profitable for us in our business, equally important, more important with our family and in our community. 43% of everything that you and I do every day is because of a habit that we've developed over time. So, habits have consequences, don't they? We don't need to talk about the consequences of a bad habit and how they hurt us. You know what the examples are. So, how do we break that bad habit? Because guess what? We get something out of it, some satisfaction from a bad habit, or we wouldn't be doing it. And even though we know it's not the best thing for us, we kind of keep doing it. You kind of go after, yeah, I know that the crew is doing that. They show up late, but they get the job done okay. Well, that's a bad habit. So what can we do to help correct and incentivize them to do something a little differently for the benefit of everyone? We know that good habits help us. Eat healthy, get exercise, drink water, pretty obvious ones, right? But also just always telling the truth, no matter what. Always being honest, even when it hurts. Doing things the right way regularly, so it's a constant habit, not ever having to look over your shoulder, whether it's at home or at work. So how can we improve project management? Well, guess what? No surprise, John says, yeah, you find a way to bring those 7 habits in every time, but yes, it matters and it works, I think, in all of our business as we look at 7 habits of highly effective project management. This could also be 7 habits of being a highly effective husband, father, highly effective golfer, highly effective roofing contractor, highly effective salesperson. We teach a class on that as well. It's about being proactive. Begin with the end in mind and the other 7. So I'm going to go through these relatively quickly and say, how could that relate to project management? Well, you could sum it up by looking at the Nike swoosh. And if I ask you, what does that mean? It means, yes, that's Nike, just do it. That's what proactive is. It's the opposite of procrastination, isn't it? So if you look at having a job that you just got yesterday, I'll get to it next week. Well, guess what? If you ask distribution, their biggest pet peeve is the last minute opportunity that they're having to jump through hoops because you've given them the challenge to deliver it tomorrow morning and you just got the job at 1 o'clock today. Drives them nuts. And guess what? Now you're putting a strain on the system. So be proactive. Once you have the job, and you know where I'm going with it, I'm talking to some of you guys and you're going, yeah, we got to do better at it. Others of you are saying, no big deal. We have a system in place through one of the resources or our own resources where that's not happening to us. So just know that that is, I think, one of the biggest things that we all can do every day is being proactive. And that sets the tone for the other habits we're going to talk about. So same thing, scheduling the labor, communicating with the owner in advance. We have a project going on at our house right now where somebody's coming out to treat the property. And so I love the communication. Yesterday, he told me that what time he was going to come. He confirmed the time this morning. He reconfirmed the time just about an hour ago. I saw on my phone. That's the kind of communication that customers appreciate and respect. Number 2, have a plan. You know, you've heard the old adage, if you don't know where you're going, any road will take you there. And guess what? Without a plan for your company, without a plan for your day, without a plan for your next vacation, without a retirement plan, I'm not sure what retirement means, but for some folks it's okay. For others of us, we may never do that. Retirement means die, I think, in my point. But I have a plan for what I'm going to be doing this afternoon, next year, 5 years. Many of you have the same thought process. And within a company, it's communicate that plan within the team. And this is where going paperless and using some of these resources will help to get everybody on that same page. You want to visualize that entire process. Habit number 2 is all about creating it in your mind first, and then the actual implementation of it secondly. And then as you go through it, guess what? Then you're going to learn from it and think about what you'll do the next time when you have that same scenario coming up. Number 3, first things first, pretty simple. It's about prioritizing. Now, invariably, there are some urgent things that come up, and sometimes those have to be taken care of first. But then after the urgent ones are handled, now let's talk about the most important. Now, sometimes as an individual, we kind of want to have a list of things, and we check off all the easy stuff first, don't we? And we'll save that hard one for later. Tackle the hard one the first, because usually that's probably the most important one to address. And then it's all about time management. I already learned about how AI can help manage my time as I start looking at these schools. I just started implementing a whole new registration process where you click on the button to put all the information in rather than have the phone and the text and the emails coming in to come up with my own spreadsheet. So I am evolving as I continue to try to improve and become more highly effective. Number 4, it's about winning. I mean, we were taught from an early age where we played baseball, basketball, football about we want to win, winning team. And when you're in sports, there's a winner and a loser, isn't there? Well, in business, we have to forget that whole sports philosophy. And we have to look for that win-win relationship. So what's best for our customer first? What's also best for our company after we've satisfied our customer? And then sometimes, as we know, we've got to compromise. And so how that puzzle fits together is strategically important when we start looking at how we can seek to have our customer win, us win, and end up with no losers in the process. Number 5 is a really big one. The ear is one of those things that we have two of, right? How often do we use them? I'm going to say I don't use mine enough, even though I got two of them. And when we went to school, we learned about math and reading and writing and arithmetic. There was no listening class. We had to go through the hard knocks. So those of you that have relationships, whether it's a girlfriend, boyfriend, a husband or wife, know that this is probably one of the biggest takeaways from everything that you're going to hear today with respect to what I'm talking about. And that's listening. To first understand. When you're on a project and you can jump to a conclusion and start accusing someone of something, just ask them the questions about the material delivery, about the particular problem going on the job site. Listen first, ask all of the questions, and then once you have that information, now it's about articulating an effective response by clearly communicating. As we do that, and we want to not only listen and explain things, I use a phrase regularly where I'm trying to be sure the customer understands, and I say, does that make sense? And I'm asking for an agreement, is what we talked about. I heard you. I wanted to be sure I articulate what my response is. Does this make sense? They go, oh yeah, that makes sense. Sometimes they go, you know, they ask another question. Now it gives us a chance to get it thoroughly vetted so that we come up with the best solution. Okay, we all know about teamwork. That's what Synergize is. It's continuing to learn from others. And I guess one of the things I'm most impressed with what the American Contractor Show does, these other speakers I've met that have podcasts and platforms, and I'm listening to them, they're all about wanting to share information and workshops. I will tell you, if you turn the clock back, a lot of times guys would come up, and I know we had some things that we figured out, and we didn't really want to share that with others. Well, it's wonderful and refreshing to see through social media and all the platforms out there available that you have companies and individuals that are sometimes coming from the industry, but most often they're coming from the finance industry or the widget business or some other technology. And they're coming up with great concepts and standard operating procedures. I just learned about one today, a lady you're going to hear from a little bit later this afternoon, and some ways that they look at things very differently. And they may have learned it from another industry, and now they're looking to how they can offer these resources into the roofing industry. So that's about not only looking at what's available out there, but then talking to one of your most valuable assets within your company and holding those regular toolbox talks or those regular discussions about what do you think? How are we doing? What can we do better? How can we help you? So it's a two-way street about creating the best practices associated with teamwork so that we're taking the most benefit we can from habit 6, which is Synergize. Sharpen the saw. I always remember when I am the chainsaw cutting wood. And so invariably on our property, I have a tree down and I'm going to town with my farm boss and I'm cutting and cutting and it's getting harder and harder. And I don't take the time to stop and change the chain or to sharpen it. And I just keep working harder and harder and harder. And guess what? It's getting duller and duller and I'm getting worn out and I'm not being productive nor highly effective versus stopping, taking the time. Kind of like the AI thing that I've mentioned a few times. I keep learning and doing my presentations and my discussions the same way. Now I need to look for another way to sharpen the saw and using some tools that I now know are available through some sources that you've heard about and you'll hear more about today. Because our goal as we look to sharpen our saws is to learn better options and to look for ways to practice new habits so that those new habits are good and they become routine within our company. The paperless, the shared calendar, the operating platforms that you may need to upgrade. There'll be a point where you'll grow out of some of these systems. Well, guess what? There's another advanced system that's available to you to adopt in terms of having a project that will be on schedule, on budget, satisfy the customer, and be profitable. So it's all about the balance, not only in our work and more importantly in our personal lives. So I'm a big proponent of trying to learn from other people. And I just had a ball this morning, and I'm going to listen to the other speeches this afternoon. And, you know, I love this quote that I came across. We do not learn from experience. Now, I first looked at that and go, wait a minute. I do learn from my experience. We learn from reflecting on experience. Because guess what? We have a bad experience, and then we get in the habit of doing the same thing the next time. And then we shouldn't be shocked that we're getting a different result. But how do we reflect on that experience more proactively? I ran across these quotes. There were a long list of them, but I just pulled 10 of them that I thought were kind of strategic to what we've been talking about. Our Shark Tank buddy, Robert, a goal without a timeline is just a dream. Doesn't it make sense? You dream all day long about how big you want to be, about what your plan is in your community and how you're going to grow your company and use all of these systems. It's great to have those dreams, but without a timeline to be proactive, to use those habits to get there, guess what? Just a dream. Won't convert into reality. There are others in there. Every project an opportunity to learn, to figure out problems, challenges, to invent and reinvent, from David Rockwell. Done is better than perfect. We can never have a perfect job. Only one dude was perfect, but got to share with you, he wasn't a roofer, he was a carpenter. Okay, so, but we got to get jobs done and do the best job we can to improve each day. I love this one. The P in PM is as much about people management as it is about project management. You all know how important that is. 5 more I wanted to share. Keith Blanchard, the key to successful leadership today is influence, not authority. The old school way is you do it this way because I say you have to do it this way. Now, it could come to that point, but you're really better about getting a consensus and to try to influence behavior in today's culture to get that desired result. Henry Ford, and you've heard many of his quotes in the past, but failure is simply the opportunity to begin again, this time more intelligently and learning from what's happened in the past. You know, this one I had to do a double check on. As you navigate through the rest of your life, be open to collaboration. Other people and other people's ideas are often better than your own, from that great wisdom, intelligent philosopher, Amy Poehler. What? Yeah, the comedian. I was kind of surprised to see that in there, but how critical is that? It's okay to have a differing opinion. It's okay to learn. That's where you will learn, is not say, I know it all. Ask for other people's opinion and then take that into consideration as you look to evaluate options. Jack Welch, many of you know that name maybe from the past with GE. He was quite an icon. Good business leaders create a vision, articulate the vision, passionately own the vision, and relentlessly drive it to completion. The last one, our own Stephen Covey, who wrote the book, The 7 Habits I referred to. Technology and tools are useful and powerful when they are your servant, not your master. I got to tell you, with social media platforms, I talk to a lot of folks regularly, and it's kind of become their master. And so just time to pump the brakes every now and then to say, what's the best use of my time? Obviously, from a business viewpoint, all of those things can be strategic and very valuable. It's the time drains and the stress drains and the emotional drains that can suck the life out of your time, and not letting that technology become your master. Now what do you do? Now what? Some of you are watching this online. Others will be watching it later. And you're going to have a list of things to do from ideas that you have gotten from today. And you list those things, where you do them on a device or where you put them on the old-fashioned paper. It's great to log them in, but what do you do with it? So I'm going to suggest what you do now is actually implement these things and take the time to hit the pause button. And I'm going to ask you all to evaluate your company. If you look at your steps, and all of you have procedures of some portion or another, but I'm going to ask you to consider looking at your internal communication and how you plan your time management, your risk mitigation, your problem solving, team efficiency, quality control, and how are you developing good positive habits, and do the old-fashioned report card. Yeah. A, excellent. We're great at it. B, we're pretty good. C, we're kind of average in that area. D, we're kind of poor. And sometimes you just got to admit the fact that we fail at this particular area within our big picture and teamwork and managing these projects to be on time and on budget to satisfy our customer. So this is an ongoing progress opportunity for all of us, regardless of what business we're in. If you're a contractor, your takeaways are going to be obvious with some things that you can do to get better. If some manufacturers or reps or consultants are listening in, every one of us have takeaways when we look at the things you're going to hear from the summit. So I really appreciate the privilege of your time, and would look forward to answering any phone calls, emails, or texts if I could be of any help to you in any way. Those of you in Indiana have attended many of the schools that we've done. We've got a great one coming up on May 8th with John Cenac of Name That Shingle, some other industry experts to talk about how we can upgrade the level of our storm insurance professionalism to be sure we're doing things the right way, both on the sales side and on the operational side for our customers. And if we treat our customers appropriately and we build value, you'll never have to worry about profitability, because you do those things the right way, it will work out. Have a blessed balance of your 2025.
Thank you so much, Butch.
Yes, sir.
Always such a pleasure to be with you, man. And you guys, this is the man with the real knowledge here, and he's been doing this for a really long time. And you just, every time we get to hang out, I get a little bit of wisdom, and I'm just so excited about it. And I just thank you so much for being here today,
welcome.
for being a part of this.
It's an honor.
It means a lot to us, that's for sure. So, folks, Butch Lockhart, make sure to reach out to him. Thank you so much, Butch. This has been great so far.
Good.
Hey, guys, in a couple minutes, we're going to take a break, and you're going to want to stick around because Elizabeth's coming with us, and she's got some amazing stuff when it comes to SOPs, when it comes to building out systems and processes within your business that are communicating those systems is just as important as building them, I believe. And her system is amazing the way that she's been able to do this. She's transformed a lot of businesses and given people a lot of resources and different things that really help them grow. So stay tuned. We'll be right back right after this message. And yeah, let's keep going. The summit is going. Let's go.
Woke up today, smile on my face. May not go my way, still got my faith, so I'll be okay. I'll be okay.
Before JobNimbus, we were a contractor that used paper files for everything.
We were trying to work in Excel. We had things handwritten on scraps of paper, napkins, text messages. It was all over the place.
You would not believe this, but my desk used to be piled in papers left and right.
Now that we have JobNimbus implemented into the company, it's day and night difference in our processes.
So now our guys are able to sign contracts right there with the customer on their phone, automatically uploads into JobNimbus.
And I can take pictures in the field if I need to. I can keep track of all my contact information. I can successfully and succinctly move somebody through the whole process without being lost and without being confused.
I feel like it gives us the tools to grow. Like before it was like we want to grow, but we don't even have a process to teach anybody. So now we actually have a path with it.
I would be completely lost if we hadn't found JobNimbus.
My problems look Like giants, I'ma slay them all. Every single beef, I had to let it be. Spend a lot of time wasting energy. That ain't make sense to me logically. But I feel way better when I walk in peace. Please don't bring the gossip to me. I mean, no offense, I'm finding out jealousy only a lack of confidence. Focused on me more, focused on you less. Everybody.
Here's how I use AI to write Xactimates for me. I start off by uploading an insurance scope to the system. The system reads that insurance scope, determines what's on it, and all the details about the job. I then verify the job details. It also pulls the claim information over, and I verify that. Then I upload my measurements. Once the measurements are uploaded into the system, it's going to read that measurement report, tell me everything on it. Then I choose how I want to upload photos, or if I don't want to. Then it asks me about the actual trades that are on the scope. All I got to do is tell it about the trades and what's going on with it, give it some details if it's needed. I can also choose to keep them as is, so essentially it's going to copy and paste those line items over to my new scope. Once I have everything in my cart, I select what kind of report I want. It's going to send it back to me in a matter of a few hours, completely done, exactly the way I would want it written, including an Xactimate, all the measurements, fully labeled photo report. Also is going to include code documentation as well as a weather report. Ready to go.
I'll be okay. I'll be okay. I'll be okay.
Yeah. Let's go. We just gotta go hard. I go the hardest. I bring the pain. Not what you used to. It's all part of the game. Yeah, I just gotta go hard. I just gotta go hard. Go hard. Go hard. Yeah. Oh yeah, the beast back. Adrenaline pumping through my veins, can't relax. Original, I am not the same as the...
Hi everyone, I'm Sherry Holmes, contractor, TV host, and the daughter of TV personality Mike Holmes. Over the years, I've worked alongside my dad and my brother Michael on lots of job sites. Many of these projects included roofing jobs with Atlas shingles. If you're watching this video, you're probably eager to learn more about why Atlas shingles are a great fit for your upcoming roof replacement. An Atlas roofing system provides superior protection and beautiful curb appeal thanks to Scotchgard Protector by 3M, which prevents ugly black streaks caused by algae. Having a solid roof over your head is important, and there's no better way to protect your family than with Atlas shingles. Let me show you why over 1.5 million homeowners have chosen Atlas for lasting protection.
All black dress code, pay me my respect, collecting every debt. I go the hardest, I bring the pain, not what you used to. It's all part of the game. Yeah, I just gotta go hard. I just gotta go hard. Go hard, go hard, go hard.
Woke up today, smile on my face, may not go.
Do you want to enhance the way your business runs? JobNimbus has you covered. Manage your whole business right from your fingertips using the JobNimbus mobile app. You can see everything from your schedule, tasks, leads, and more. Stay organized and get full visibility over your workflow using boards, which gives you a bird's eye view of all your projects and where they're at in the production process. Impress your customers with our professional-looking invoices and estimates. You can build an estimate, invoice, and have it signed all on the job site. Keep your business running without having to do any work. Our automations tool allows you to set up automatic processes, such as sending customer emails or changing job status once a task is completed. Increase your efficiency by taking photos right on the job site. You can even write or draw on each photo to point out specific features, and the photos will save with the corresponding job. Boost your profitability by knowing your numbers. JobNimbus offers reporting so you're always involved in your business metrics and know where to focus. Take your business to the next level with JobNimbus so Start a free trial today.
That ain't make sense to me logically, but I feel way better when I walk in peace. Please don't bring the gossip to me. I mean, no offense, I'm finding out jealousy, only a lack of confidence. Focused on me more, focused on you less. Everybody.
Here's how I use AI to write Xactimates for me. I start off by uploading an insurance scope to the system. The system reads that insurance scope, determines what's on it, and all the details about the job. I then verify the job details. It also pulls the claim information over, and I verify that. Then I upload my measurements. Once the measurements are uploaded into the system, it's going to read that measurement report, tell me everything on it. Then I choose how I want to upload photos, or if I don't want to, then it asks me about the actual trades that are on the scope. All I got to do is tell it about the trades and what's going on with it, give it some details if it's needed. I can also choose to keep them as is, so essentially it's going to copy and paste those line items over to my new scope. Once I have everything in my cart, I select what kind of report I want. It's going to send it back to me in a matter of a few hours, completely done, exactly the way I would want it written, including an Xactimate, all the measurements, fully labeled photo report. Also is going to include code documentation as well as a weather report. Ready to go.
I'll be okay. I'll be okay. I'll be okay.
Yeah. Let's go. We just gotta go hard. I go the hardest. I bring the pain. Not what you used to. It's all part of the game. Yeah, I just gotta go
hard. Here are 5 reasons you should choose Pinnacle Sun Shingles from Atlas. Number 1, 3M Cool Roofing Technology. Reflective granules bounce back solar energy, saving homeowners 7 to 15% on cooling costs, according to the Cool Roof Rating Council. Number 2, Scotch Guard Protector by 3M. Prevents the ugly black streaks caused by algae, ensuring a clean roof. Number 3, 3M Smog Reducing Granules. Helps improve air quality with the smog fighting capacity of 2 to 3 trees. Number 4, Class 3 Impact Resistant Shingle. Provides superior protection against damaging hail, which is a leading cause of unwanted roof replacement. Number 5, 6 beautiful designer colors, complementing a wide range of exterior home color palettes. Pinnacle Sun Shingles are one of the most innovative shingles on the market today. For more information, visit atlasroofing.com.
Not what you used to. It's all part of the game. Yeah, I just gotta go hard. I just gotta go hard. Go hard. Go hard. Go hard.
Back to American Contractor Show. This is the American Contractor Summit, built to last. In this next session, you guys are really going to enjoy. This is quite a treat because this is an area of our business that's been historically neglected, I feel like, for a really long time. And it really makes a big difference when we're able to level up to another level when it comes to how you build your processes, how you introduce those processes and communicate them with your employees. And there's no one better in the space than Elizabeth Holguin. And she's doing an amazing job building this amazing company, Business 411. I'm sure you guys have heard of them. She's been in the space for a really long time, and we've been good friends for a really long time. And I'm really excited that she's going to share this today and give you guys some amazing input, because contractors all over the country are using her stuff and they are having amazing results. And it's going to change the way your business is presented and how your employees are able to communicate together, how you're able to communicate the ideas and the vision and all the things that we've talked about today really come full circle into what we're about to share with you guys with Elizabeth. So Elizabeth, thank you so much for being here. Welcome to the American Contractor Show Summit. The stage is yours, my friend.
Thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
All right, everyone. I am so excited to be here. Flew all the way to Indianapolis just because John Dye was doing this. And, you know, he's one of those people, if he calls, you have to show up. So huge shout out to John and his wonderful wife, Priscilla, for having us here. We actually came with both of my kids and my husband to share with you guys how to improve your processes. So very fortunate. This is my first event since I just welcomed my 2-month-old son. So I'm very, very honored to be here for the first event of 2025 for me, since it's usually a very busy event season. So without further ado, I'm going to talk to you guys about how to turn your vision into process. And this topic is very dear to me. The reason being is because when I was starting off in the industry, I saw contractors continuing to struggle with just improving their business with some just basic foundational processes. If they were in place, they would have been able to see tremendous results. I kept this presentation simple, and there is some implementation tips at the end, so stay tuned. Alrighty, so today we're going to be talking about how to turn your vision into process. We're going to be breaking through bottlenecks, building systems, and allowing you to lead with clarity. So what we're going to talk about today, first of all, we're going to start off with the why. We're going to go through some roofing company breakpoints, and I'm going to introduce you guys to the roofing growth ladder and a big topic, which is why objectives matter. Then we're going to talk about how to overcome those breakpoints, 5 common breakpoints in your business. Stay tuned for that part. I'm sure one of you is going through some of those. The vision transfer formula and how to improve, create your processes today and implement this information right away. For those of you who've never heard of me or my company, Business 411, we have created what's called 411 Roofing Systems. So how this got built, I've been in the industry since 2015, working with roofing contractors all over the world. When I first started off, I worked with contractors from Canada to different countries to all over the US. And I really got a unique perspective of the industry from not only working with roofers that were first generation, second, and even third generation roofing companies, and identifying those trends and breakpoints in their businesses and my experience in tech really translated well into starting off Business 411, where my passion for education in the industry and helping people become more successful was able to shine. And that's how Business 411 was created, out of a need in this industry for education, content, and helping roofers grow. Since starting Business 411, we currently have over 2,500 companies using our content, which means we're training thousands and thousands of sales reps all over, are learning from Business 411. Myself, personally, I've had the privilege to consult one-on-one with over $750 million in roofing revenue. I've consulted for suppliers, manufacturers, and even just roofers from starting up, all to my sweet spot was about 10 to 25 million on consultations. You might know us for some of our manuals. I've written over 12 different roofing manuals with my team. We have our SOPs, commercial roofing training, residential. If you have a team and you're currently working on insurance, you need some of these guides. So I won't plug myself in too much. And I'll dive right into this. So today I really want to focus in on this topic. If you're an entrepreneur, if you're a business owner, you started this business for a reason. You have a vision and a why that you really want to grow. And a lot of times we talk about identifying that why and having clarity in it. And then we have a separate conversation about our process and how to improve our company and how to build our team. Having full alignment within your business and your vision actually being executed through your process is what I'm passionate about. I love helping business owners build their dream company with the why at the center of it. So today we're going to talk about how to turn your vision into a process. So first of all, why this matters. Your vision is bigger than your current structure. And this applies to everyone. Whether your business is doing $1 million, $5 million, $20 million, most of us have a vision that's greater than where we are at today. So first of all, you didn't start this business to stay stuck. If you find yourself in a situation where you're at a plateau and not able to get to that next level, this information is for you. And when you hit that ceiling, most of the time it's because you didn't build your company to grow in alignment with where your vision is. And we're going to talk about how to get that vision from your current structure to where you want to be. So some common breakpoints that we see with different roofers we've worked with, the owner bottleneck, inconsistency in sales, having chaotic operations. Most of you have your phone ringing all day 24/7 and it's hard just to get a second to relax. Lack of middle management and not having those documented processes. So you might have some things in place, but you might be missing a little bit more. Alrighty, so this is how we can get from hustle system scales, to scale. A lot of times we get past the hustle, we start to systematize our business, and then we want to scale it. Most of you built your companies through hustle. I know I did. That hustle, that's how you get past your first million. Even typically a lot of roofers I've worked with are getting their hustles, getting them all the way to, 1, 2, 3, even maybe 4 million. Once you get to a certain point, you'll have to move into systems. But the hustle, first of all, this is where the owner's doing everything. You're wearing so many different hats. You're still working in your business in some way, shape, or form. But your hustle and your determination and drive is what you're using to build your business. And shout out to you. It's not easy to build a business today. Most contractors go out of business within the first 4 years. So just even getting past that first million, even being in business for 5 years is a huge accomplishment. And what I like to say is most of the time the owner is building it through their sales charisma in some way, shape, or form. For me, that was personally true. My charisma and selling helped me build that first million in 10 months of launching my business. And then it took me really implementing those systems into my business to get to the next level. All right, so getting to that next level, systems and leadership. That's how we continue to grow and move forward. Some of the things that you need to have in place when you're building your system, documenting those processes in sales, production, and admin, starting to get the right people in place. Sometimes this looks like I hired an admin, I have an office manager. There's starting to be some type of clarity in production. We have some SOPs. You're starting to feel like a legitimate business. And if you're at that point, I remember the first time I woke up, had an amazing day, had a meeting with my leadership team and was like, hey guys, I feel like we're finally in the point where a legitimate business, because having a legitimate business feels differently, not just in the business, but as an owner on your day-to-day, you're not putting out fires constantly and having a ton of stress and just so much chaos, especially if you have kids plus your business that you're trying to grow and trying to juggle all these different hats. So one of the things that you have to have in place to have a true system is an accountability system, which is where we're tracking our KPIs. People not only know their roles, but they've mastered it. Departments are being ran without the owner having to jump in hands-on, whether that's jumping hands-on into the business to fix a problem in sales or hands-on and fixing a problem in operations or production. So when we're talking about specifically systematizing your business, we're talking about structure, process, and team. That's what's happening in the systems portion. And once we get to scale, this is where you feel more corporate-like. You've gone from the owner who's doing everything and is driving the business and growing it while being in the business to an owner who's being proactive, has the right people in the right place to execute your vision. When you have the right people in place to execute your vision, what does that look like? That looks like you being able to expand into multiple territories, being able to add additional trades, having a business model that can sustain full execution of you getting to your biggest dreams. And I don't know what your dream is, but if your dream is to have a large company or a small one that's running systematically and you're able to make a couple million a year, take lots of vacations and spend time with your family, or you want to be the Elon Musk of roofing, either company needs a solid structure, the right people, and a great process on the back end. This is a hard saying, hard pill to swallow. What got you here won't get you there. Every day requires process upgrades and role clarity. And the reason why is, regardless if you're just starting out, you need role clarity at maybe an admin level and bringing in supporting roles. But even at that $100 million level, you're still expanding, and the people that you need on your team are a little bit different. This one is true, just hits my heart, because vision without structure leads to frustration. The reason is, if you're an entrepreneur and you're a visionary and you've started this business to fulfill your dreams and your passions, and a lot of that in the background, yes, it's money, but most of us started a business because it's something that we dream of. So if you're not able to execute on that, it leads to your lack of fulfillment. You're frustrated. You're not able to get to where you want to be. And overall, just feeling like there's a gap. There's a version of you out there that exists that has the business that you want and is operating at a different level. It's just building the structure and foundation to be able to support that. So what's the missing link? Don't worry, I will give you this one for free. So the vision lives in your head, right? This is where you're at, regardless of size. There's some missing link from where you want to be to where you are today. The vision lives in your head. The process is what you're going to be able to get into your team's hands. Because without your process, your team can't replicate or scale what is working. And again, this is at every level, because if you work yourself out of the day-to-day of being in the business, then it's working on the business. And you have to duplicate what you're doing to work on the business with other people to even get to the next level. So it's just scaling over and over again, is finding the right people and getting them with the right process. All right, so I've broken it down very simple. Want to keep it super simple for you guys. You have your startup mode, which is where you're wearing all of your hats. You have stability, which is where you are making money. You have a couple key players who are supporting the business, and it's not pure chaos. Then you have scaling, which is where you want to grow the business. And one of my mentors, he has this quote, his name's Eddie Wilson. In order to be able to truly scale your business, you have to be willing to risk it all. If your business is stable and you really want to scale it, you have to be someone who's like willing to take that extra challenge. And then is continuing to have a scalable business model. So here is something that when you're designing SOPs, if you do not have objectives in place for processes, for meetings, for whoever's executing on your vision, it's not going to have the impact that you want. So if you do not have clear objectives, process becomes an activity without impact. There's no metric tying it to the success of the overall organization. Every process should serve a measurable goal. So what that looks like for your company might be a little bit different than someone else, but in your sales process, the measurable goal is obviously revenue. And as we talk about the rest of your processes, we'll also give you some more tips on other measurable goals to put in place. And most importantly, if you do not have any objectives in your process, you don't know what's working, and there's not a clear goal where the entire team is like, okay, this was a success. So yeah, here's a couple examples. One for sales process objective. If we're going to talk about process improvement, we could be talking about increasing your close rate by 10%. That might be a short-term objective on why you're improving this process. For production process objective, complete jobs in 10 days or less. Maybe this is a goal for you. Maybe your current times are 4 weeks. Maybe they're 8 weeks. Maybe you want to shorten this. But having that clear objective lets us know what we're trying to do. And then hiring process objective. The industry is known for having a ton of turnover. So maybe your next sales hiring and recruitment training, you're going to be trying to reduce that turnover rate. You want to increase retention. So having measurable results aside from just KPIs you're looking at consistently that are tied to the process of growing your business is how you see true success at scale. So what are the breakpoints? You've either gone through one of them, you've conquered it, or you're stuck in one. The first one is the owner bottleneck. Personally, I only lasted about like three to 6 months in this bottleneck in my organization because I just could not take the amount of stress that it takes to be an owner who's doing absolutely everything. So if you've been in this one for a while, kudos to you. It's definitely not easy. So if you're the decision maker in every step, you're the ceiling of your business. Everything has to be ran by you. And this is why I got out of this seat so quickly and found the right people to put in place. But design decision-making processes to be able to delegate with structure. You can start at the most basic things. What my formula was for getting out of this was pretty simple. I focused on what drove revenue and made the company grow and found people on the back end to execute on what I was doing. That sounds a lot easier said than done. All right, I know, I've been there. But it's truly doubling down on what makes the business grow and finding the right people to put in place to support that. Another break point, inconsistency with your sales. Maybe you have, a $2 million month and then you have a $2 month, it almost feels like, right? But not having consistency in your sales, having different reps, giving different pitches, not having a systematic way for your sales to be grown, to be delivered to your team, to be delivered to the property owners by your team. So one step to start to systematize your sales process, if you're in this break point, is very simple. If you're the best at selling, create an SOP on how you sell and even record yourself. If an SOP just sounds like something too difficult for you to create, just record yourself giving a demo. How do you do these things? And have your team practice on that. The first step into systematizing your business is always the hardest because of that fear and trying to overcomplicate it. But you can start today with something as simple as recording your pitch, even talking into your voice recorder, creating the talk to text option, using ChatGPT or AI to help you make it into a script. But the important part for this is to just go ahead and start. Breakpoint number 3, and this one is the hardest to solve because operational chaos bleeds into so many different parts of your business. Sometimes this will cause you to not be clear on your finances. You might not know who's doing what, who's actually doing their job. It feels like every day a new challenge is popping up, and are you even going to stay in business? So operational chaos is a challenge that if you're stuck in this one, you want to resolve it as quickly as possible. Being in operational chaos means you're not clear on your margins. Maybe you set a margin at the beginning of a job, and then when you're at the job completion and you're looking at your P&L for the job, you're like, wow, we thought we sold this at 45, but I honestly didn't even make 30% gross profit. And then maybe you're not even doing a P&L on every job, which is something, if that's you, you need to start doing a P&L on every job today, right now, as soon as this live stream is over. And here's another one, is breakpoint number 4, lack of leadership structure. What is lack of leadership structure? This means no one is sure who they report to. So your sales reps, you might have a sales manager in place, but they just skip the sales manager and go directly to you. The production team you might not have a production manager, or if you have a production manager, they're not sure what to report to you as the owner either. So when we're creating leadership structure, this is not only like having managers in place, this is also you as an owner having a different hat on, because the hat that you wore when you were in the beginning and selling and doing everything versus the hat that you need to wear as an entrepreneur and a CEO and a high-level person in your business to drive true growth and scale looks very different. So as an owner, ask yourself, do I know what my management team needs to report to me? Do we have an outline? Do we have specific conversations that are happening on a daily, weekly, or monthly basis? Or am I reactively just growing my business in whatever seems easiest at that moment? And am I just focusing on sales? Am I jumping to marketing? Am I clear on my marketing? So my recommendation is, as an owner, start off with what kind of business you want to grow and making sure you have the leadership team to hold the people accountable accountable to deliver on that vision. For me personally, there's two different ways to hire. I personally choose to hire leadership first and have them help me build out departments and supporting roles. But a lot of people, just to save money or just depending on what your budget is, will find supporting roles and wear those management hats as the business grows. The way I did it, I was able to grow very quickly with building out my leaders first, but it was a very hands-on approach in every area of my business with those leaders. And then also evolving, I had to evolve a lot quicker because the type of people that I'm working with are not just an admin. I'm working with a high-level manager, which means I have to bring a different type of leadership to the game. Jumping into breakpoint number 5. And guys, I'm not just talking about the process of answering the phone. There is core processes in your business right now that is just in someone's head, right? And a lot of times when we hear about the word process and improving our business and SOPs, we just think about like scripts and things like that. But there's true growth behind designing processes and just growing your business. What does it look like when we expand into a new territory? What does it look like when we recruit and train new reps for the first 90 days? How do we ensure success of the business, not just on execution for the customer experience, but also on growth and driving the business forward to the next level? So document and train every team member on the core processes just to keep the business running, and then make sure you're documenting processes to keep the business growing, which looks a lot different. Alrighty, so created an easy way for you to be able to transfer the vision to your team. It's called the Vision Transfer Formula. Patent pending. So first step, we want to clarify the vision. Second, we want to design the org chart. And if you're going to implement something that's not necessarily redesigning an entire org chart, it just will be assigned the role. So that's how that would function if you're looking to design a process for something else. Document the core process, assign the owner, and don't forget this key step: train and measure. Okay, if you're not training and measuring it consistently, you're going to see that the process or anything that you're implementing for your team is not going to be followed. Trust me, been there, done that. If you design this process, you train your team on it once or twice, you say, hey, just ask me if you need any help. The chances are, if you go back in 30 days, that process is not being followed. However, if you create a KPI assigned to what you're trying to get your team to execute on and train them once a week, your chances of implementation move up to 80%. Very rarely is it going to be done 100% the way you designed it, unless you have a checklist attached to the completion of what you're trying to accomplish for your team to do. So start every system design with one clear objective. What does this process need to accomplish? Whenever a roofer's talking to me about, hey, I'm struggling with this, I'm struggling with that, I want to know what's the objective. What are we looking to accomplish? And then I want to figure out what's the issue that we're trying to resolve today, and then where's the gap to where we want to be. But if we don't design where we want to be, if we don't add our vision into every process and every problem that we're trying to improve in our business, we're always going to have a gap from where we want to be and how we're actually acting within the company. And our job is to try to shorten that gap as much as possible and continuously develop ourselves and our business simultaneously. So clarify your vision, easy enough, right? Define your mission, values, and 1-year goals. Something we did is we actually have our vision and mission statement on our wall. It's something that I'm talking about consistently. The way that I make sure that I'm in alignment with that vision is, hey, making the hard choices. Yesterday woke up early to be here with my kids and my husband, like not letting excuses take me off course from my vision and mission. And it's those hard decisions where we continue to act on a daily basis that keep us in alignment with where we want to be. And then share it until your team can repeat them to you. My team is stuck seeing our vision and mission everywhere, but they also see our vision and mission reflected to them directly when they see what am I doing, where am I going, when they hear me talking to contractors, every product, everything, every action within the business is in alignment with that vision. So it's a great question to ask yourself is my vision in alignment with how my team operates on a day-to-day basis? Then we're going to look at creating the organizational map. You can start off with something very simple. If you're wearing all of the hats, you can group them by activity. So, hey, these are the activities and the things that I do that are in the operations side of the business. This is what I'm doing that's in the sales side of the business, and this is what I'm doing that's in the production side. But just starting, if you're on the starting point and you're just starting out, just starting to group those activities together will make it a lot easier when it's time for you to delegate. If you already have some team members in place, making sure that you have leadership structure. If you're still wearing some of those leadership hats, are you assigning time specifically to grow, improve, and be able to hold your team accountable in each of those different departments? And then if you want to grow and scale and you already have some managers in place, do your managers understand the vision, and are they trying to grow the business as well? Here's a very simple way to document core processes. What's important is to define what success looks like in advance. Clarity upfront leads to alignment. A lot of times when you're designing a process, unless you have clarity upfront, it's also going to reduce the chances of that process being executed. So a very simple way is to start off with a foundation, lead to estimate, estimate to contract, contract to production, production to getting paid, and then moving to team processes and hiring. And this is where I say where we work on the core processes of the business, but we also document processes to drive business growth. And that's where building your team, clarifying that vision, and making sure that everyone's in alignment with where you want to go. So here's an example using one of the sheets from our Business 411 roofing manual. It has some KPIs tied specifically to the sales manager in the photo, and you'll see it's grouped by what they're impacting and what's being measured. So important KPIs will be cycle time, gross profit, closing rate, what's your backlog, what's your lead response time. But a really good example I like here for a sales manager specifically is the sales presentation portion. Train, role play sales presentation. Provide them with a leave behind for 2-step appointments that fits your sales presentation flow. But the tip is regularly role play and update your presentation materials based on homeowner and rep feedback. So right there, that tip is directly tied to the sales manager improving a process that the owner has designed. A manager is designed to execute the current process, improve it while they're training the team on that. And even for my own team and my own company, our sales process is always evolving and growing based off the feedback that we're seeing from our community. So meeting structures, this is one where I feel like because as an industry, we're just so unorganized. There's so many inefficient meetings that I've sat in on when I'm talking to different roofers in their office. So I wanted to give you guys a little bit of clarity on meeting structures. Here's a pro tip though. Meetings without objectives waste time, okay? Why are we meeting? What do we need to walk away with? And who is responsible for what? I also recommend keeping a meeting log or an agenda. Even recently, I'm sitting on the board for an event at a roofing event, and I'm directing a part of that team just on the event side committee. And the first thing I did was create meeting agenda logs, assign people to different roles within this small committee so that we all know exactly what we're supposed to do. So when the owner of this event and people who are responsible for it have questions for me, I know exactly with clarity who's assigned for what, by when to expect it, and maintaining communication with that team. So if you want to be the captain of the ship and you're growing your business, you have to be able to make sure that people have a map to follow. So here's an example of an ops meeting agenda. Objectives: keep jobs on schedule and solve production issues proactively. We have a very long agenda, but I just wanted to give you guys an example. The first is to review that backlog, address any open issues, assign action items, and confirm next steps. Sounds easy enough, but when you're sitting there for an hour and you lose track of time and all these different things start popping up, that's how meetings become ineffective. So having a leadership system where you have your level 10 meetings and you have different topics that you're discussing will allow you to separate what needs to happen on a day-to-day type meeting, like, hey, this meeting specifically is for solving any problems that are just happening in the business today, and then having a separate meeting that the entire objective of that meeting is to drive growth. So the way we run it here at Business 411 is Mondays, talk to my partners. We talk about both business, look at the data. Where are they at? Where's their stoplight reports? That means where are all my KPIs? Look at those together and look at our finances. Tuesdays and Thursdays, we have department head meetings. Those are led by department managers with their teams specifically. And there's different types of meetings. They're either doing implementation or training. And then Monday, Wednesday, Friday, 9 a.m., the entire team meets on just keeping up the culture and community, especially with us having a little bit of a remote team and a team in office. We want to maintain that unity. And then that just allows us to continue to grow. I also have separate meetings with my partners depending on what exactly I need to cover. Do I need to talk about this specific issue? Do I need to drive growth here? And then we'll do breakout meetings accordingly if we're working on special projects and things like that. I know it sounds like a lot. I remember when I first started my business, I was thinking to myself, I was like, I just need to make money. Like that was the entire objective when you're first starting out. I need to make money. Then you're into this business and you're like, all right, I'm making money, but now what? And the crazy part, that's the real work. Making the business, starting the business and making money is easy, but growing the business and creating something solid is another story. Next, we're going to train the team to run the process. Very simple. Have onboarding, role play, and scorecards for them. I always recommend whenever you design a process to role play it with your team and make sure that it makes sense and just get some feedback before you do a final rollout. Alrighty, so let's break it down. Super simple. We want to implement this information and get to our next level. Okay, take a photo of this, memorize it, whatever you can do. This is how you design process improvement. The first thing you're going to do is whenever you have a bottleneck in your business, recognize what is this bottleneck. Then we're going to map it. Where in the business workflow, where in our process does this bottleneck fit? What's our objective to fix this? How can we improve this? How can we change this? And then you're going to train the process. This is how we're going to do it to fix the problem and measure the result. What is the result that I want to achieve when I fix this process? And then you repeat this every single time you have a problem. If you have the same type of customer complaint, if you're in a point of business where there's a lot of confusion and there's not a lot of clarity in, or if you're having a ton of homeowners complaining or calling in, or claims are being dropped off, or you're not communicating well with even like your PAs and things like that, it's important for you to design a process to fix that problem, improve it, and create a KPI tied to that in order to see true transformation and improvement in your business. The vibe board is not good for long nails, okay, guys? I'm just kidding. So your vision deserves a process. Your vision is, there's a reason why you started this business. There's a reason why you created whatever type of company you have, whether you're just doing roofing or construction or restoration. Your vision deserves a process to grow, for your team to execute, and for you to get to that ultimate next level of where you want to be. And if you find yourself in a situation right now that the reality of your day-to-day doesn't look like your vision, it's time for you to make a change. You're not going to see progress or growth until you remove this roadblock and this boulder from you being on your true path to conquer and grow. And I believe that all of us can tie a process into our vision and execute it effectively. Ultimately, you're one process away from your next level and building a business that runs without you. And I just want to let you guys know, helping roofers and helping contractors grow is my absolute passion. And I've worked with so many of you who your passion is out there, is to actually be out there and help homeowners and improve the industry. I believe that as an industry, we have a lot of work cut out for us to improve the market perception of contractors. And it takes every contractor out there making better, ethical, and good decisions that are going to impact their team members and their communities and help you guys change the industry one roof at a time. Huge shout out to all of you guys. Huge shout out to John Dye, Priscilla Dye, and the entire team at American Contractor Show. And I'll catch you guys at Business Floor 101.
Elizabeth Holguin, everyone.
Thank
you so much, Elizabeth, for being here and
you.
for being a part of this. And, you know, you guys are doing such amazing work. And every time we go to an event, number one, you guys have amazing booths. The booths are just incredible. And then other than that, you guys have such amazing, like, the way these SOPs look, the way they feel, the way it makes your company look, it's next level. And it really gives everyone like an opportunity to have basically a Fortune 500 company at their business. And so if you're not using her stuff, you guys need to go check it out because it's really incredible what you've built and your team is incredible. And so I have nothing but love for what you guys are doing. So thank you so much for everything that you guys do.
It doesn't take a ton of investment to get started with us. That's because I'm so passionate about this. I didn't create crazy packages. A lot of what we do is free or affordable. So wherever you're at, there's a solution out there for you. And I'm so grateful for you for having me out here.
You don't have to be super creative. She's got the creative team that'll make you guys look like $1 million every time you walk into a homeowner's house.
They designed that presentation for me. I cannot take any credit other than the content. They made it look pretty.
It's amazing. So Elizabeth, thank you so much for
Thank
being
you.
here. Thank you for being a part of the American Contractor Summit. So we're going to take a break. And when we come back, Chris Scoville is going to be with us. And you guys have got to check out Chris Scoville. If you're a contractor, you're doing financing, we're going to wrap up the day with a bunch of cash flow stuff and how to get paid faster and to speed to money. I know you talked a little bit about money and how it's like a
Shout out
pretty
to Chris.
important thing.
He's awesome.
Chris is amazing, and he's going to kill it here in a minute. So stay tuned. We'll be right back right after this.
Woke up today, smile on my face, may not go my way, still got my faith, so I'll be okay, I'll be okay.
Before JobNimbus, we were a contractor that used paper files for everything.
We were trying to work in Excel. We had things handwritten on scraps of paper, napkins, text messages. It was all over the place.
You would not believe this, but my desk used to be piled in papers left and right.
Now that we have JobNimbus implemented into the company, it's day and night difference in our processes.
So now our guys are able to sign contracts right there with the customer on their phone, automatically uploads into JobNimbus.
And I can take pictures in the field if I need to. I can keep track of all my contact information. I can successfully and succinctly move somebody through the whole process without being lost and without being confused.
I feel like it gives us the tools to grow. Like before it was like we want to grow, but we don't even have a process to teach anybody. So now we actually have a path with it.
I would be completely lost if we hadn't found JobNimbus.
Problems look like giants, I'ma slay them all. Every single beef, I had to let it be. Spend a lot of time wasting energy. That ain't made sense to me logically. But I feel way better when I walk in peace. Please don't bring the gossip to me. I mean, no offense, I'm finding out jealousy. Only a lack of confidence. Focused on me more, focused on you less. Everybody.
Here's how I use AI to write Xactimates for me. I start off by uploading an insurance scope to the system. The system reads that insurance scope, determines what's on it, and all the details about the job. I then verify the job details. It also pulls the claim information over, and I verify that. Then I upload my measurements. Once the measurements are uploaded into the system, it's going to read that measurement report, tell me everything on it. Then I choose how I want to upload photos, or if I don't want to, then it asks me about the actual trades that are on the scope. All I got to do is tell it about the trades and what's going on with it, give it some details if it's needed. I can also choose to keep them as is, so essentially it's going to copy and paste those line items over to my new scope. Once I have everything in my cart, I select what kind of report I want. It's going to send it back to me in a matter of a few hours, completely done, exactly the way I would want it written, including an Xactimate, all the measurements, fully labeled photo report. Also is going to include code documentation as well as a weather report. Ready to go.
I'll be okay. I'll be okay. I'll be okay.
Yeah. Let's go. We just gotta go hard. I go the hardest. I bring the pain. Not what you used to. It's all part of the game. Yeah, I just gotta go hard. I just gotta go hard. Go hard. Go hard. Yeah. Oh yeah, the beast back. Adrenaline pumping through my veins, can't relax. Original, I am not the same as the...
Hi everyone, I'm Sherry Holmes, contractor, TV host, and the daughter of TV personality Mike Holmes. Over the years, I've worked alongside my dad and my brother Michael on lots of job sites. Many of these projects included roofing jobs with Atlas shingles. If you're watching this video, you're probably eager to learn more about why Atlas shingles are a great fit for your upcoming roof replacement. An Atlas roofing system provides superior protection and beautiful curb appeal thanks to Scotchgard Protector by 3M, which prevents ugly black streaks caused by algae. Having a solid roof over your head is important, and there's no better way to protect your family than with Atlas shingles. Let me show you why over 1.5 million homeowners have chosen Atlas for lasting protection.
All black dress code, pay me my respect, collecting every debt. Oh, the hardest. I bring the pain. Not what you used to. It's all part of the game. Yeah, I just gotta go hard. I just gotta go hard. Go hard. Go hard. Go hard.
Welcome back to American Contractor Summit, and today has been amazing so far. We've heard so many different pieces of great information to help you build culture, recruiting. We've talked on production. We've talked on SOPs. We've talked about automation and AI a little bit. It's been an amazing day, and hopefully it's helping you build an even better business that is built to last. That's what this entire event is about. In this next speaker, we're going to dive into some cash flow today. And I'm really excited about Chris because Chris has been doing something that I think this industry has needed for a really long time. I know a lot of roofers like to use financing, and if contractors in general, if you're not using financing for your projects, number one, you're really missing the boat on opportunities to gain more business, but also raise the value of your business and what you do. But more importantly, though, it's one of the things that your customers really need access to. And historically, it's been kind of a challenge for contractors when it comes to financing. And we were just talking about this before Chris came on, but what he's doing is exactly what our industry needs for so many reasons. And so I'm really excited to have Chris Scoville with us. And Chris, thank you so much for being here.
Thanks, John. Appreciate it, man.
Absolutely.
Excellent.
Take your time, man. This is your stage.
Well, it's great to be here, everybody. Good afternoon. When I got the call, I know Liz just said this. She said when she got the call, she hopped on a plane to come here. Here's where the confusion lies. When I saw Summit and I saw JobNimbus, I thought we were going to be doing this in Salt Lake, but here we are in Indiana. So it's really, really great to be here. Super proud to be able to present to you, and it's just fantastic. What an industry that we're in. So many things, to John's point, have changed. I can remember years ago, and I can say years ago because I'm 54 and I've been in financing since 1991. Years ago, I would get up on stage in different lending facilities that I worked at, and we talk about financing. We talk about roofing and home improvement financing and gutters and sidings. It doesn't really matter what it is. If it goes in it, on it, and around it, we can finance it. And a lot of the guys in the back would say, oh, I don't need financing. I'm just a stormer guy. I'm just a restoration guy. I don't need it. It's not for me. Whereas now we sit back from the lending perspective. They're literally lined up outside the door at Improvifi begging for money. And there's a lot of things that are contributing to this right now. It's the economy. It's the way the insurance policies have changed. It might be the cost of goods. The bottom line is this: your consumers need the things that you sell and install. They need to pay for them. And if they are going to pay for them, they'd love them to be affordable. Just like when you need a vehicle. I mean, a new truck is, $114,000. And I can't remember the last time that I ever saw a Super Bowl ad that said, buy the new Ford F-150, $114,000. Rush on down and come and get it. They just don't do it. What they do advertise is this: 1.9% for 72 months for qualified buyers, and or $369 a month for a lease option. That is the attractive character of financing. So today, you're probably wondering what this is. This is going to be something that I talk about. So let me set it down here so it's not too distracting. Today we're going to talk about financing. And to John's point, how can financing help us get paid faster? There's so many contractors that I speak to on a weekly basis that are chasing AR. They're chasing insurance projects. We're just in the green room, we're having a great discussion that roofers sometimes go out of business. And it's unfortunate. A lot of them go out of business because they're simply getting over the front of the ski tips, chasing these insurance jobs and robbing from Peter to pay Paul on the next project. And instead, just be a roofer, build roofs, and let the consumer decide how they're going to pay for the product that you install in the home. So you can actually be a roofer and maintain profitability. So why financing matters? I think it's important that we touch on that really quickly here. Number one, homeowners today buy with payments. They don't buy projects. The positioning of 3 ads that I saw this morning while I was watching the news, one was for a garage door company, I won't name them. One was for a roofing company, and the other one was kitchens and baths. Every single one of the ads didn't sell the product. They were selling the payment. It's kind of the same way when you go, let me equate this to this. You go into Ashley Furniture, and the woman at the front says, welcome to Ashley Furniture. What promotion brought you in today? She didn't say, are you looking for a lazy boy or a sofa or a bed? They're running ads for 5 years, no payments, to fill up the entire home with furniture that probably won't last 5 years. So you might have been going to Ashley Furniture for a lazy boy. But when your wife finds out the fact that she can fill up the whole house and not have to make any payments for 5 years, you may walk out with an entire living room. That is the power of positioning financing at the point of sale with whatever you sell. Most jobs over $5,000 nowadays are financed in one way or another. Now there's many, when I say financing, credit card is a form of financing. We are financing our gasoline, we're financing our groceries. Now, however, we may be financing on a credit card and paying it back, hopefully, at the end of the month on a 30-day Amex or something like that. But in fact, we are leveraging a credit card to pay for normal things. Projects over $5,000, 80% of them right now are financed in one way or another. It's a large percentage. Without financing, you're asking for full payment up front. I train a lot. There's 3 pillars at our company with what we do. We offer lending, we offer training, and we offer support. When I train my team, my people, my clients, like we did today in our Wednesday 11 o'clock call, there's nothing more compelling and scary than the size of the price of the project when you tell them it's going to be $30,000, $50,000, $10,000 could be scary to somebody. We don't do that in Improvifi. We say, would you prefer 12 months same as cash, no prepayment penalty, same as cash, no interest? Or would a low monthly payment option with no prepayment penalty work better for you? It's the positioning of the payment that can either win you the job or lose you the job. This is what we train to at Improvifi. It's more than a commodity. It's more than a rate sheet. It's a full lending solution, support solution, and training solution for our partners and our contractors. We do things completely different. What we love to do is meet our homeowners where they would like to be met. What does that mean? If you provide affordable, fast, and flexible payment solutions, and they like you and they trust you, and they see what you've done in the community, they will probably buy from you. So if it all comes down to price, which it usually does, if you give them that's a tongue twister, flexible, fast, and affordable payment solutions, they'll buy from you. Because they already trust you, they already like you, and they already know you. This is why financing matters. So what do? A little bit about me, Chris Scoville, been in the industry. Oh my goodness, if I go back, go to the way back, in high school, I worked for a company called Roscoe on the weekends, 1987. 91, I was doing roofs in St. Lucie. We were just talking about that out back. 1993, I got into construction and permanent wholesale lending. 1993, I've been doing this a while. I would consider myself an OG, but I've also been in the house, Scoville Home Services, and I've been thrown out of the house. So I'm actually one of those finance guys that have actually really done the work, slam the thumbs, spin the rebar, put the cement down in, tie beams, and all that great stuff. Residential, commercial, retired from service finance a few years ago and built this company from the ground up. We're super proud of it. What we simply do is we help contractors close more jobs by using financing. We integrate financing into their business. And then we provide them training and support to make them become successful. We are more than a lender. We're a real partner. We care about our clients. We care about their clients, which is the homeowner. Often when I get on stages to speak, I train the room to say, the person that cares more about the homeowner, which is the customer or the client, the most, will always win, whether they close the job or win the job. Because the customer always knows that the contractor cares about them the most. It's not about the sale. It's about caring about the homeowner's specific needs. Nothing to do with financing whatsoever, by the way. The person that cares about the customer the most will always win, whether you win the job or whether you lose the job. Because even if the person doesn't buy from you, that particular person can become the number one referral partner that you've ever met in your life if you work the relationship properly. Nothing to do with financing. But we're not your average financing company. This is where we spend the majority of my life training and caring about my clients. I don't even call them contractors. They're not customers. They're clients. My contractors are not a commodity, nor is our lending. One-stop solution for unsecured, secured, commercial, residential. Liz was just in here, and she was talking about this gentleman that builds beautiful studios like this. And I go, yeah, we finance that too. So we don't just do residential, we do commercial, business capital, lines of credit, investment, fix and flip. We have a mortgage company. So when somebody comes on the Improvifi platform, they get an entire portfolio of solutions. An electrician doesn't go to a job with a screwdriver to go do a job. He takes a truck. He takes a toolbox with many, many, many tools. Look at financing that way. None of your customers are created equal, nor are any financing solutions. So you have to treat it as such. Real-time training, supporting tools, and all the lenders in one platform. Our this board is cool. This Vibe board. I got to pick up one of these. This is sweet. We're the multi-tool, the MacGyver tool in the back pocket. I don't necessarily care if they use financing or not. People would find that interestingly odd, being that I'm a finance guy. I just want them to do business with you. I just want your contractors to present properly each and every time. I want the contractors to have their own consumer credit center. I want them to present that they have loan experts. I want them to brag about their company being the lender, not the big banks. Big banks don't care about contractors, nor should you. You should never advertise a bank. Advertise the power of your consumer credit center. A lot of our clients like the 18-month same as cash. Some of our clients like a low monthly payment option with no prepay. Which options sounds more interesting to you? Oh, you'd like to use the equity in your house? Cool, we can do that for you too, so you don't have to go to the bank. It's about meeting the homeowners where they'd like to be met. and pay you. That's the beauty of what we do at Improvifi. So what problems do we solve? Many contractors in this particular market right now lose deals because, well, the customers don't have 2 wooden nickels to even rub together to start a fire anymore. They don't have the cash. They don't have the money. Deductibles are too high. The cost of goods have risen. I see it. I see the suppliers. Actually, I see them on social media. I see the contractors complain. I can't believe that our cost of our goods have gone up 7 to 8% this quarter. We can't believe it. It happens every quarter. What do you mean as a contractor you're not taking that to the point of sale to say, Mr. or Mrs. Smith, it isn't Chris's roofing. It's the fact that we have to go buy this product to put on your roof. Many homeowners have never even bought a roof. I know I'm talking about roofing right now. It could be anything. They have never bought windows. They've never bought an air conditioner. I've had a whole bunch of homes. I've never bought a roof. So if you came to my house and you said it's going to be $37,000, I may look at you and go, what? What do you mean it's $37,000? I don't have $37,000. Whether I have it or not isn't the point. If you could give me the affordability, then that whole $37,000 isn't here. It's 18 months, same as cash, low monthly payment option. That's what this is about. They got to talk to somebody else. I don't know. I got to go find the money. I don't know if I trust you. We have a deal desk. We've got a deal desk at Improvifi. It's pretty cool. Bizarre idea. We actually have a phone number that a consumer can call to ask us questions about loan options, and we answer it. Wow, what a novel idea. I sound like I'm being sarcastic, but I'm not. It's real. Some of your contractors don't know how to offer financing at the point of sale because they don't have a rep at the bank that they can call and ask for help. We've got a deal desk number that the contractor, the consumer can call us both, and we'll answer their questions and make them feel comfortable about what they're doing. Hey, Charlie in Texas has called me 5 times last week. Ike now just wants to call me and talk about side-by-sides because he found out that I like them. It happens. We develop relationships with our contractors, and then we end up developing relationships with their homeowners. It's fantastic. Oh, my goodness. Obstacles and objections. Yeah, your sales reps will have those too, but it doesn't matter. We've created a university called School, the Improvifi School, where we actually train our contractors how to handle obstacles and objections. They need to think about it. It's out of our budget. What do you mean it's out of your budget? You got to do this thing. You have to replace this thing. You have to buy this home improvement. You can't afford this deductible, the supplement, the upgrade, the RCV, the XYZ. It doesn't matter what the thing is. What do you mean you need to think about it? Out of your budget? We can make it fit within your budget. You can? Yeah, how? Well, we've got a consumer credit center. This, or this. We can make it happen. We turn obstacles into opportunities by using financing solutions. Price is just a fake obstacle and objection. Yeah, I mean, if you could afford the thing that you want to buy because the price is right, you'll buy it. Case in point, my neighbor's selling a Lambo. I don't care about Lambos. I drive a GMC truck. It's a 2500 HCZ 71. I don't like Lambos, but the thing's worth $250,000. He comes to me one day because he's totally done driving the Lambo. And he says, hey, Chris, I'm going to sell this Lambo to you for $50,000. I'm going to go find the money to buy the Lambo. I don't want it. I don't care about it and ain't going to drive it. I'm going to buy it for $50 and I'm going to sell it for $240. Somebody's going to buy the Lambo for $240 because it's worth $250, right? Now, if the neighbor came to me and said, hey, Chris, I'm selling you my Lambo for $240,000 or $245,000, will I buy it? No. The deciding factor of me buying this thing was making the price work. That's the deal. And that's what it comes down to. So why should you offer financing solutions? Well, you'll sell value, not just on price. Very important. It removes sticker shock. I also, sticker shock, we call it pregnant pause. That one moment when your sales rep gets to the point of sale and presents that big price, and you see this dramatic pause from Mr. and Mrs. Smith. Shock, awe. We did a Wednesday training today to my clients in Ashland. We do it every Wednesday at 11 a.m. Eastern Standard. We record it, we put it into school. Today's topic was on that, was how on integrating financing technology solution into your selling tool, your CRM, your estimate tool, your Sumo Quote, your JobNimbus. JobNimbus, right here, was actually in our presentation today, because within JobNimbus, you have the ability to show a monthly payment, click a button, and get them approved for financing. So yes, please reach out to JobNimbus and reach out to Improvifi, and we'll help you. Increase average ticket size. Wow, this is a novel idea within itself too. Imagine you're a, should we pick on roofers? Let's pick on roofers. Imagine you're a roofing contractor and you sell roofs. You sell good, better, best, better, good. It doesn't matter what direction you're in, just please don't give them one option, because if they say no to it, where do you go? Imagine one moment at the point of sale, they scan it, they get approved, and they find out they're approved to $50,000. Now you're a sales pro, and the roofing system that you sell, or what you're going to sell, was $25,000. But just imagine for a second now the consumer's approved to $50,000. And you could show them a $25,000, a $30,000, and a $35,000 option. Obviously, the $35,000 option is a better roofing system. Maintenance plan, copper gutters, 50-year lifetime warranty, whatever it is that you sell. And you can show them the payment difference between $25,000, $30,000, and $35,000. So they can ultimately make the buying decision that fits their needs best. Maybe your sales reps will sell more and sell better products. Maybe the profitability for the contractor will help them make more money. This is the beauty. This is why you should offer financing. Builds trust and professionalism. Let me talk about that for a sec. So I will go back down to my handy-dandy laminate. If you show up differently to the point of sale than the other guy that shows up like this, hey, yeah, your roof's 20 grand. You're going to do that insurance thing? You're going to just pay me cash? If you show up professionally the way that we train, Mr. and Mrs. Smith, so happy that you chose Chris's Roofing. We're very different than everybody else. We have a consumer credit center. We've got experts to help you with affordability. Look, some of our clients like the 18-month same as cash. You know, those loans that you don't have to pay interest on for a period of XYZ. Some of our clients like a low monthly payment option with no prepayment penalty. Out of these two options, what sounds more interesting to you? Do you think that your customers will build more trust and professionalism with the guy that just shows up and throws a price down? Or do you think that they'd actually go with the company that presents themselves professionally, that has their own consumer credit center? I believe that they would choose the company, Chris's Roofing, that was professional, that has a consumer credit center, whether they finance it or not. I don't care how they buy, as long as they buy from you. So if financing helps you attract more people just because you offer it, whether you do one loan a year or hundreds of loans a month, it doesn't matter to me. I want contractors to have the proper tools in the tool set and then a toolbox to help them help more homeowners at the point of sale. Stop them from shopping around. Become a differentiator in your marketplace. Financing will allow you to do that. So let's talk about the how. What is the how? How to use Improvifi in your business? Well, it gives you access to multiple lenders. Yes, we are actually a lender now. We got mobile apps, point of need, point of sale, instant approval, soft credit check, max approval, unsecured, secured, residential, commercial. This is how we get it done for our contractors. We give them all of the options, not just one. And I'm not here talking poorly about other lenders. There are some great lenders in this business. There's also people out there that are not lenders that call themselves lenders. I'm not going to talk about them today. If you want to connect with me after this, or go to my YouTube, or have a conversation or consultation, I'll educate you on real lending and non-real lending. Here's the point. A lot of lenders out there do this. Here's your rate sheet, go sell. If you're a heavy hitter, you might hear from our account rep. If you do 1 or 2 loans a month, you probably won't hear from us. You're just a commodity. That's not the way to do it. It's not the way to do it. It's not kind. It's not the way that you would treat your clients and your people. So why should a lender treat you that way? We do things different. We partner with our people and we become partners in their business. It's totally different. Offer soft credit pulls at the kitchen table, or at the coffee table, or at wherever you're going to close the job and go over the estimate. Now, there are lenders out there that still do a hard credit check. Hey, Chris. By the way, that's the name of my AI tool that's going to be in our mobile app. It's called Hey, Chris. Hey, Chris, what's a hard credit pull compared to a soft credit pull? Hard credit pull is what none of you want done when you're applying for a loan. Does anybody want their credit score hit to see if they're pre-approved for a loan? No. At Improvifi, we offer no lending that has a hard credit pull. Everything we have to get people pre-approved and pre-qualified for a loan is a soft credit pull. That takes the pain and the scary thing for your homeowners not wanting to apply off the table. It's a soft credit pull, Mrs. Smith. We can find out if we get you approved here in 5 minutes. Would you like to look at the secured and the unsecured options together to weigh out which interest rate payment's better for you? Yes. That's how we roll. Show monthly payment options instantly. Tap into our deal desk for live support during the appointment. I can't tell you how many deals that I've closed for contractors just because it's super fun for me to actually talk to contractors at the point of sale. A lot of them are really like basic questions from the homeowner's perspective. What is an 18-month same as cash? How does it work? Is it simple interest? Is it amortized? Like, this is the stuff that I've been doing my whole life. So it's super easy for our team to answer these questions. But if your contractor's never offered financing, do you even think he knows what amortization is? No. Should he know? He's a roofing professional that offers payment solutions, but he's got a team behind it to help him. Point of sale power, point of need power. Speed to lead, speed to need. It's not speed to lead, it's speed to need now. What do they need? Meet them where they want to be met. Sell more, help more. That's what financing allows you to do. Would you prefer to pay in full or see our affordable monthly options? Which option works best for you? Lead with financing in your pitch, in your presentation. I call it early, always, and often, and do it all the time. What do you mean? Well, front desk Becky answers the phone. Mr. Smith, we understand that you're interested in a free estimate. Hey, listen, when John comes out at 5 or 7 tonight to meet you, make sure that you ask John about our special spring promotion. Cookie crumble. John goes out at 5 or 7 o'clock to meet the two legs, my husband and the wife. He ties back in Becky's call. Hey, did Becky mention the fact that we have a spring promo right now? Yes, she did, and we wondered about it all day long. John, thanks for asking. Yeah, here's our special spring promo. Now, look, I'm not sure how you're looking to pay us, but we got a 90-day deferred, and we've got 18 months same as cash. I'm going to get up on your roof and do the estimate. I'll see you in a couple minutes. This is a whole presentation thing we do. Most of our homeowners take advantage of our 12-month no interest. 12-month interest, same as cash, 100% financing. These are like the buzzwords that our contractors will use to attract homeowners, because homeowners see it everywhere. We see it on Amazon. You can go to Amazon and buy something, these cameras that we have are like $5,000. You can buy that and you can pay it out over a period of time. Buy now, pay later. Why should your home improvement that costs tens of thousands of dollars be any different? Keep the focus on the solution, not the cost. I see so many contractors do so many interesting things. On my estimate, I'm going to put 5% cash discount. Please don't do that. Don't let people know that they can just bash you over the head and make 5% off of your deal. Keep the debt in your back pocket. Can you do it? Yes, you can. Is it the proper way to do it? No, it's not. Why? Because if your sales reps are weak, they will always run to the 5% cash discount to get the race to the bottom. The race to the bottom is never worth the win. You don't want your sales reps racing to the bottom on every deal, because they will only sell $20,000 deals with a 5% discount. You give them the authority to do it if they're paying cash and they sign today and give you 3 referrals and the yard sign for 90 days, but you just don't let them have it. I teach you about margin integrity as well. So much stuff, so many things to go over. I don't have enough time here to do it today, but hopefully I'm dropping enough cookies and nuggets all over the place that this is interesting for you, that you'll meet up with us so we can become a part of your business and help you help people at the point of sale. Close rates. Oh my goodness. We've got a guy, I'm not going to name his name. Most of you know him. He's down in Texas. 27 sales professionals now offering financing at the point of sale. His 300X, just because they were never mentioning it before. We don't care how they pay for the deductible. We can finance the deductible now. Retail, commercial, ground up, it doesn't matter what it is. Average job sizes increase. Homeowners feel more comfortable saying yes faster. Why not? They're already financing their gas. They're already financing their car. They're already financing their mortgage. So why should home improvement be any different? It's not. It's the positioning that matters. So what's the process? It's pretty simple. We just don't allow anybody to come on our platform. We want to get to know you first. So what we do is a consultation. We get to know your business. We make sure that we're a good fit for each other. We want to make sure that we can give you the deliverables that you deserve. How long you been in business? How long has your EIN been there? What's your average ticket? What do your sales reps do? Are you selling retail? Are you doing insurance? Are you doing commercial? We need to know you so we can build the portfolio for you to help you the best. We train you. We give you access to our school, our training center. We do live weekly calls. You have direct access to me and my maniac brain 5 to 6 days a week through the school, through the community. I love the community. We were talking about that at lunch today. My community board within my educational university is a place where contractors can come and ask me really hard questions. And when I answer them, it can be shared with other people that are shy and other people that are afraid to ask questions. However, our contractors in our community learn from one another and share. There's no competition inside of my Improvifi school. They're all there to learn and help one another. What a great community. I'm so proud of the community that we've built over there. Then we launch you. So once we train you, we give you access to the portal, we train you on the portal, we launch you. It's called a go-to-market strategy session, where we've got your portal set up. We finally get to say, hey, do you have any hard questions? And then we teach you how to launch this thing. Go-to-market strategies. And of course, from thereafter, you've got our deal desk, you've got our training, you've got our client success managers. You'll have more help than you've ever had before in the financing industry. What are the tools? Mobile app that's going to be released in about 3 weeks. Let me put it to you this way. Our mobile app is just going to be basically the tool that you need to take to the point of sale. Lender, click, apply, approved. Finance calculator, good, better, best. Call the deal desk. Hey, Chris AI tool. Commercial. Lender A, lender B. A real utility tool that you can take to the point of sale to help you close more jobs. Loan calculators, consumer laminate. I've used this quite a bit today to explain the simplicity of how simple it can be without any technology at all. Because I know that there's roofers out there that are like, whoa, what'd you say? You got an app? I don't want an app. I want my guys to walk in the home and read this thing. I want them to scan a QR code, apply, and get approved. Yes, we can make it that simple too. It doesn't have to be complex. We'll build a business and a partnership for our clients that they want us to build for them. Weekly live Zoom trainings, school university, my YouTube channel. Got a YouTube channel with over 356 contractor sales training, finance training pieces. Long videos, short videos. I'm all about education. Those that get support in this street feel it and they know it. I got a pretty decent reputation in the industry because I spend a lot of time training and supporting. Okay? It's not about being a commodity. It's about treating our partners as human beings. We're not just a lender. We're a full financing partner. We've got the residential. We've got the commercial. I can finance repairs. I can finance deductibles. I can finance a piece of equipment that breaks. I can do investment, fix and flip. I've got a mortgage company. I can do a reverse mortgage on somebody with a 300 credit score that absolutely has to have that roof done. We just do things so different over here at Improvifi that others don't do, all under one roof. Secured, unsecured, commercial, built for contractors by contractors. Here's a little sneak peek of our app. Simple, big buttons. Lender 1, lender 2, purple Apple loans, my commercial. Call the deal desk, finance calculator. Big, fat, simple buttons to click. One app, one conversation, one goal. We're here to help your customers. We're here to get to a yes. So, if you have found this interesting and you would like to learn more, I invite you to reach out to us. It's very simple, and I apologize for this slide. It seems like it got a little bit mucked up. The simplest way to connect with us would be to go to Improvifi.com, or you can call us at 801-400-3832. Let me just, as John comes back here in the room, go over what we create as far as the laminate goes. The laminate is the first and best way to get to a fast yes. Okay? So in closing, if I'm a contractor and I walk into the home, hopefully I would have showed up differently. I would have parked my oil leaking truck in the road so I don't ruin their pavers. Hopefully, I would have rolled out some type of a carpet with the name of my company on it. Hopefully, I would have put booties on or asked for permission to come into the home and ask them if I need to take my shoes off. I'm probably going to carry the Improvifi laminate with your logo on it and ask the customers this. Mr. Smith, thanks for having me out. I'm going to get up on the roof. I'm going to do an estimate, and then I'm going to come down and go over the findings with you. But before I do that, is there a great place for me to set some of myself down while I'm up on your roof? And they say, well, yeah, Chris, why don't you just set that down over there on the coffee table? So I'm going to take my little laminate and I'm going to walk over to the coffee table and I'm going to set it down with maybe a pad of paper and a pen or whatever. Then I'm going to go up on the roof. I'm going to do the estimate and come back down. More than likely, your consumers have gone over to take a peek at the thing that you left on their coffee table. And they're probably saying this, hey, honey. Hey, look, these guys have their own consumer credit center. Make sure you ask them what this stuff is. So when I'm Chris Scoville done with the roofing estimate, I may come down there. They may be going, hey, what is this? You guys have a consumer credit center? The other three guys that came out didn't offer anything at all to us for affordability. We just thought we had to come out of pocket for the deductible. Oh, yeah, thanks for asking, Mr. and Mrs. Smith. A lot of our clients do X, a lot of our clients do Y. It's a soft credit pull. There's no prepayment penalty. Does either one of these sound interesting to you? And the consumer's like, yeah, it's interesting. Tell us more. Oh, yeah, it's a soft credit pull. Just scan this right here. Let's see where you get your pre-approved. I haven't even gone through the darn estimate yet. I'm planting seeds to let them know that, hey, no matter what, when I get to the price, you ain't going to faint because we have affordable solutions. Well, I don't really want unsecured. I want to buy the roof and I want to do a hibachi grill and living space out back. Cool. We could do that too. You can pay us directly. You'll have the money in 5 to 7 days with no appraisal, and then you can hire your outdoor living space hibachi guy. This laminate right here will sell for you. I call it the silent sales assistant. Again, thank you so much for having us. Improvifi.com. Reach out. We'll do a demo and get to know you. Hey, Don.
Chris, I want to spend just a minute here before we let you go, because sure. I think this is one of the most important conversations we're talking about today for a lot of reasons. We talked about this earlier, but I always said if I was in the shoes of a growing roofing company, construction company, whatever you're doing, and you're trying to scale and become the monster company that you want to be, I think everyone has that. I hope you have that goal. I think everyone probably does. At the end of the day, I think the biggest lack in our industry is a true F&I department within a construction company. Everyone views this like it's like an afterthought. Like financing, how do people actually pay for this? Like if you walk into a car dealership today, you're going to spend up to $100,000 or $150,000 on a new car, right? The cars are getting expensive, or it could be $30,000, $40,000, $50,000, whatever you're spending on a car. It's pretty comparable though to a lot of the projects that you guys are doing right now. Yet we take financing for granted, like it's not that big of a deal. And what I love about what you've done is you've given everyone a level playing field. So listen, you don't have to sign up with this specific finance company. We've already got all of them. You're like, hey, let's send me the opportunity and we're going to make it happen one way or another. It's going to work. And this becomes, it opens up an entire world of opportunity for contractors that if you're not utilizing financing, this is what every big competitor is doing, by the way. Everyone that you see out there that's growing and they sell projects for a lot more than you do. And you wonder, how in the world are they getting this much for their projects? And you say, oh, they're ripping people off. No, they're offering solutions to make things affordable for people. And at the end of the day, it's how people decide to pay for whatever they want to pay for is up to them. Your job is to construct. This gives you the opportunity to construct bigger, better, with less limitations. Otherwise, if you're just selling based on price, you're really cutting yourself off in the entire industry. And so I love what you're doing. I think this is huge. I want to get behind what you've got going on. I've watched you for a long time from kind of afar, but I've always been like, man, Chris Scoville's the guy. I think I've tagged you a few times and been like, hey, people ask about financing. This is the guy you want to talk to. When you're trying to grow your business, this is the man that can help you guys really scale and grow. And this provides you with a lot of solutions that you probably don't have access to, that are very hard to get access to. You've got them. And you're a lender now. In like what, a couple hours?
We launched 15 minutes ago. 75 of our clients went live with Improvifi lending. So exciting day. And I get to celebrate it here.
While you're going live, you're sitting here on the stage.
Our entire team right now is launching 75 new clients on our platform.
This is amazing.
It is. It's a very good day.
This is huge. This is cool stuff. You guys got to connect with Chris. And he hasn't paid me a dime to say this, by the way. I'm saying this because I know what you guys are going through. I've been there. I've seen where you run into issues and you're like, how is this person going to afford that?
Painful.
It is painful.
John, we get calls all day long, and you can feel the pain in the contractor's voice. It's, I don't know what to do about my AR. I don't know what to do about my accounts receivable. Now, I believe we titled this Getting Paid Faster. It literally is not a sales pitch. It is, why are you allowing the industry to control your business? If you're a contractor, and I could say any contractor, not just roofing, you have the power to take the control back. You have the power to increase your pricing. You have the power to make profitability margins so you can put food on the table, have employees put food on the table, have great employees buy homes. And the financing can help you leverage all that so you're not chasing accounts receivable. You're actually staying profitable. It's just so important.
It's so huge, and this is a big deal. And like you said, as soon as you take price and affordability and set that aside for a second, you can talk about the dream and what people are actually wanting to have happen and what they really care about. And we'll figure out a way that you can afford this and not have to mess with your money and mess with your time and everything else. This is massive. Yeah. If you guys aren't using Chris or something like Chris, I don't know how many other Chris's exist.
But agnostically, I would prefer somebody to have financing, whether it's a competitor of mine, than not have it. Yeah. We might not be the right fit for everybody. The bottom line is this: please use it because your customers need it.
Yep, agreed. Chris, thank you so much, my brother.
Thank you so much for having me, man.
Awesome. Yes,
awesome.
Sir. So, hey, we're gonna take a quick break. When we come back, I'm going to introduce you guys to someone that is really, really cool.
She's awesome.
Lisa is amazing and one of the most brilliant minds I have ever met in this industry. Every time I've had a conversation with her, I've walked away thinking, man, that lady knows what she's talking
I just got the chills because I just got a chance to meet her today.
Okay.
And we have a mutual friend, Tom, and we took a picture, we snapped it, we sent it to him, and he just messaged me back.
No, Tom. Tom's my boy.
He goes, "Oh, you're with her?" And he sent like a really sweet message behind her back to me. And like to be like super authentic, it's the truth.
It is.
She's the closer. She gets cookies today. Cookies are for closers.
All right, guys. We'll take a quick break. We'll be right back. And I'm not going to hold you guys too long because you guys got to meet Lisa. We'll be right back after this.
Woke up today, smile on my face. May not go my way, still got my faith, so I'll be okay. I'll be okay.
Before JobNimbus, we were a contractor that used paper files for everything.
We were trying to work in Excel. We had things handwritten on scraps of paper, napkins, text messages. It was all over the place.
You would not believe this, but my desk used to be piled in papers left and right.
Now that we have JobNimbus implemented into the company, it's day and night difference in our processes.
So now our guys are able to sign contracts right there with the customer on their phone, automatically uploads into JobNimbus.
And I can take pictures in the field if I need to. I can keep track of all my contact information. I can successfully and succinctly move somebody through the whole process without being lost and without being confused.
I feel like it gives us the tools to grow. Like before it was like we want to grow, but we don't even have a process to teach anybody. So now we actually have a path with it.
I would be completely lost if we hadn't found JobNimbus.
My problems look like giants, I'ma slay them all. Every single beef, I had to let it be. Spend a lot of time wasting energy. That ain't made sense to me logically. But I feel way better when I walk in peace. Please don't bring the gossip to me. I mean, no offense, I'm finding out jealousy. Only a lack of confidence. Focused on me more, focused on you less. Everybody.
Here's how I use AI to write Xactimates for me. I start off by uploading an insurance scope to the system. The system reads that insurance scope, determines what's on it, and all the details about the job. I then verify the job details. It also pulls the claim information over, and I verify that. Then I upload my measurements. Once the measurements are uploaded into the system, it's going to read that measurement report, tell me everything on it. Then I choose how I want to upload photos, or if I don't want to, then it asks me about the actual trades that are on the scope. All I got to do is tell it about the trades and what's going on with it, give it some details if it's needed. I can also choose to keep them as is, so essentially it's going to copy and paste those line items over to my new scope. Once I have everything in my cart, I select what kind of report I want. It's going to send it back to me in a matter of a few hours, completely done, exactly the way I would want it written, including an Xactimate, all the measurements, fully labeled photo report. Also is going to include code documentation as well as a weather report. Ready to go.
I'll be okay. I'll be okay. I'll be okay.
Yeah. Let's go. We just gotta go hard. I go the hardest. I bring the pain. Not what you used to. It's all part of the game. Yeah, I just gotta go hard. I just gotta go hard. Go hard. Go hard. Yeah. Oh yeah, the beast back. Adrenaline pumping through my veins, can't relax. Original, I am not the same as the...
Hi everyone, I'm Sherry Holmes, contractor, TV host, and the daughter of TV personality Mike Holmes. Over the years, I've worked alongside my dad and my brother Michael on lots of job sites. Many of these projects included roofing jobs with Atlas shingles. If you're watching this video, you're probably eager to learn more about why Atlas shingles are a great fit for your upcoming roof replacement. An Atlas roofing system provides superior protection and beautiful curb appeal thanks to Scotchgard Protector by 3M, which prevents ugly black streaks caused by algae. Having a solid roof over your head is important, and there's no better way to protect your family than with Atlas shingles. Let me show you why over 1.5 million homeowners have chosen Atlas for lasting protection.
All black dress code, pay me my respect, collecting every debt. Oh, the hardest. I bring the pain. Not what you used to. It's all part of the game. Yeah, I just gotta go hard. I just gotta go hard. Go hard. Go hard. Go hard.
All right, guys, we are back to the American Contractor Summit, built to last, and today's been amazing. We've had some great speakers, and we've been saving one, though, because I really wanted you guys to meet Lisa Cimaroli today. And this is one of those people that when you meet her, when you understand what she's about, and you talk to her, you're like, holy cow, like this is some of the best knowledge you're going to get in the space, and it comes from a place of actual understanding, which is one of my favorite thing about her is she's done all the stuff that we're talking about today. She has built businesses. She has done really well in really a market that's not super accessible or very easy to get into, and built an amazing business that is you're going to love her. And so I want to give her as much time as possible. So without further ado, my good friend, Lisa Cimaroli. Thank you so much for being here, Lisa.
Thanks, John, for having me. Super excited. Yours. Hey, everybody. Nice to meet you. I'm Lisa. And today we're going to be talking about cash flow and profitability. This is the issue that a lot of contractors have. And as we're getting into harder markets with everything that is going on in the environment, let's go ahead and find a way of finding some money that might be hidden in the situations that you're already in. One of the biggest things that I train and teach when working with contractors is you already have money, you just haven't accessed. So we're going to talk a little bit about that. It's about, it's not about working hard to make more profit. It's about working smarter. We're going to talk about time for the strategic shift in what you are doing and quality over quantity. Sometimes people oftentimes go out and get a ton more jobs, but they're not actually doing the jobs in a way that's making them money. So more doesn't mean more profit. And that's something that I like to get across to every contractor that's out there. Just because you have a lot of jobs and a lot of numbers on your board doesn't actually mean that you're making money at any of those jobs. So I am Lisa Cimaroli. I am the co-founder of Roof Rider Academy. We work with contractors and small businesses to help them build out business plans, workflows, and SOPs. So that's a little bit about me, and I'm going to go ahead and we'll just change that. You guys can find me online, follow me on Facebook, obviously. So today, these are some of the biggest problems that our contractors run into. Hidden profit drains, right? These are things that you're already doing, but you're probably losing money because you're not paying attention to some of the things that could be making you money instead of losing you money. Things like inaccurate measurement systems, supply house return trips. Every single time your guys get in the car, you are losing money, and that's a reality. Misordering of materials, unused materials, half-open materials. As a contractor, nothing would make me more in pain than when I would show up on a job site and the crew had opened up 5 bundles that were unnecessary and they were over-ordered and half-used and not returnable. All of that adds to your bottom line. The other thing that we'll talk about is delay payments and AR chaos. What's AR? Accounts receivable. If you don't know where the money's at, you've got a problem. If you don't know what's been paid for and what your COGS are, which is your cost of goods and services, you're also going to have money flow issues. The last but probably most important things is your disconnect from your teams in the field. Get off of your armchair and get out there. Spend time with your guys in the field. Identify their stucks and help them get to where they need to be. We'll touch base on a couple of those things today, as well as lack of accountability in crews. You can only hold them accountable to what you teach them. So let's talk a little bit about the measurements and precision measurements and why these are so important. I'm a full believer you can use any measuring software system that you want. I personally use EagleView. I've been doing it for years. I want a system that the industry accepts. I'm going to talk a little bit about retail, and I'm going to talk a little bit about insurance. I come from the insurance space, so I have a lot of knowledge and background in that specific portion of this industry. So you will hear me say a lot about insurance. If you guys aren't in insurance roofing, there are storms in your area all the time. Call me, let's talk about it and figure out how to get you in that space, because your customers need you to be educated. Even if it's not your bread and butter, you should know a little bit about it. So if you are in the insurance space, having accurate measurements is so intrinsically important. Why is that? If you're using a measuring software system that is consistently 1 to 2 squares off, you are consistently wasting time flexing that material order. What is that doing for your teams? Well, it's causing inconsistency in your product coming in and out. It's leaving product on the table consistently. And it's telling your crews that they can charge you whatever they want because you don't actually know how many squares are on that roof. So sometimes spending a little more for the right product will get you where you need to be. So stop guessing and start calculating. What is that about? So one of the things that we talk about pretty often, and probably one of the places where we lose a lot of money, is are you calculating your waste factors correctly? Every single contractor that I talk to and I say, do you know your waste? What they tell me is, yes, I order extra shingles. And then they kind of laugh a little and I said, all right, so do you have to have overlap on your drip edge? And they look at me and they look at the ground. And then I say, okay, so what you're saying is you've been ordering consistently what the eaves and rakes equal, but you didn't take into account that you either have a 4-inch or a 6-inch overlap. If you have a 6-inch overlap, you are almost losing a foot. You're losing a foot on every single stick that you're ordering without thinking about it. And if you're working in insurance work, you want to make sure that they're paying for it properly. If you're not working in insurance work, it's almost more detrimental to you, especially with the prices of metal going up. So making sure that you are taking into account what your actual calculations are, okay? Accurate orders equal less waste and high profitability. Every line item counts. Doesn't matter if it's ice and water shields being calculated correctly. And we're talking about if you're in the Midwest and you have to have ice and water shield, are you taking into account the eave overhang, the pitch of the roof? What about the warm wall? I mean, it says 24 inches or 36 inches within the warm wall, but did you actually count the foot of eave, the 2-inch brick, the 4 inches that are the stud, plus your drywall? Now you're in your warm wall. It could be the difference of an entire row of ice and water shield. And as we all know, ice and water shield can add up fairly quickly. The difference between having it done right and paid for right. Lastly, a photo is worth $1,000, okay? And that can go either in your favor or in the homeowner's favor. And oftentimes, if we are doing storm-related damage, homeowners don't know what's happened to their house. It's very easy for you to lose a lot of profitability and credibility because you didn't take the right photos. Are you taking all 4 sides of the house from the ground? Are you taking photos of the interior before you get started? Do you know if they have any leaks? Did you look in the attic so that if they have space decking, that you're ready with wood on site? Because every time you don't take those things into account, you lose money. So this brings me to the next thing, bidding smart, okay? Bidding smart means, number one, accurate bidding is the foundation of profitability. Do you know what's required on this particular home? Are you familiar with all of the different components of the roof that you're working with? What if you're in a market that has several different types of roofing? You might have tile, you might have slate, you might have shake, you might have shingles, you might have metal. All of those are done differently. And so knowing the foundation of each of those and how they're built is extremely important. Teach your team how to see damage and how damage spreads. This is really important. Cascading damages oftentimes are overlooked when writing a bid. There's nothing worse than meeting with your homeowner, giving them a price, and then having to be the bad guy when you tear the roof open. And now it affected every roof to wall transition because you had a 3 to 4 inch gap because they had 3 to 4 layers. And you didn't do your due diligence to tell them that now it's going to also affect their siding. What if you just set it up for success in the beginning? So a lot of contractors are afraid to give a homeowner a higher bid, but then they give them a low bid, knowing full well that they have other damages that are going to be unforeseen. And then what does that make you look like? It'll make you look like the shady contractor. You don't want to be that guy. You also need to know what structural awareness is and how structural awareness works to your favor. If you're doing insurance work, oftentimes in the insurance market, they will pay for what's called code enforcement. Okay, so if you are working on what's required and necessary, and you have to bring that home back up to pre-storm condition, you have to understand what codes correlate with the damages that you have to fix. And writing a strong bid for that and having the structural argument as to why it's required and necessary is super important. And you can't fix what you don't include, right? So if you're working with insurance bids and you didn't put it in your scope of work, then it may not get paid later. I know a lot of contractors because I've been in this industry and I heard a lot of things. And oftentimes contractors will say this to me, well, I didn't put it in my bid because if my bid was too high, then the insurance wouldn't pay for it. Or they wouldn't take my bid and they would just deny it. Do you know you need to do the work? If the answer is you know you need to do the work and you're the expert in the contracting portion of this, I'm not asking you to act as a PA or a lawyer. I'm asking you to tell me what your trade requires you to do to get that homeowner to the finish line and onboarding your homeowner properly so that they understand how that works. If you don't add it, you're not going to get it paid for. The next myth. How many contractors out there are just giving a per square price? Probably a lot of us, because it's what the industry has always done. Well, just because it's what the industry has always done does not mean that it's what the industry should be doing. Why is that? There's a complexity factor to almost every roof. Are you taking into account what that roof's specific needs are? Things like ventilation, things like making sure that it's up to code, or that you might have to redo all of the gutters, or that it might be tied into a super gutter that's tied into a lanai. All of these are realistic things. If you're giving them a per square price, are you getting them to the finish line properly? Are you protecting yourself as a contractor? Sure, you can bid yourself to the bottom, but you won't stay in business very long. So let's talk about profit margins and target minimums. What if you're using some specialty roofing products? There's a lot of great sustainable products out there, okay? I've worked with all of them. I've worked with Da Vinci and Brava and EuroShield. They're really awesome sustainable products, and a lot of homeowners are looking at changing things up. But all of them come with challenges, and most markets don't do a lot of them. So if you're going to be the one that offers specialty product, do you have a price list set up for that specialty product? Are you working with your manufacturers and with your suppliers to make sure that you're making the margins that you need? Sticking your head in the sand and assuming it's going to be okay is never going to be okay. Lastly, component cost. Percentage of the total cost from specialty components. What is that? Specialty components, things like oftentimes homeowners need more ventilation than they have ridge. Are you offering to put in any type of a solar vent or an electric vent? I don't recommend electric vents a lot of the times because now you're having a cost incurred for your homeowner long-term that they may or may not have had before. But let's assume you're doing solar vents. That is a specialty component. It's not typically baked into the Xactimate line items, and even if it is, it's not baked in properly. So are you bidding those things out? And do you know why it's important to do them? Ventilation is something we're going to talk about on a couple of slides because it's something I'm very passionate about. If you're not ventilating roofs properly, A, it's not up to code. And code is probably one of my favorite things. I'm a nerd, totally. 2, if you don't build it right, are you creating a terrarium for your homeowner? Is it going to be raining in their house in 6 years because you didn't put everything together properly? Understanding those components and complexity will get you where you need to be. Next, if you are an owner, and I'm speaking directly to you owners, you were in the field, you did your time. I did my time too. I started in this industry knocking doors just like everybody else and working in the heat and working in the cold. I worked in both Rockford and Florida. So let's say I've done the gamut of inclement weather. None of us want to spend time on our jobs once you own the company. All of us have to at least put our eyes on the job regularly. Why? Because it makes your team feel good. But more than anything, how can you do micro adjustments if you're not part of the solution? Just think about it. If you're not part of the solution, you're probably part of the problem. Sorry, I was that human too. And I had to have somebody point it out to me just as much. So let's talk about it. Site presence prevents mistakes. It's easier for you to train, explain, and get your crew to do what's required and necessary if it's coming from you. Promise you, If you have that conversation with your crew 2 or 3 times as the owner, it's going to go a much further way than putting your brand new sales rep out there and having them have that conversation with the crew. It doesn't necessarily resonate the same way. Next, spotting issues immediately. Most of the money that we lose in profitability is in rework. If you can stop the crew from doing something that they shouldn't and micro adjusting, things like, you know there's a rainstorm coming. You don't want them to be open during a rainstorm. They are not paid to make all of the calculations. This is your company. You're in charge. So you're the one that's in charge of that profitability. If it rains in that house, who's liable? So are you helping your crews think through the situations before they become a problem? What early fixes protect your profit? Did you tarp the pool that happens to be right next to the house? Did you know that if you're using Xactimate, you can charge for tarping the pool? Did you know even if you're not using Xactimate and you're doing a cash bid for a homeowner, they would probably want you to protect their property so that they don't have to have an issue. So tarp the pool and charge accordingly. It's not about overcharging. It's truly about charging for every item that's necessary and being transparent and explaining why those things are needed. The other thing that's important is knowing your code. I'm a huge code hound. Every single time there was a huge code that was changing in our area, and I'm out of Florida, okay? Florida's got some of the strictest codes. We use the FBC. It's very realistic. They change us regularly, every 3 to 4 years, pretty consistently. And the codes can change drastically or not, depending on how many hurricanes we've had. This doesn't mean that just because I do it in Florida, that you don't have to do it somewhere else. I promise you, your codes in your area change too. So understanding codes and what's the most important is absolutely part of your bottom line of profitability. Why is that? Well, because you, as the contractor, are required to build to the highest standard necessary, okay? So just because your area hasn't adopted your most recent code book doesn't mean that you shouldn't know it and shouldn't build to it. It's your job to have conversations regularly with your permitting and code officers as to why they haven't adopted the new laws. Because you as a contractor are held to those standards. It's your license. And it's good for your homeowner, right? So understanding how that works. So let's talk a little bit about building code. Everyone's like, well, which building code supersedes what? We have IRC and IBC, which is the standard. It's the minimum, bare minimum, right, of what's required and necessary. Then oftentimes you have state codes. So in Florida, we have the FBC. And in your state, you probably have a different code book. New York has a different code book. We worked in New York. Your state codes, if stricter, this is the magic. If your codes are stricter in your state book than the IRC or IBC, the stricter of the two codes will always win. If you have municipality codes, things like your local municipality, your permitting office requires it, sometimes even your HOA, which isn't on my slide, but here's the tip. If your HOA requires it, you don't want to leave that homeowner in a lurch with an HOA fine month in and month out because you didn't follow what the HOA guidelines were, okay? So save yourself time and money and headache there. Manufacturer specifications. We don't use this often enough. Lean into your manufacturers. If you're using a manufacturer, go to their facility, find out how it's built. They'll give you a free tour. I don't think I know any shingle or sustainable good manufacturer that won't invite you to their factory. If you need help, send me a message. I'll get you in touch with them. If I know them, they'll be more than happy to do so. When you go, ask, what are your requirements? Every code book requires the manufacturer specification to be one of the very first things. So if you are working with insurance and they say, oh, we don't pay for that, or we don't pay for code upgrades, they absolutely have to take care of at the very least what the manufacturer requires. So if your manufacturer will not allow you to put a 3-tab turned around as a starter strip, which is absolutely asinine. We all hear that argument if you're in the insurance world. That is not what it was designed for, nor was it what it was meant for. You cannot use that product and still get a warranty. So it's really important because improper installation will cause you loss later. Profitability isn't always just about the job that you're working on. Real profitability is about long-term growth and sustainability. So if you're talking about a homeowner now that you cut corners on, and in 3 years, somebody comes out and finds out you cut corners, you're going to be tearing that roof off, promise you, and that's a whole lot to eat. So doing it right in the first place, following your manufacturer's specs and guidelines, not only will it build really good relationships with your manufacturers, but it gives you a really good name. Proper ventilation. If you don't bring a house up to proper ventilation code, you absolutely are violating your manufacturer specs, and that house may or may not be under warranty, even if you sold them a warranty. So just be careful and read your warranties, because you'd be shocked where oftentimes this can be detrimental to your homeowner. Next, how many people know about the ATC hazards report by location? I'm going to make you a ton of money really quickly. If you're working in an area that is working with shingles, and you are anywhere along the coastline, so there's a photo behind here that you can kind of see, and I highly recommend that you look up this website for yourself, okay? The ATC Hazards Report is the American Society of Civil Engineers. It is a free report put in by the United States government. Every roofer should have this in their Rolodex for every single one of the files that you're sending to the insurance carrier if you're doing insurance roofing. If you're doing cash bid roofing, you should absolutely take a look at this and make sure that the product that you're putting on is actually rated for the wind speeds that are required by this area. What does that mean? The majority of areas that have 3-tab shingles right now don't qualify. So you shouldn't be putting on a product that doesn't actually qualify for the wind speed. If you're doing insurance work, that means the insurance, if they have policy code upgrades, owes for the upgrade. If you're not sure, I'll have John put this up and I will plug this here. It is ASCEHazardtool.org. ASCEHazardtool.org. So it's a free website. Everybody's selling you something. At least this one is totally free, so you might as well utilize it. Next, we're going to talk about stopping the ordering chaos. Use cheat sheets and supplier integrations. If you don't have a cheat sheet, at the very least, use a supplier integration that will help you build out your supply orders. I know I use JobNimbus. JobNimbus will now take EagleView into JobNimbus and push it directly to my supplier and spit out exactly what I need. And by a click of a button, it will actually order all of my supplies for me. So the days of me having to calculate everything, explain to my guys that, you know, hip and ridge is 30 foot per bundle for the product that we use, or that they have to take into account, you know, their drip edge overlap and making, you know, calculation spreadsheets on Excel, all those integrations are available. Sometimes we spend money to make money. It also helps you avoid partial returns, okay? As we all know, if something is open, broken, or is used in any way or blemished, your suppliers will not allow you to return it. So you have one of two options. Either A, it goes in the trash, which oftentimes I find that to be the case. It just goes in the trash, and now you just lost all of that money that could have been used on a different job. Or what most roofers do, I know because I did this one year, and I'm going to tell you I will never do this again. Every time there was an open bundle, stuck it in the car or the truck and dragged it back to the office. And now I have an office space full of half-open bundles that never get used, wasting a storage space that I'm paying for that I'm not actually utilizing. Because once you walk out of that storage space, you don't think about it anymore. It's great for a onesie, twosie, momsie pop shop. It's great if you have 4 sales reps that are all working out of the same office. It's not great if you have 10 offices across the United States and you walk into every one of them, but they all have a stack rack of material that's half open, half used. Nobody knows who put it there. And now you have to either figure out how to use it. And if you guys are using shingles with die lots, that's not even useful, right? So what is going on if you're over ordering just to make up for the difference in your measurements? Protecting installation day timelines. This is also really important. Ordering material properly will either allow you to finish the job or to continue pushing through. If you've got a rainstorm coming and you need to get a whole redeck of wood, that could be detrimental to your company, especially if you're small, okay? Improving supplier relationships. That's also the next step. Supplier relationships are so important, okay? So if you're in a good relationship with your supplier and you're consistently ordering properly and you're not bringing back a bunch of material that they have to figure out how to store, they're gonna like you more. The more they like you, the more you have a relationship with them, the better it's going to get. So let's talk about free money. This is my favorite spot. How many contractors don't know that there's free money just by doing things right? Well, what does that mean? Gates. Have you sat down with your supply house? If you've sat down with your supply house and you've set up gates, and what gates is when you hit the goal that you have agreed upon with your supplier. So go get a supplier. Don't go with 12 of them. Don't switch around every single time one thing goes up $1. Go make a decision that this is the supplier that you like and you want to help grow with, and they will sit down and help get you money by you hitting your goals. And that can be tremendously helpful. It can be thousands of dollars, depending on how you work that out. Manufacturer rebates. Same thing. I can't tell you how many contractors I sit down with, they offer 4 or 5 different products. All of them are the same style. Shingles are the #1 problem. So you're gonna offer every single shingle on the market. Why? Do you have a brand loyal? If you're brand loyal to one shingle and you can set up a manufacturer rebate, that's money that you can use back with your team. It's fantastic. It could be thousands of dollars. Same thing with marketing dollars. I know I've worked with ICO and I've worked with OC and I've worked with several different manufacturers over the years, Atlas. Here's what I know. The more I spend, the more they want to help me, okay? Because they want you to get the word out. So a lot of the time your manufacturers have marketing dollars to spend on you. So if you're loyal to them, they're investing in you. Last time we did this, I think I got $19,000 in marketing dollars. That's a lot of free money for us to use to be able to get signage and flyers and help pay for our websites to be built. And you can use them in a lot of ways, okay? The last thing, and probably the most important and the easiest to install right now, is early pay. You can save anywhere from 2 to 5% just by paying your bills early, consistently. And these things will stack. So if you do this right, you get the early pay, you get your manufacturer rebate, and you get your marketing dollars, and then you get your gates from your suppliers. Now you're looking at, if you're a big company, a couple $1,000s to several $100,000, depending on how big you get. And now you have all this extra money. What are you going to do with it? There's a couple of things you can do. Here's what I used to do. When I owned my contracting company, we would take all of that and we would use it towards a banquet at the end of the year and taking our guys on vacation. It was just a way of us saying thank you and giving back to our people and investing in our people. And it all came from us saving money by just being good partners. So that talks about, that's going to bring us into brand loyalty and leveraging that brand loyalty. Get with your manufacturers. Lean in. Their training on their product is going to be way better than your training on their product. So have them get with your guys. Have them teach your installers. A lot of times they even have classes that are in Spanish. So even if Spanish isn't your first or second language, you have the ability to educate your crews directly from your manufacturers. Lean in. Brand reps want to support your success. If you're repping a brand, that brand will absolutely rep you. The amount of time that my manufacturers have put me on blast or put me on stage has been absolutely fantastic. I couldn't have done it without them. Increasing operational speed. This is important. Make sure that you're brand loyal before the storm hits if you're a storm contractor. Nobody cares about you once the storm's already hit if you weren't loyal beforehand. You're at the bottom of the barrel. And the guys that have been taking care of their reps will be the first ones taken care of. Here, I'll tell you a story. The hurricane hit down in Sarasota for Irma. We had a huge supply and demand problem. Several of the supply houses in the south got wiped out because of the hurricane. So my supplier from Jacksonville, who loves me to death because I come every Friday and I bring them cookies. So if you want to know how to be really good with your supply house, show up with cookies. And if you know my other half, he will tell you, don't be a Neanderthal and make sure you bring milk. Okay, so milk and cookies on Fridays, and the hurricane hits. Nobody can get product 6 weeks, 8 weeks out. My guys were shipping it from Jacksonville to Sarasota and ground dropping overnight 2 to 3 times a week to keep us rolling. Brand loyalty and having those connections before the storm hits will carry you through the storm and put you ahead of the game. It also gives you negotiating power. Negotiating power is things like, I sit down with my supply house, they know I love them, I use them consistently, I bring in my manufacturer, we all have a conversation together. If I hit these gates, I promise you I'm going to work with you exclusively. Can you lock my rates in? Is that important? Sure is, especially with everything going on right now, right? We don't know where the market is going to be. It's unstable at the moment, okay, because of the tariffs. We're all very familiar with this. So if you know that that's going to be the case, now is the time to sit down and have those conversations. You might not be able to do it for 6 months or a year, but you might be able to do it for 2 months, which can get you over the hump. Next, strategic systems and partnerships. Work with the best in the business. It helps you have cleaner files. If you're running into issues in supply and demand, you're also having issues with collections. If you can't get a product for 23 weeks delivered on site, but there is an alternative product that you can believe in and does well and performs at the same level, but you can get it in 6 weeks, which one is going to be better for your business? Which one is going to allow you to keep customers and make them happy? Good partnerships help you move faster, smarter. And that means on all levels. Choosing vendors who support your goals. Not all vendors and suppliers align with you. Get to know them. Find out what motivates them. Are they someone that has the same belief systems that you do? Part of the reason why I agreed to do this is this was JobNimbus supported, and I love John. And both of them have huge hearts and care about their customers and care about what's going on in this industry. That makes it worth my time to be here. That makes it worth your time to be on this call. Spend where it matters, okay? Cut the fat and invest in what moves the needle. I can't say this enough. Oftentimes I'll sit down with a contractor and I'll look at all the programs that they have and that they're utilizing. And us as contractors, we always want to get something that's going to make our life easier. So we start subscribing. And the next thing you know, just like, subscribing to every Netflix, Hulu, whatever, they all have the same movies, right? A lot of the time but you got all of them and you stopped using half of them. This is the same problem. What ones of your programs are overlapping? Could you spend a little more on one program that has multiple functions and does all the things that you need in one space? Because here's what I know. If you're working with contractors and a bunch of sales reps hate having 12 apps. They don't like it, I don't like it, you don't like it. Now you got to monitor 12 apps, right? And we do that, and we're like, oh, this app does this, and this app does that, and this app does this. Well, what if you had ones that could combine multiple things? Sure, they're going to cost a little more money, but are they costing you more than several different subscriptions? So take a look at where you need to cut the fat. Your programs oftentimes will overlap. Finding great partners and systems and education. I recommend, from a personal standpoint, this can be everybody's thing. There's a lot of really great conferences out there. We've all been to them. However, how many conferences do you go to that you come home with nothing? You spent the entire conference spending money on hotels and cars and food and drink and entertainment. You brought your team. You came with nothing except for 5 more apps that you're probably never going to turn on. Did it give you the yield that you want? Start thinking about summits, smaller, more intimate groups that you can learn from. I'm not saying the conferences aren't good. It's just a question of, are you utilizing the conference to your best ability? So if you're going to go, make sure you go with a checklist. Because if you're going to spend money on it, it's cutting out of your profit of your storm or cutting out of the profit of that year's business. So make sure that if you are going, that you have a target, that you understand what classes are going to change your company's viewpoint and move the needle forward. Don't just go to party. I mean, partying is fun. Networking is totally part of it. But if you go home and you've only networked, but you didn't actually make true connections, are you losing profitability? The last and most important is don't burn dollars trying to save a dime. Everybody's heard the, you dropped $1 and you lean down to pick up the dollar while 100 rolls by. That happens consistently. It happens consistently because somebody told us that that was something we needed to do. And that is something that you absolutely have to watch for from a 10,000-foot view. How do you know if you're actually doing that? You don't. It's a boiled frog effect. If you're an owner and you've been in your business, working in your business consistently for years and not on your business, are you allowing yourself the ability to see where those dollars are being lost? So long-term quality equals long-term profit. This is something that we need to start talking about. Rework destroys margins. Doing a solid job means that you get repeat business. Profitability happens when you're not spending a ton of money on marketing dollars. Matter of fact, here's the crazy part. I scaled my business to the first 10 million. And in that first 10 million in a year and a half, we had 0 website, none. I spent probably, a couple $1,000s on yard signs consistently, and that was it. So where are you spending those marketing dollars, and are they actually getting you the yield, or are you using word of mouth? Creating a maintenance program plan, also super helpful. It's residual income that will keep you moving forward. And your quality is your best sales tool. So are you holding yourself accountable to what quality should look like? Are you offering consistent products that are moving with the market? Are you offering products that are a higher end product? Are you teaching your guys to actually sell or to just put on what's easiest? Last but not least, and probably my most favorite topic of all, ROI in humans versus ROI in numbers. We all know the numbers, or we should. Some of us haven't looked at numbers in years. I mean, to be honest, let's be honest. I'm dyslexic, so I'm going to say numbers are not always my favorite thing, but it doesn't mean that I don't need to have people that are around me that can help interpret what I can't see. So what does that mean? Here's what I know. If I invest in the humans, meaning I'm going to teach them why and how profit works, and I'm going to scale because they have an understanding and a buy-in to what the company's vision is. They know why they're not throwing away material. They understand that everything that they order makes their job more profitable and allows me to pay them more. I paid my people on profitability. So it was really important for them to pay attention to what they were doing. And here's what I know. Most of the guys that work for you just want a feeling of belonging. So if you invest in your humans and you give them everything that they need, the one thing that most owners are afraid of are, what if they just go open up their own company after they learned everything? They were probably going to do that anyway. So just invest in them, because if you invest in them the right way, hopefully when they make that choice, they work in something that's adjacent to what you're doing. They could be the next best gutter guy or screen guy that you helped create, so that way you guys are working together. Profit grows in community. Sharing those things in your competition isn't each other. If you're working in the insurance market, every time you get something paid for, you should be sharing it with the other contractors that are doing insurance work in your business. Insurance isn't about me and you. It's about us against a much bigger beast. I promise you they have a lot of money to sink into saying no. And at the end of the day, the only person that suffers is your policy holders. So share your rates and share your resources. If you have a guy that's really awesome in an ancillary trade and you share it with a local roofer, when you need help, they will come to your aid. I know it's not a popular subject, but here's the thing that I'm going to say is that I've had better relationships my entire career by giving away information, because together we go further. So together we go further, and if you need any additional help, please feel free to reach out to me. John, did you have any questions?
I have a lot of questions.
Okay.
No, but this has been great. And, you talked a lot about people being such an important asset to your business. And I think that's what today's really about. It's about empowering contractors to build businesses that last. And it's really hard to build a business that lasts if you can't keep the people within your business to grow with you. They need to feel that ownership and that growth. And I love that concept. What were some of the practical ways that you did that? I know you've talked about it a little bit offline, but I know you talked about like weekly meetings where you guys really dug into the books and did some things like that. That sounded really cool.
Yeah, so we have open books. We go with every single file is on its own merit, which was really important to us, so that we could micro adjust every file, because I might have a guy that's consistently having material order issues, and then we can adjust where he's at. Or we did groupthink. Every Wednesday we did a tech training. If you're not teaching your guys how it's built and you're just sending them out to sell, they're actually failing before you ever get started, because they don't understand that cascading damage. And then of course, we would do a training every week on getting their brain right.
Getting their brain right.
Yeah, getting their brain right.
What does that consist of?
Okay, so think about it this way. We came from a knocking doors industry.
Yeah.
And a lot of us in the storm industry are from that old school knocking doors. Rejection is real. And if your people don't feel empowered they're not going to stand up to the rejection that's in the industry. If they're not educated on their product or they're not educated on how the process works, then they're also not being their best authentic self. And the other part is allowing people to be authentic. We encourage diversity in our teams. If you hire all the same human, the same style of human that wears the same style of dress, that looks exactly the same way, you're not reaching a full audience. And that diversity helps grow the team and groupthink.
That's awesome.
Yeah.
Yeah, and I think different perspectives are really important within an organization, at least a healthy organization. If everyone's just saying the same thing, it becomes kind of an echo chamber.
Yeah, absolutely.
Challenging is good.
Yeah, don't hire people that only say yes to you. Hire the people that are really challenging and then allow them space, healthy space, to have those discussions. Don't naysay your people. If they're out there doing the work with you, like here's probably one of my favorite things. Every time the code book would come out, we're super nerds, okay? And I have a big fire pit that seats 23 at my house. And I'm more than happy to do this for, if there's some contractors out there that are rolling through Jacksonville, you guys want to do this, I'll do it with you. The code book comes out, we hand out the code book, we hand out some beers, we sit around the fire pit, and we talk about each of the new codes and how it's going to affect the building and all of the intricacies of how that works, so that when our guys get in the field, they're already looking for those things, because that's, if you're doing insurance work, you need to have the understanding and the concept of why that cascading damage is going to be affected. And if you're not doing insurance work, you need to bid it properly, because last thing you want to do is stop a job in the middle because your permitting office said, oh no, you're not up to code.
No, that's huge. Beers and code books.
Beers and code books.
Sounds like a great
Nerding
night.
out. You can come join me anytime.
No, this has been great. And, at least every time we've had a chance to connect in different events, different times, it's always walked away with like, man, Lisa knows what she's talking about. And you get deep into stuff, on the insurance side of things, on the code side, but how you guys build, like we've talked about a lot of different subjects. And I always walk away, man, I'm just like, man, this Lisa knows exactly what is going on in the industry from such a high level. And it's always so enlightening. So I really appreciate you so much for being here.
I appreciate you
Cimaroli,
guys.
You guys have got to connect with her. She is amazing. She has such a great mind and such a great understanding of what is going on in the industry. If you guys don't know her, get to know her. Follow her on Facebook. Follow her on her socials. She's always got great content, and she's just a wealth of knowledge that is really rare in this industry. She gets deep into things, and I really appreciate that so much. And thank you so much for coming out to Indy and being a part of this event today.
Oh, thank you, John.
So,
I appreciate you
I
for
appreciate
bringing
you too.
lots of good humans together. It was a great event.
This has been a great day.
Yeah.
This has been an amazing day, and I hope you guys got something out of it. If you guys got a little bit out of it, that's more than I, could have hoped for, because the goal here is not to bring you in and have, in fact, the reality is, like, most of the speakers here today didn't pay us to be here. We didn't charge them to attend, to speak, to be a part of this. And it was one of those things where they came because they wanted to give you guys knowledge. They wanted to give you guys some understanding and hopefully bring some things to your attention that would help you grow your business. That's what this is all about. It's about growing a business that is built to last, that you can hand down to generations, you can sell, you can do a million different things. A business is such a valuable thing to anyone that owns a business. They probably think it's worth more than other people sometimes, but that's just, the realities of it. But it's a living organism that if you manage it and you steward it the right way, it can bring a ton of blessings to your life and just make your life so much better. And so that's what today's been all about. It's about making your guys' life better, making your businesses better. And hopefully you guys walk away understanding better, like, hey, you can build a business to last. There's nothing that anyone on the stage has said or has done or that you haven't gone through. They're all people. They all have come through the same trials, the same difficulties to get to their point in business. And they've all overcome a lot of things, and they're still overcoming things. No one here is perfect, but we all have learned a lot throughout this process. And I've always learned, like, there's only a few different ways that you can learn. You can learn through schooling, through education formally, or you can learn through making mistakes.
Hard knocks.
Hard knocks. Or you learn from people that have made mistakes and are just telling you, hey, these are the mistakes I made. This is what got me to where I am. Let me save you some heartache and get you there a little quicker. And that's what this is all about, is sharing knowledge so that you can go out and not make the same mistakes that others have made. Or maybe you are making those mistakes and didn't even realize it. That's good. At least you understand it. That's the first step in correcting the mistake, is understanding, hey, maybe we can be better in this area. That's what this is about. It's about helping you guys become better, giving you guys the tools and the resources to do so, and hopefully making your lives better and your businesses better, and the people that work within your businesses' lives better, because that's a big deal too. So thank you guys so much for being a part of today. Once again, all of the recordings from today will be on YouTube here shortly. This live, you can go back and rewatch it now that we're about to wrap it up. You can rewind, go back, take notes, give it to some AI tool. I don't know, whatever you want to do with it. It's all there for you guys. Enjoy it. I hope it's been great for you guys. And thank you so much for being a part of the American Contractor Summit, built to last. We'll see you guys next time. Thank you.
Thanks for joining us today on the American Contractor Show. Be sure to subscribe, hit that thumbs up, and leave your comments below. We'll see you guys in the next one.